Black notices movement and squeaks to alert him. The bushes rustle, and Jamie impatiently urges whoever's coming to hurry. Riza and Azard emerge from the bushes, and Jamie scolds them for being late. Riza blames Azard, and Azard apologizes, but Jamie dismisses the matter and tells them to focus on reporting what they've learned. Riza explains that the Zenith Church has been performing charitable work in Hiesa by providing food and shelter to those in need, creating a positive impression. They've even opened an orphanage. Jamie asks when the church started its activities. Riza responds that it's been shortly after the rebel gang was defeated. 2 months earlier, Count Welton destroyed the gang, and soon after, the Zenith Church began its official operations, aiding the poor and preaching the will of God. Initially, people paid little attention, but over time, the church gains immense popularity, with many becoming believers and respecting the church as the most revered institution in Hiesa. Jamie reacts sharply, expressing disbelief that Zenith would engage in genuine charity. Concerned, he asks his subordinates if they think war and peace can coexist. They agree it's not possible, but Riza adds that they're interconnected. Jamie acknowledges this and explains that Zenith thrives on conflict. He believes the seemingly benevolent actions of Zenith's priests contradict the god's nature and suspects a hidden agenda behind their activities. He orders Riza and Azard to investigate further. They assure him it will be done, and Jamie resolves to uncover Zenith's plans. The following morning, in the Zenith Church's shelter, a priest praises Ricky for his hard work. Ricky humbly replies that it's nothing compared to the hardships he endured before. The priest smiles and reassures Ricky that he no longer needs to worry about his past. Ricky reflects on how the shelter transformed his and his sister's lives. Without it, they would have been doomed. He returns to his room, and his blind sister, Anna, greets him. Ricky looks at her and thinks about their tragic past, how their parents abandoned them because of Anna's blindness, and how he did terrible things to protect her on the streets. Life had been hopeless until the church extended its hand to them, giving them a second chance. Ricky feels grateful and aspires to become a priest to spread the miracles he experienced. Later, Ricky and others go outside, where a boy runs up to them excitedly, asking if they've heard the news. Ricky asks what he's referring to, and the boy explains that Shino, another resident of the shelter, received a divine blessing and is going to become a priest. Ricky is astonished and asks if it's true that Shino will become a priest. Time passes. Jamie flies over the night city, telling Black that they're almost at their destination, and it's time to descend. As they descend, he notices a blond young man lying on the road below. Landing beside him, Jamie observes the young man's energy and concludes it feels both vile and divine. Clearly, the man is a priest. Spotting the blade on the young man's belt, Jamie deduces he's a high-ranking servant, which he finds troublesome. He wonders why a holy knight is lying in the middle of the road, suspecting it could spell trouble. Placing his foot on the young man's head, he debates ending the man's life. Suddenly, the young man grabs Jamie's leg, startling him. The exhausted man tries to speak, but Jamie can't understand him. The young man repeats part of a word before loudly exclaiming that he is hungry, and then loses consciousness. Jamie, annoyed, considers leaving the man there to starve. Irritated at being startled, he decides to leave, grounding himself and telling Black to follow. The next morning, Jamie arrives at breakfast, and seeing the fair-haired young man at the table, forces a smile while internally questioning why he's there. The young man, eating a bun, introduces himself and expresses relief at meeting Jamie. Jamie wonders why this bothersome person is eating at the same table as his family. The young man laughs and mentions that if it hadn't been for the Count's help, he would have died of hunger on the pavement. Argino clarifies that he had no personal role in saving him and credits the guards for bringing the young man to safety. The young man graciously replies that since the guards are under the Count's command, the Count deserves thanks. The Count laughs, asking if it's normal for a knight of light to die of hunger. The young man smiles and explains that this situation is unusual, as even high-ranking knights are still human and can only last longer without food compared to ordinary people. Jamie, uncomfortable with the situation, feeds strawberries to his sister while questioning why his parents are treating the young man so kindly. The Count asks the young man to confirm if he serves the Church of Pyro. The young man affirms, saying he serves Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment. The Count turns to Sears, remarking on how surprised she must have been to hear this. Sears admits she was indeed surprised. Noticing her reaction, the young man asks if there's something unusual about it. Sears inquires if he's ever heard of Bishop Saphira. The young man asks if she's referring to someone from Afton, and Sears clarifies that she's from the Bell family. The young man, visibly surprised, rises from his chair, kneels before her, and expresses his greetings. Jamie, taken aback by this display, questions what's happening. He knows the Church of Pyro is located in Afton, within Bell family territory, but he doesn't think this is enough reason for such reverence. He deduces that someone greeted with such formality by a knight must hold at least the rank of bishop. He asks his parents why the young man is addressing his mother in this manner. His father responds with a laugh, saying it's a long story that can be told another time. Feeling frustrated, Jamie sarcastically remarks that this is wonderful. Upset by the lack of explanation, he feels humiliated, while his sister waves at him and comments on how cute he looks. Jamie can't believe it. The situation doesn't turn out as planned, and he feels humiliated. He thinks about the close ties between the Bell family and the Pyro Church, seeing it as a potential obstacle since he might have to deal with this family in the future. Time passes, and the Count and the young man enter the living room. The Count asks how the young man ended up in the eastern region, noting that the Pyro Church has no official business there. He speculates whether the young man is there to expand the church's influence. The young man, flustered, waves his hands and assures him that's not the case. He explains that he has been pursuing someone and unintentionally ended up there. The Count inquires further, asking who the young man is pursuing. The young man sighs and reveals that he is after someone engaged in forbidden and cruel experiments, specifically the creator of chimeras. Argino is shocked and asks if the creator of chimeras is in Hisa. He presses further, asking the identity of this individual. The young man, hesitant, apologizes and explains that the information is highly confidential, known only to a select few within the church. However, he offers to share more details if the Count agrees to a contract and assists him. The Count asks if the young man is requesting his help. The young man confirms this and expresses confidence that having the Swordmaster's support would greatly advance his mission. Argino contemplates the gravity of the situation. He knows that chimeras are constructed from various creatures, but that their creators are regarded as the worst kind of criminals because the core of a chimera is often human. While theoretically, there could be chimeras made without humans, there are no historical examples to support this. Argino responds carefully, saying he can't promise full support, but acknowledges the close relationship between his family and the Pyro Church, which makes it difficult for him to ignore the situation entirely. The young man is thrilled and asks if this means he will help. The Count smiles and confirms his willingness to assist. Overcome with joy, the young man jumps from the sofa, thanking the Count profusely. Argino tells him to calm down and asks why the church is handling the pursuit of chimera creators independently, rather than seeking the kingdom's help. The young man explains that while the kingdom would likely assist, such an action would diminish the church's authority. He reveals a chilling detail, that the creator of the chimeras has kidnapped more than 10 goddess knights. The Count grows tense as the young man adds that the chimeras being created are imbued with divine powers. Meanwhile, Jamie strolls through the garden, reflecting on how much he has come to look forward to tea. He approaches the gazebo, where his mother greets him, urging him to sit down quickly. Once seated, she pours him tea. As Jamie sips, his mother asks what he wants to know so urgently. Jamie, still curious, inquires about the young man from earlier and why he had bowed so reverently to her. He wonders why someone would show such deep respect to a person they have just met. His mother smiles knowingly and says she has anticipated this question. She acknowledges his curiosity about the Bell family's connection to the Pyro Church. She then reveals that Jamie's great-grandfather, her own grandfather, whom Jamie has never met, is regarded as the savior of the Pyro Church. Jamie is astonished, struggling to process the fact that his mother's grandfather played such a significant role in the Pyro Church's history. Sears explains that in the past, when a very important item is stolen from the Pyro Church, her grandfather steps in to help. It happens during an incident at the Portmouth Garden, where the Demon King's followers attempt to use a sacred relic to summon their lord. Fortunately, their efforts fail. Jamie asks if her family had been involved in the incident. Sears shares that people say her grandfather dies trying to prevent the Demon King's summoning. As a reward for his sacrifice, the Pyro Church grants their family the title of Archbishop and vows that for the next 100 years, the head of their family will hold a rank equal to that of a bishop. Jamie thinks about it, realizing why Sears seems sad. He wonders if she had been close to her grandfather. He reflects on the rank of bishop being granted to the family, finding it a foolish reward, but understanding its significance since the relic had been the church's only one. He muses about how he can use this to his advantage before eventually carrying out his own plans. A sly smile appears on his face, and he starts laughing quietly. Sears calls his name, snapping him out of his thoughts. He quickly changes his expression, responding to her warmly as Mom. She asks if he would like another cup of tea, and he agrees. Later that night, during a gathering, someone announces that Shino, their younger brother chosen by their father Zenith, will leave home to embark on his journey. The group blesses him and celebrates the auspicious occasion. They raise their glasses and congratulate him. Ricky thinks happily that Shino is finally heading to the main church. Sometime after, Shino sits in a carriage and calls out to Ricky and Anna, expressing gratitude that they came to see him off despite the sudden decision. He says he had thought he wouldn't get the chance to say goodbye. He thanks them for their support. Ricky reassures Shino, saying that the priest told him he too will leave soon, so there's no reason to feel lonely. Shino smiles, promising he won't cry and vowing to wait for them. The coachman signals the horses to move, and the carriage rides away. The carriage eventually stops near a building. The priest accompanying Shino tells him they have arrived. Shino is surprised and asks if they are already at their destination. Looking out the window, he thinks the location couldn't possibly be the main church, as the journey hasn't been long enough. Feeling uneasy, he asks the priest if this is truly the main branch of the Pyro Church at the main church. The priest instructs him to follow and begins walking away. Shino hesitates but follows reluctantly. The priest pulls a hidden mechanism by activating a certain book, revealing a concealed passage. He explains that they need to descend. Shino, growing more anxious, follows while questioning why they are entering a basement. As they go down, he tries to voice his concern, saying the place seems strange. Suddenly, a mutilated human hand emerges from an open door. Shino, horrified, runs to the priest, telling him something terrifying is inside. The priest removes his hood and addresses someone as Bishop, revealing that he has brought the boy. Shino, confused, asks in disbelief if the man just said Bishop. He kneels down, frightened, and pleads for an explanation. He asks why he is in such a strange place instead of the main church, pointing out the presence of monsters. The bishop reassures him with a sinister tone, affirming that Shino is indeed chosen. Shino cries, asking why he is in such a terrible place. The bishop explains that this is where their utopia has been achieved, adding that he is curious to see what such a pure and innocent child could become. He urges Shino to step forward. At that moment, the door opens, and a figure with grotesque growths on his body enters. The figure remarks with satisfaction that this time, they have found worthy experimental subjects, and Shino will become a beautiful chimera. The man then extends his hand to the terrified Shino. Later, in the Hisa territory of Count Welton, Jamie points out that it is Belbart Street, the largest street in Hisa. The man mentions that he remembers the place and recalls the difficult night he had there when he was starving. Jamie acknowledges this, understanding his plight. He reflects that the reason he is showing the city to the knight is straightforward. That morning, during a tea party, while drinking his tea calmly, Arjuna suggests that Jamie show Hisi to the knight, praising Jamie for his intelligence. The knight finds the idea appealing, but Jamie becomes so angry that he breaks his teacup. In the present, Jamie walks with an annoyed expression, thinking about his bad luck and feeling as if someone has cursed him. The knight observes Jamie's stamina and sharp memory for a 9-year-old, speculating that he could easily excel in the executive bodies or even higher positions. He notes that it is unsurprising the Count asked him to accompany Jamie. He calls Jamie's name, and Jamie turns toward him. The knight thanks Jamie, mentioning how the tour has allowed him to thoroughly explore Hiesa. Jamie responds that he hasn't been outside for a while, so he has enjoyed the experience too. The knight extends his hand, suggesting they return now that the tour is complete. Jamie refuses the gesture and instead asks if he can inquire about something. The knight, slightly disappointed, agrees. Jamie questions him about his conversation with his father the previous day. The knight, surprised by the sudden question, had expected Jamie to ask about being a holy knight. Instead, he jokes that they had talked about how handsome Jamie is, and how much more handsome he will be when he grows up. Jamie, irritated, accuses him of lying. The knight, embarrassed, wonders why Jamie doesn't enjoy such compliments. He insists that it is the truth, and adds that they had only spoken about Jamie, emphasizing how much his father loves him. Jamie dismisses the explanation, remarking that even children wouldn't believe such a story. The knight laughs and admits to deceiving Jamie but explains that it is a matter between adults, which he can't disclose. Jamie, deep in thought, turns away and suspects something significant is happening in Hisa, which might have prompted the city tour. The knight, noticing Jamie's silence, asks if he is angry. Jamie ignores him, continuing to wonder about the situation. The knight grows anxious, unsure how to fix the situation, and worried that Jamie is offended. Jamie recalls something and announces that there is one more place he wants to show. The knight, surprised, asks what the place is. Jamie reveals that it is the Zenith Church in Hisa. Sometime later, they arrive at the church, and the knight inquires if Jamie is no longer upset. Jamie reassures him that he isn't angry and points out that they have reached their destination. At the entrance to the church, Ricky is sweeping the floor when he notices someone approaching. The knight, looking around, remarks on the church's appearance. Ricky recognizes Jamie and exclaims, identifying him as the boy with black hair. The knight asks if Ricky is Jamie's friend, noting that he seems to be staring at Jamie. Jamie remembers Ricky but pretends not to know him, insisting this is the first time they have met. He thinks to himself that changing his hair color hasn't been enough to avoid recognition. Ricky questions why Jamie is acting as if they don't know each other. Suddenly, a carriage speeds toward them. Ricky runs up to Jamie, asking if he has dyed his hair and remarking that it has made him hard to recognize. He then notices the rapidly approaching carriage. The coachman, panicked, yells for Ricky to get out of the way. Both the knight and Jamie are startled as they see the horses rear up in an attempt to stop. The knight starts running to save Ricky, shouting loudly. Ricky becomes terrified at the sight and begins crying. He looks at the approaching horses and realizes he won't have enough time to get out of the way. The knight notices something unusual and is momentarily surprised. Meanwhile, Ricky continues crying and asks in fear if he is about to die. Jamie, observing the scene, begins releasing his magical energy. Using his chain field skill, he quickly creates a magic circle and summons chains formed from magical energy. The chains restrain the horses, buying enough time for the knight to save Ricky by pulling him out of harm's way. The knight turns around to see the magical chains holding back the carriage and horses. Ricky, still in shock, asks if he is alive, then hugs Jamie tightly and thanks him profusely. Jamie becomes irritated and tells Ricky to let go of him, saying he is too strong and Jamie can't bear it anymore. The knight observes the situation and reflects that the magic Jamie used to save Ricky is incredibly powerful, far beyond anything he has ever seen. He marvels at the idea that, at just 9 years old, Jamie has already developed such strength. Ricky continues clinging to Jamie, expressing immense gratitude and calling Jamie his savior. Jamie, struggling to free himself, tells Ricky to stop hanging on him because he is heavy. The knight thinks to himself that Jamie is a true genius and predicts that, in just a few years, Jamie will become so powerful that no one will dare to challenge him. Jamie, annoyed, asks why Ricky is acting as though he has narrowly escaped death. He then insists they move on. The knight, still recovering from the scene, asks where they are going. Jamie replies, questioning why the knight even has to ask, and reiterates that they need to go to the Zenith Church. The knight agrees but privately thinks Jamie seems to carry himself with a superiority that feels unsettling. A short while later, Ricky expresses his excitement, saying it is great timing because he has been planning to head to the church as well. He offers to guide them, proudly stating that he knows the Zenith Church very well. With a joyful look, he explains that the church operates as a shelter for children like him who have no place to live. Just then, an old woman calls out to Ricky. Recognizing her, Ricky greets her. The woman then asks where he has been and inquires about the people accompanying him, which puts the knight and Jamie on alert. Ricky explains that a fast-moving carriage had been heading straight for him, but these individuals had saved him. He calls them his saviors. The old woman, shocked, asks if Ricky is all right, and acknowledges how scared he must have been. She thanks the knight and Jamie, saying that, thanks to them, Ricky has escaped a terrible fate. The knight humbly replies that he is simply doing his duty as a servant of Pyro. The old woman is surprised to learn he is from the Pyro Church. The knight points to Jamie and adds that the boy has done much more to help. Jamie, feeling embarrassed, thinks the knight's comment is unnecessary. The old woman seems about to say something about Jamie, but is interrupted when the knight introduces Jamie as the son of the ruler of the local lands. Jamie formally introduces himself, giving his first and last name. The old woman, recovering from her surprise, remarks that she should have realized this when she saw his emerald hair. She explains that she had been too shocked by the incident to notice. Jamie finds her reaction suspicious. If she is from Hisa, she should have immediately recognized him by his distinct hair color. He wonders why she seems so flustered and considers whether she might be hiding something. The old woman asks if they have come to bring Ricky home. The knight clarifies that they are there because he has heard about the recent activities of the Zenith Church in the area. The old woman, realizing they are guests, invites them to follow her inside. She suggests Ricky give Jamie a tour of the place. Ricky seems surprised and hesitates, asking if he really needs to give them a tour. Jamie grows suspicious, wondering if the old woman is trying to separate them. Concerned she might harm Ricky, he warns the boy that, if anything happens, he will miss dinner with his parents that evening. The knight is taken aback by Jamie's comment, but, with a smile, agrees that they will see each other later. Ricky, feeling shy, starts the tour and explains that the place is an orphanage where he lives. He points toward a direction, saying it leads to the dining hall. Jamie tells Ricky he can drop the formalities because they look ridiculous. He says he doesn't care about such things, and suggests Ricky treat him as he did before. Ricky, surprised, asks if he really can, and Jamie replies that he shouldn't make him repeat himself. Ricky enthusiastically says they should continue, as he will show Jamie everything around. Jamie, confused by Ricky's happiness, cannot understand why he is so cheerful. Later, Ricky tells Jamie he has shown him almost everything and mentions that he lives with his sister. He assumes Jamie wanted to know where that was. Jamie denies this, saying he hadn't even considered it. Ricky opens the door and introduces Jamie to his sister Anna as his friend. Jamie silently questions who said they were friends. Anna begins to rise and asks her brother if what he said is true. Jamie is stunned when he sees her. Ricky helps Anna stand and tells her to greet Jamie, describing him as an amazing person. Anna introduces herself and says her name. Ricky looks at Jamie and asks if something is wrong. Jamie, still standing in surprise, is struck by Anna's holy essence. He notices her eyes are filled with divine power. Jamie reflects on the nature of holy beings, individuals endowed with God's power more than others, who can wield it freely from birth. One part of their body often holds a significant concentration of this power. Ricky calls Anna's name and explains that her blindness resulted from the overwhelming power within her. He mentions that when she awakens, her divine eyes will reveal all the true streams of the world. Jamie realizes that this power could become a threat to him in the future. He debates whether he should kill her now, but concludes it would be too dangerous. If he can sense her essence, so can a high-ranking priest, making such an action far too risky. Ricky begins to ask Jamie something and calls his name. Smiling, he asks if Jamie has fallen in love with his sister. Jamie, startled by the question, quickly denies it, asking what kind of nonsense Ricky is talking about. Ricky teases that his sister is still young, but before he can finish, Anna hits him on the head with a book and says she has something to ask him. She hides her annoyance and explains there is something confusing in a book she is reading, asking if Ricky can help her. Ricky agrees to help, still rubbing his head after being hit with the book's corner. The three sit on the bed together. Ricky asks Anna if she's stuck on the part where Heine's left. Jamie watches them and reflects on Anna's holy power, wondering who its source might be. He decides he needs to keep an eye on them. Ricky explains to Anna that Heine's went to a high tower far away where no one could find him. Anna replies that she knew it was a tower, not a cave. Jamie, feeling it is time to leave, wonders if he should go. Ricky notices and asks if Jamie is heading to the restroom. Jamie denies this, saying he is leaving entirely. Ricky gets up and insists on walking Jamie to the exit, telling Anna he will be back soon. As they walk, Ricky asks Jamie if he will visit them again. Jamie, thinking Ricky is unusually sociable, asks what would make him want to return. Ricky is surprised by the question and wonders if Jamie is joking in a friendly way. Jamie, looking dejected, says Ricky is imagining things. Ricky explains that at first he was content being close to his sister, but after arriving at the orphanage, his perspective changed. With a joyful expression, he shares that he now wants to be chosen by God Zenith and become a priest. He adds that one of his friends from the orphanage was chosen yesterday and has gone to the main church. Ricky says he is jealous of his friend. Jamie is startled and carefully processes Ricky's words. He reflects on the church, human trafficking, and the concept of the chosen one, realizing something is amiss. Jamie, visibly shocked, asks Ricky where he was before coming to the orphanage. Ricky, confused by the question, replies that he was on the streets. Jamie, growing more concerned, presses further, asking where Ricky was even before that. Ricky, bewildered by Jamie's behavior, responds that he worked at Reaver and asks why Jamie is suddenly asking about this. Jamie, now certain, realizes that Zenith is involved. The knight bows and expresses that he enjoys their conversation. The old woman responds that she does as well. She remarks that since he is leaving, she will guide him to the young master. He agrees with a smile, expressing gratitude. He wonders why she is so silent, suspecting that it might be due to her distrust of priests from other churches. He also speculates that these people might be connected to the chimeras. As the old woman walks down the corridor, she asks Ricky if he gave the young master a tour. Ricky confirms that he did, but turns around, startled by someone's arrival. The bishop approaches and comments that it seems an important guest has visited during his absence. Ricky greets him respectfully. The bishop acknowledges the young master, calling it an honor to meet him. Jamie introduces himself, stating his full name, while thinking that everything aligns. It is the Zenith Church that kidnaps the children. The bishop inquires about Ross's identity, and Ross introduces himself as Ross Armetic, stating that he serves Fierro. The bishop, upon hearing this, notes that Ross is from another church. Jamie is puzzled, trying to discern the Zenith Church's objectives. He suspects that Ross's presence might be connected to their plans. The bishop apologizes for his absence, expressing regret that he couldn't be there for the visit. Ras reassures him, saying there is no need to apologize as he had a pleasant time at the church. Jamie notices a man in armor nearby and senses strange energy emanating from him. He realizes that the man is a paladin, as indicated by his divine power, but notes that something about him seems off. Jamie observes that the paladin appears to be reacting oddly to Ras, raising further suspicions. The bishop, catching Jamie's watchful gaze, looks at him with suspicion. Later, as Jamie leaves the church, he notices Ras walking thoughtfully. Jamie comments that Ricky had told him about his friend who was chosen by God and sent to the main church, adding that Ricky is envious and hopes to become a priest himself. Ras is visibly surprised by this revelation. Ras remarks that Ricky is a good person and that his dream will likely come true someday. Jamie, studying Ras's reaction, wonders if a subtle hint might be enough. He then asks Ras if he might have heard anything about this from his father. Ras, confused, asks what he is supposed to have heard. Jamie explains that 2 months ago, his father destroyed a rebel gang that had been kidnapping and selling children. This information deeply shocks Ras. Jamie continues, mentioning that Ricky had previously been part of this gang before coming to the orphanage. Ras is further startled and questions if Ricky was truly involved with the gang. Jamie smiles inwardly, thinking that Ras might finally be piecing things together. To nudge him further, Jamie comments on the Zenith Church's significant spending on charity. Ras, suddenly remembering something, clenches his fists in anger, realizing that the Zenith Church has never engaged in charity. He suspects that if they built the orphanage, it might be to use the children for sinister purposes. Later, Ras discusses his thoughts, saying that the rebel gang and the Zenith Church seem to be connected, and notes that Ricky's history with the gang reinforces this suspicion. Argino responds that he had only observed the Zenith Church because it seemed to have a positive influence on his lands. Ras adds that when they were leaving the church, he encountered a priest with a paladin. He expresses confusion, explaining that while he sensed a powerful divine force, it was impossible to confirm whether the paladin served the Zenith Church. He notes that the divine power seemed mixed with something else. Argino, alarmed, asks if Ras believes the paladin might be a chimera capable of using divine powers. Argino states that if their suspicions are correct, they cannot remain idle, and he decides to send his knights immediately. Ras, however, interrupts and urges caution, emphasizing the need for proof. Argino warns that such a mission will be very dangerous. Ras, filled with determination, assures him that he is ready to face any danger. Argino then asks about the likelihood of success. Ras confidently replies that he feels he has the advantage in this situation. Argino waves his hand and informs Ras that he will assign 3 of his men to assist him. Suddenly, 3 individuals appear in the room without making a sound. Ras turns around in surprise, initially unaware of their presence, and realizes how stealthy they are. Argino explains that these knights are the Welton family's shadow protectors, highly skilled professionals who will be useful for the mission. Ras studies the 3 individuals, noting that despite wielding bastard swords, their appearance and movements resemble assassins. He questions whether they are truly knights, to which Argino confirms they are. Ras thanks him and vows to uncover the truth behind their adversaries' intentions. Argino entrusts the mission to Ras, leaving the matter in his hands. Meanwhile, Jamie observes the scene through black and reflects on the situation. The use of divine power and innocent children as raw materials for creating chimeras strikes him as truly evil. He considers the practicality of the plan, but questions whether any gods would condone such atrocities, concluding that Zenith remains a depraved figure. Lying on his bed, Jamie ponders the matter further. He notes that the unpreparedness of their enemies suggests they are pressed for time. Realizing it is time to act, he summons Black and hands it a letter, instructing it to deliver the message to Ryza. Black immediately flies off to fulfill the task. Jamie remarks that it is time for him to prepare as well, knowing that the highest level of magic will be necessary for the battles ahead. He resolves to make Zenith regret his actions. Elsewhere, Azard and Ryza are on watch, waiting for any signs of movement. Growing restless, Azard questions how much longer they need to stay there. Ryza, maintaining his vigilance, reminds him that they have to follow orders. Frustrated, Azard laments the lack of action, complaining that not even a mouse stirs in the area. Their conversation is interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps. A man in armor approaches, his steps echoing ominously. Ryza turns toward the sound and spots the figure. The paladin grips the sword on his back and declares his intent to kill. Azard, taken aback, freezes momentarily. Ryza shouts for him to dodge as the paladin unleashes a swift attack, sending a wave of energy their way. Azard manages to avoid the attack and notes the cruel nature of the divine power being used. The paladin channels dark, oppressive energy into his weapon, repeating his declaration to kill. Recognizing the danger, Ryza decides to warn Jaime. He urges Azard to retreat, saying he will hold the line. Azard runs off, promising to return soon. The paladin tracks their movements and unleashes another devastating wave of energy. Azard turns back and sees the impending attack, prompting Ryza to shout for him to jump. Ryza sprints toward Azard, pushing him out of a window just in time. Azard tumbles outside, calling out to his brother as he falls. Inside, Ryza takes the full brunt of the paladin's attack, sustaining severe injuries. Coughing up blood, he weakly calls out for his master. Jaime responds by activating his Dark Dimension skill. A magic circle envelops the building, creating a protective barrier. He appears inside the house and addresses his injured servant, asking if he has summoned him. Ryza lies injured by the window, while the paladin stands firmly in the middle of the room. Jaime smiles and states that no one will be aware of what is happening inside, as his spell is powerful enough to ensure secrecy. He exhales in relief, reflecting that using 6th rank magic, even with Black's help and subconscious mastery, is still a challenge. The paladin remains silent for a moment before suddenly charging toward Jaime, declaring his intent to kill. Jaime calmly responds, inviting him to try. Concentrating energy in his hands, he casts the gravity spell, a rank 5 magic technique designed to increase gravitational force and immobilize the target. The paladin falls to his knees under the immense pressure of the spell's energy. Jaime follows up with the Death Script spell, summoning spectral entities to restrain the paladin. Despite the restraints, the paladin struggles, repeatedly proclaiming his intent to kill as he reaches out toward them. Jaime then uses the Sacrifice spell, sacrificing the summoned souls to create a massive explosion of energy. A voice within the paladin's mind warns of impending danger just before the spell detonates, unleashing a powerful blast of magical energy. After the explosion, Jaime observes the aftermath. The paladin, although severely wounded, remains kneeling and alive. Jaime notes aloud that the paladin seems to be at an expert level of power. The paladin tightens his grip on his sword, channeling energy into it, and shouts his intent to kill everyone as he charges forward with all his might. Unfazed, Jaime remarks that while the paladin has a strong spirit, he has encountered the wrong opponent. He releases threads of energy and casts the puppet spell. The threads wrap around the paladin, binding him and piercing his soul to impose complete submission. The paladin falls to his knees, rendered powerless against the restraints. As he analyzes the situation, the paladin concludes that further fighting is pointless. He realizes he is facing an invincible opponent and decides his best course of action is to escape. He begins releasing energy from within his body. Jaime, noticing this, is startled and suspects the paladin is initiating self-destruction. He quickly moves toward him, urging him not to rush. Channeling energy rapidly, Jaime uses the Hand of Darkness spell, which pierces the paladin's body with immense force. However, the paladin's energy release continues unabated. Jaime is puzzled, questioning why he cannot stop the process. The paladin's body begins emitting bright beams of light as the energy intensifies. Realizing he cannot evade what is coming, Jaime hastily withdraws his hand from the paladin's body. Despite his efforts, the paladin continues radiating energy, which culminates in a massive explosion that obliterates the room. Brilliant beams of light break through the building's windows. Reflecting on the situation, Jaime acknowledges that if it weren't for Black's intervention, he might have been in serious trouble. He marvels at the paladin's ability to escape the dark dimension by unleashing all his holy energy. It is unexpected, but Jaime concludes that this trick will not save the paladin. He instructs Black to absorb the emitted light. Meanwhile, the paladin, now desperate, begins sprinting out of the building, intent on escaping. Jaime channels energy into his palms, determined to stop him. As he strikes the paladin's back, grotesque tentacles and large teeth erupt from the paladin's body. Observing the horrifying transformation, Jaime realizes that the paladin's true form as a chimera has been revealed. Without hesitation, Jaime casts the Chain Field spell, creating magical chains to capture and immobilize the monster. Telling the chimera to disappear, Jaime tightens the chains around the chimera's body. Folding his hands in front of him, he casts the Death Blast spell, causing a powerful explosion within the creature. Blood sprays across the room as the monster, still bound by chains, endures the devastating attack. The Deathly Explosion spell, designed to destroy even the strongest armor, seems insufficient. The chimera, though critically injured, remains alive and thinks to itself that its physical form is in a critical state, rendering movement impossible. As a last resort, it activates its final function. A small creature emerges from the monster's body and flees rapidly. Surprised, Jamie wonders if this is the Chimera's true form. The creature leaps out of the building and disappears into an unknown direction. Standing by the window, Jamie then admits that he lost it. Riza, bloodied but still able to stand, approaches Jamie and addresses him. He commends Jamie for his efforts but asks what has happened to the Chimera. Jamie calmly replies that he simply missed it. Perplexed by Jamie's nonchalant attitude, Riza questions Jamie if this is normal, emphasizing that they should act urgently and try to track and catch up with the Chimera. In response, Jamie reassures him, telling Riza that it doesn't matter that much even though they couldn't capture the Chimera. Still confused, Riza expresses his inability to understand the reasoning, asking Jamie for clarification. Jamie then decides to explain further by demonstrating using his energy. He points out that traces of black mana are not easy to erase. Internally, Jamie reflects that when the Chimera is pierced by the hand of darkness, its body is saturated with black mana, making it easy for him to track. Meanwhile, in his office, the bishop sits writing when he notices something banging against his window. A Chimera is trying to climb into the room. The bishop quickly brings the creature inside and examines it. Displeased, he questions how the creature, one of their most significant research outcomes, has been defeated. It is unthinkable that a Holy Knight Chimera, imbued with holy energy, could be destroyed. Back at the house, Riza voices his concerns, asking Jamie if the enemy could detect the black magic used against them and attempt to track it. Jamie reassures him, saying that he understands why he is worried, but he explains that they won't be able to find out. Smiling, Jamie releases his energy and states that his current powers are entirely different from black magic. Inwardly, Jamie reflects on the peculiar relationship between black magic and holy energy. Despite his magic being designed to kill gods and erase their existence without a trace, he still finds it puzzling that black magic struggles against holy energy. He concludes that no matter how hard the holy energy users try, they will never uncover his identity. At the same time, the bishop, consumed by anger in his office, declares that he will not rest until he discovers who is capable of such destruction. Sometime later, Jamie channels his energy into the paladin's body, reflecting that his magic was designed to kill gods from the beginning, so there is no need to worry. He then asks where Azard has gone. Riza recalls Azard, and is about to explain when the door to the building suddenly opens. Azard bursts into the room and eagerly asks his brother how he is feeling and if he is safe. He expresses his relief and delight at seeing Jamie, commenting that it seemed like the paladin was going to turn Riza into a pile of bones, but it looks like Jamie resolved the issue. Jamie confirms that he sorted out the problem and acknowledges that it was indeed his doing. He then questions Azard about where he had gone. Azard recalls the events, explaining that he lost consciousness after falling out of the window and, upon regaining his senses, immediately came back. Confused, Jamie sarcastically asks if even a zombie could lose consciousness. Riza intervenes, stating that he simply pushed Azard out of the window. Azard attempts to justify his actions, but Jamie interrupts, scolding him and telling him to lower his head in shame. He cancels the order to spy on their enemies, explaining that their movements are being noticed too quickly and that they would be caught if they continued in such a manner. He stresses the need for caution. Riza acknowledges Jamie's instructions. Jamie raises his hand, channeling energy to heal Riza's wounds, which surprises him greatly. Jamie then advises to take better care of his body since he does not have necessary ability to heal himself. He adds that Azard should stay by Riza's side at all times to guard him. Azard immediately agrees to the directive. Jamie walks to the window and announces that he has to leave. He instructs the two of them to return and remain cautious. Both acknowledge his orders. Jamie jumps out of the window, summoning wings of energy behind him as he descends. Meanwhile, the bishop loudly expresses his disbelief, exclaiming that it is unthinkable for the Paladin Chimera to be so severely damaged. He questions who could have done such a thing and how it was even possible for an expert-level Paladin Chimera, created from 4 life forms, to be reduced to such a state. The bishop recalls Earl Welton and wonders if it could have been him. He tries to piece together the situation, reasoning that if it were Earl Welton, the main body of the Chimera would not have survived. Furthermore, the severed connection with the Paladin was caused by tearing magic, which required a barrier. He considers that the only magician of such a level in the region is the young master. However, he dismisses the idea, reasoning that even though the young master is a genius, he is only at the 4th rank. To defeat a Chimera of that level, one would need to be at least rank 5. The bishop questions who else it could have been. Concluding that he needs to accelerate his experiments, the bishop resolves to act before it is too late. Suddenly, a dagger is pressed against his throat, and a voice demands to know if his second plan has failed. The bishop remains silent, prompting the lady to remark that she was correct. The bishop slowly turns toward her and denies the accusation, insisting that his plan has not failed. The lady smiles and challenges him, asking what the state of the chimera means, if not failure. The bishop insists that his plan is simply unfinished. The lady makes a shallow cut on his neck and sarcastically asks if the current state of the chimera is due to its unfinished nature. The bishop explained that there had been an obstacle hindering their progress, but assured that the experiment would be completed after a few more trials. The girl dismissed his explanation, remarking that he talked too much for someone unable to identify the interference. She questioned if he wished to become part of the experiment himself. Before he could respond, she interrupted, warning him that she would be watching and that everything would end if the count intervened. With those words, she vanished. The bishop exhaled deeply, relieved by her departure. Reflecting on the situation, he realized the 7 knights of the Zenith Church had been observing him. These elite swordsmen, protectors of the archbishop in the main church, were all at the master level. Slamming his fist on the table, he raged against the humiliation, blaming the archbishop. He vowed that once the experiments were completed, he would rise to take the archbishop's place. Meanwhile, Jamie examined the chimera's body and noted that he might have gone too far. He remarked on the ingenuity behind the holy chimera's creation. As he studied the armor and dissected its components, he observed that the creature was constructed using 4 life forms: insect legs, internal organs with fire resistance, compound insect eyes, and a human body serving as the primary structure. At its core was a ball filled with divine power, enabling it to function as a paladin. He pondered the purpose of creating such a creature, and speculated that Zenith might be preparing for war. Deep in thought, Jamie expressed his disdain for the Zenith Church, criticizing their unchanged view of humans as mere materials. As he examined the chimera, memories from the past surfaced, including voices recalling the atrocities of the gods and his own determination to stop them. He resolved that humanity, having suffered once, would not endure the tyranny of the 12 gods again. His rebirth after millennia was a testament to his purpose, to bring an end to their rule. Later, the bishop communicated with someone through a magic ball, complaining about the day's events. He admitted that the situation had gone beyond his expectations and that the main body of the chimera had survived, but the damage was unavoidable. The person on the other end angrily chastised him, dismissing his excuses. The bishop defended himself, blaming the appearance of a third party for the failure. This response shocked the other person, who questioned his explanation. Another man, bearing unusual growths, joined the conversation and inquired about the bishop's next steps. The bishop revealed that he intended to choose another individual for the experiment. When the man suggested using the child with the holy essence, expressing eagerness to experiment on such material, the bishop slammed the table in anger. He firmly declared that holy essence would not be wasted on creating chimeras. Instead, he revealed that a new target had already been chosen, a loyal servant of Zenith and the sole blood relative of the saintess, Ricky. Sometime later, the old woman approaches Ricky and informs him that she has finally found him. Ricky turns to his sister and asks if she needs his help. The old woman explains that everyone has been asked to gather in the main hall. Ricky confirms, repeating the location, and says he will run there immediately. In the main hall, a crowd of people chat among themselves. Ricky notices Ben sitting next to Anna and asks him why he is there. Ben explains that he has brought Anna because everyone has been instructed to come. Ricky, annoyed, pushes Ben away and scolds him, saying that doesn't mean he should cling to Anna like chewing gum. He adds that he is late because he has been looking for his sister. Then he wonders why everyone has been gathered so suddenly. Ben speculates that perhaps a new chosen one has been identified. Anna smiles and comments that such news would be wonderful. The bishop steps onto the stage and greets the crowd, asking if everyone is doing well. The people respond affirmatively. He then announces that he has great news. A new prediction has been received from their god. The crowd buzzes with excitement, asking if this is the same kind of prediction as before with Shino and if someone has been chosen. The bishop laughs and confirms their guess, stating that Zenith has indeed chosen someone once again. While observing their enthusiastic reaction, the bishop quietly mocks them under his breath, calling them stupid idiots who are blindly eager to become the chosen ones. Addressing the crowd, he remarks aloud that becoming a paladin is a blessing for an orphan, but silently adds that this blessing is just a means to create the next chimera. Then, raising his voice to a normal tone, he instructs everyone to sit down and reveals that this time, Zenith has chosen Ricky. Quietly to himself, he adds with a smirk, thinking that Ricky will become the next chimera. Sometime later, during rainy weather at the mansion, Sears comments that the rain seems to be letting up. Jamie agrees, expressing hope for better weather soon. Sears remarks that tea parties on rainy days are delightful, to which Jamie responds with a forced laugh, saying that the smell of rain is refreshing and being with his mother makes it even better. Sears hugs him, appreciating his kind words. A knock at the door interrupts their moment. A servant enters and apologizes for the disturbance, announcing that a guest has arrived to see Jamie. Surprised, Jamie asks who it is. The servant explains that a commoner child claiming to be Jamie's friend has come to visit and asks if he should be turned away. Jamie, puzzled, asks for confirmation that the visitor is a commoner and not a noble. Realizing who it might be, he recalls, wondering if the person is the one he is thinking about. Standing up, Jamie instructs the servant to bring the guest in. Shortly after, Ricky enters the room, looking nervous. He greets them and apologizes for the intrusion. Sears warmly welcomes him, expressing delight that her son's friend has come to visit. She invites him to sit down. Jamie recognizes Ricky and grows annoyed, silently questioning why Ricky has presumed they are friends. Sears, smiling kindly, asks Ricky his name and where he lives. Ricky introduces himself and mentions that he lives at the Church of the God Zenith. Sears acknowledges this and asks why he has come to visit Jamie. Ricky hesitates before beginning to explain, mentioning that it is about the other night. Before he can finish, Jamie quickly covers Ricky's mouth with his hand. Embarrassed, Jamie tells his mother they will go play on their own and suggests she take a rest. Sears, smiling, observes them fondly and thinks to herself that her son must be feeling shy about having his friend over. She reflects on how much Jamie has grown. Jamie thinks he cannot afford to get caught, as he dreads the punishments that would follow, suffocating hugs, unwanted kisses, and sharing a bed. Sears agrees with him but insists he should kiss her goodbye. Jamie is horrified, feeling this is an even greater challenge. Determined to find a way out, he reluctantly walks up to Sears and kisses her on the cheek. Ricky observes the scene with a surprised expression. Sears leaves the room looking delighted and wishes them a good time. Jamie, visibly exhausted, mutters that of course they will. Ricky bows and bids her farewell, then turns to Jamie and remarks that his mother must love him deeply. Jamie brushes it off and demands to know why Ricky is there. Ricky remembers his reason for visiting and explains that he has been chosen and will soon leave. He came to say goodbye. Jamie is shocked and asks him to repeat what he said. Sometime later, Ras, looking despondent, reflects on how the strange paladin has been missing for days. He wonders if the paladin has vanished entirely and laments that he learned nothing from observing the church. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to Ricky loudly bidding farewell. Ricky leaves with a cheerful demeanor, turning to greet Ras in a casual manner, which infuriates Ras, though he hides it. Ras hugs Ricky and insists he should call him Big Brother. Ricky complies and addresses him as such. Ras asks if Ricky came to see Jamie, and Ricky confirms, adding that he has news for Ras as well. Ricky reveals that he has received a prophecy from the god Zenith, which greatly surprises Ras. He asks Ricky to clarify, and Ricky explains that he has been chosen and will depart for the main church the following morning. Ras, skeptical, internally condemns the church for deceiving children in this way. He pats Ricky on the head, leaving Ricky slightly confused. Ras praises the news and assures Ricky that he will become an excellent priest. Ricky is elated and agrees, stating that he wants to help those in need, just like Ras. He departs, promising to return to check on Ras. Once Ricky is gone, Ras sternly addresses the three knights who appear behind him. He orders them to track the carriage transporting Ricky the next morning, vowing to deal with the situation. He believes the church's deception warrants severe consequences. The next day, Ricky departs with the priests, expressing gratitude to everyone who came to see him off. He promises to return once he has become a priest. Anna and Ben watch with tears in their eyes as Ricky assures them he will care for his sister. Ben thanks him, and Anna encourages him to return to them when his training is complete. Ricky, overwhelmed with emotion, hugs Anna, reminding her to listen to the church's guidance, eat well, and not worry. He vows to write often and to return as soon as he can. Anna smiles through her tears and makes him promise to stay healthy and come back to her. Ricky climbs into the carriage, which departs from the church. Ras, cloaked and hidden, observes the scene closely. He instructs his companions to follow the carriage. Meanwhile, Jamie sits in his room, meditating and concentrating energy in his hands. Opening his eyes, he notes that they are gone. He channels energy to his fingers and contemplates whether to check on the hidden bug. Jamie looks at Black, who flies next to his head, and comments that he recognizes the traces of black mana as belonging to the Zenith Church. He imagines a man folding his hands in prayer and recalls that 3 things are necessary to create a holy chimera: a sacrifice in the form of a person, a creator capable of leading the experiment, and a high-ranking priest to infuse holy energy. Lowering his gaze thoughtfully, Jamie remembers there is only one high-ranking priest in this area. He pictures a 50-year-old man in a priest's uniform, a faint smile on his face, with the symbol of the church glowing behind him. The scene shifts to a forest where a nearly imperceptible shadow darts along the branches. Raz, wrapped in a cloak, moves swiftly from tree to tree, following the carriage in which Ricky sits. At the same time, Jamie understands that if Raz and his knights are involved, they can likely handle the laboratory on their own. Adjusting his tie with one hand and holding his dark coat with the other, Jamie smiles at Black flying beside him. He declares that he only needs to take care of Lincoln. Pulling his cloak over himself, Jamie anticipates his victory. The setting shifts to the Zenith Church, where Lincoln stands in the middle of a room, his cloak fluttering in the wind coming through the window. He extends his hand into a mirror, which ripples as his hand enters up to his elbow. Lincoln contemplates giving a blessing to the orphan chosen to become a holy knight. On his face, with the symbol of the church glowing behind him. The scene shifts to a forest where a nearly imperceptible shadow darts along the branches. Raz, wrapped in a cloak, moves swiftly from tree to tree, following the carriage in which Ricky sits. At the same time, Jamie understands that if Raz and his knights are involved, they can likely handle the laboratory on their own. Adjusting his tie with one hand and holding his dark coat with the other, Jamie smiles at Black flying beside him. He declares that he only needs to take care of Lincoln. Pulling his cloak over himself, Jamie anticipates his victory. The setting shifts to the Zenith Church, where Lincoln stands in the middle of a room, his cloak fluttering in the wind coming through the window. He extends his hand into a mirror, which ripples as his hand enters up to his elbow. Lincoln contemplates giving a blessing to the orphan chosen to become a holy knight. Meanwhile, Ricky stands with his back to the mirror in a room far from the county, alongside one of the cloaked monks of the church. Suddenly, a hand emerges from the mirror behind Ricky, reaching out to grab him. Lincoln's hand almost touches Ricky's shoulder, intending to test and toy with him, but something unexpected happens. Lincoln flinches and looks at his hand in confusion. A whip of dark energy wraps around his arm and torso, pulling him back. The dark mana whips tighten, nearly pulling Lincoln to the ground. Gritting his teeth in anger, Lincoln stands and looks at the magician who has attacked him, demanding to know his identity. Hovering in front of him, wrapped in a dark cloak with a hood, is Jamie. "There," Jamie comments with a smirk. "You talk rough for a cleric." Lincoln, now sitting on the floor, shudders as he realizes the magician before him is a black magician. Tendrils of dark mana coil around Jamie as he smiles at Lincoln's reaction. Lincoln clenches his hands, his eyebrows knitting together and jaw set, as he begins to concentrate mana around his clasped hands. Infuriated by Jamie's interference, he focuses intensely. The mana in the room goes wild, raising a column of energy, and Lincoln shouts that he will show Jamie the wrath of God. A glowing formation with the symbol of the Zenith Church appears beneath both Jamie and Lincoln as Lincoln uses magic to create a holy field. 2 lightning bolts pierce through Lincoln's subconscious, momentarily illuminating his dark soul, a side effect of a field blessed by God, which greatly strengthens the priest. Jamie watches Lincoln's actions closely, assessing the holy field. He surmises that Lincoln now possesses enough strength to crush a boulder with his bare hands. Grinning, Lincoln holds one hand with the other and announces that he will quickly finish Jamie. Channeling mana around his palms, Lincoln raises his fist and charges directly at Jamie, a mad smile spreading across his face. Lincoln approaches with his fist coated in holy power, aiming directly for Jamie's neck in an attempt to decapitate him. Jamie manages to dodge at the last second, with Lincoln's holy energy brushing mere centimeters past his head, leaving him breathless and nervous. Lincoln laughs madly, taunting Jamie about his condition and deciding to use him as an offering. Lincoln's fist, shrouded in mana, slams into Jamie's chest at great speed, forcing him to grit his teeth in pain. But suddenly, Jamie's lips stretch into a smile, his pupil narrowing like a predator that has found its prey. He mockingly asks if this is all Lincoln can do. Lincoln stops smiling, clenching his teeth and beginning to grow nervous as dark bonds made of Jamie's mana start to envelop his hand. Lincoln frowns, not understanding what is happening. Jamie brings his hand to his mouth, extending 2 fingers, smiling as he listens to Lincoln approach and question how black magic could work in the holy field. Jamie tightens the dark mana whip around Lincoln's hand, causing him to scream in pain. In the blink of an eye, a wound appears on Lincoln's hand, from which blood sprays. Lincoln clenches his teeth, and although his hand is wrapped in dark whips of energy, he manages to look around and understand that the holy field is being devoured by darkness. Lincoln's eyes widen in fear, unable to believe what is happening. He begins screaming about the impossibility of it all. Jamie smiles, clasping his hands together, and declares it is indeed possible. Lincoln flinches as the dark energy whip wraps around his torso. He tries to pull his hand back and move away but cannot. The dark energy whip flings Lincoln, slamming him into a wall. His head collides with it, shattering the wall behind him, and blood sprays from his mouth. The dark bonds of mana close in on Lincoln, who now slumps against the wall. Jamie approaches, dark mana tentacles constantly writhing around him, and leans close to Lincoln, saying he has many questions and needs answers. Lincoln smiles despite his pain, mocking Jamie for thinking he would reveal anything. Jamie's pupil glows brightly as he smiles madly and stretches out his hand, forming a magic circle. He calmly states that he doesn't need Lincoln's permission to get answers, as he will simply pry open his brain. Jamie places his palm on Lincoln's head, dark mana swirling around them as a magic circle forms beneath their feet. Lincoln clenches his teeth, beginning to cry as his capillaries burst, turning his eyes red. Elsewhere, the bishop with the tumor leans on the table with his head bowed, while a priest stands silently nearby, watching. The priest flinches in fear when a flask flies past his head, and the bishop begins shouting, blaming Lincoln for delaying the experiment. The bishop slams his hands on the table, demanding to know why the experiment is taking so long because of Lincoln. The priest, turning around, says he will investigate, but as he fully turns, a spike made of flesh pierces his head. The bishop, with his arm outstretched, has detached a tentacle to strike the priest. He looks at the priest with anger, stating that he has been too slow. The bishop raises his head and looks toward the ceiling, sensing someone above. Suddenly, a group of people opens the door and enters his hiding place. Raz and his team stand before the bookcases, carefully inspecting them. One member of the group, a ghostly swordsman, raises a finger to one of the books, trying to sense something. Raz observes the man, who reports feeling a draft in that area. Raz examines the books closely and notices one that stands out from the rest. Carefully, he begins removing books with his hand until, suddenly, the shelf moves to the side, surprising the group. Raz, gripping the hilt of his sword, cautiously enters the passage, noting a strange smell emanating from within. Suddenly, an iron chain bursts from the passage, rushing toward him. Raz manages to draw his sword and block the attack, but the force is too strong, causing him to bite his lower lip to stifle a scream of pain. Raz frowns, his sword trembling as he looks at his opponent. A second swing of the chain sends Raz flying. He slides, trying to regain his footing, as a red-haired girl screams in worry for him. Raz, his eyes wide, assures the girl that he is fine, and confirms they are indeed in the right place. Emerging from the opening is a huge blue monster, covered in scars, with a chain wrapped around its arm, ending in a spiked morning star. Jamie states that they must create a powerful army at any cost and questions if such a prediction has ever been made. Lincoln agrees with him. Jamie instructs Lincoln to inform the Count of everything he has just shared. The bishop acknowledges the instruction. Jamie recalls something, stops, and creates a magic circle in front of Lincoln's face. He tells Lincoln he can go, and Lincoln immediately gets up and leaves the room. Jamie thinks to himself that he has enhanced the brainwashing, and that Lincoln will now definitely not remember anything about him. As Jamie is about to touch the magic mirror, he remembers something else, stops, and uses a spell to change his appearance to resemble the bishop. He declares it is time for him to leave. The creator slams his fist on the table, expressing frustration that death may already be coming for him. He wonders where Lincoln has gone and remarks that, if not for the experiment, he would have killed Lincoln long ago. Turning around, he looks at the large flasks in the room. As he touches one of them, he expresses regret but acknowledges he has no choice but to send it. The flask collapses, and he remarks that it should take care of the rest. The creator continues to berate Lincoln, calling him a useless idiot. The creator stands over Ricky, who lies on a table, and notes the importance of having holy power and a body. He demands the body to be brought to him immediately. Jamie, disguised as Lincoln, enters and apologizes for being late. The creator notices the blood on Jamie's clothes and face and questions what happened. Jamie explains he was attacked by a strange man and was delayed dealing with him. The creator inquires further about this strange man, and Jamie explains he believes it was the same person who killed the Holy Knight, adding that capturing him was impossible due to his strength. The creator becomes alarmed and asks if the man is working with the invaders, expressing concern that any delay will interfere with the experiment. Dismissing his concerns, the creator demands the body. Jamie questions whether the creator still plans to continue despite the invasion. The creator, angered, insists the experiment is nearly complete and reveals he has already sent the sample. Jamie wonders what the creator means by sample. The creator takes a jar containing the creature used for creating chimeras and expresses eagerness to confirm the results. Placing the creature on Ricky, he speculates about how strong the resulting chimera will be. Turning to Jamie, the creator asks for his opinion. Jamie responds that it will likely be stronger than the previous failure. The creator, annoyed by the obvious statement, takes a syringe filled with a strange liquid. He injects the liquid into the creature and presses his hand on it, urging it to merge faster. Watching the process, he comments that Lincoln must be happy about it too. Jamie responds affirmatively while silently observing the creator's madness. The creator suddenly turns with a furious expression and questions Jamie's identity. Surprised, Jamie asserts that he is Lincoln and wonders if there is some shared madness among these people. The creator releases tentacles from his body, accusing Jamie of deception and declaring that he is not Lincoln. Meanwhile, a group of knights continues advancing through the building, killing monsters along the way. Ras announces that they have defeated the last monster. Moving ahead, he suggests they descend further into the building. Unexpectedly, something moves very quickly between the knights, demolishing one of them. Ras is surprised and notices the monster standing behind him. The monster grabs the knight with one hand and slams him into the ground. The pink-haired knight runs toward the monster, demanding it let the knight go. She strikes quickly and powerfully with her sword, causing a slight wound, but the monster appears unaffected. She realizes the monster is on a completely different level compared to the others. Ras observes that the space is too narrow for the monster's attacks and runs past it, thinking he needs to find a wider area. Entering another room, he turns to face the monster, which charges toward him. Channeling energy into his sword, he casts the Sword of Judgment spell, striking the monster as he runs past it. Smoke emerges from the monster's mouth, and its eyes roll back. However, the monster suddenly looks at him, completely unharmed, which shocks Ras. The monster approaches him very quickly, preparing to attack. Ras realizes he has been careless and knows it is too late to dodge. He believes he will die from the blow. Suddenly, one of the knights strikes with his sword, stopping the monster's attack by cutting into its hand. The monster screams loudly in pain. After the attack, the knights stand in front of Ras and ask if he is okay, suggesting they retreat. Ras agrees and suggests they raise the wounded knight. One of the knights says they should leave the knight behind. This shocks Ras, who demands to know what they just said. The knight explains that they were given an order to help Ras complete the task and cannot focus on distractions. Their words deeply surprise Ras, and he begins to cry. One of the knights charges toward the monster, jumping up and swinging his sword to open a path for the others. Another knight grabs Ras, insisting they must leave while the first knight distracts the monster. Ras refuses, arguing that the knight will die if he fights alone. The other knight acknowledges this, but explains that they are shadow knights, who act solely to achieve optimal results. He adds that their absolute loyalty to their lord is the sole purpose of their existence, and that their lives are merely instruments in their lord's hands. Ras is shocked and reflects on the shadow knight's approach, thinking it is madness to complete tasks at the cost of their own lives. He resolves never to accept such a method. The knight holds off the monster's attack with his sword, and orders the others to flee quickly. The roof above the monster begins to collapse with a loud sound. Ras watches in shock as the knight and the monster are buried under the rubble. Suddenly, a hand emerges from the debris, shocking everyone. The monster crawls out from under the rubble, holding the knight who tried to restrain it. Another knight urges Ras to flee, but Ras resists, insisting he cannot leave the knight to die. The monster smiles and squeezes the knight in its grip, causing him to scream in pain. Ras demands the monster release him immediately. Clutching his sword tightly, Ras's rage builds. The knight is surprised to see Ras preparing to fight and calls out to him. Ras releases a strong, bright energy and declares that he serves the goddess of mercy and justice, Pyro. With his eyes filled with determination, he looks at the monster and tells it to disappear. Slamming his sword into the ground, Ras channels his energy into it. The energy strikes the monster, which screams in pain. Ras looks at the monster and realizes it has borrowed the power of Divine Executioner. The Church of Pyro's Divine Executioner refers to the 7 holy knights given unique powers by the goddess of mercy and justice, Pyro. These powers are only effective for short attacks, but are followed by a strong backlash that demonstrates immense holiness. Sometime later, 2 knights pick up the wounded knight. One of them checks if he is okay, and the knight, enveloped in light energy, expresses disbelief at being alive. Ras explains that this power punishes the wicked and grants endless mercy to the righteous. A gift from Pyro, the goddess of mercy and justice. He reflects that when Marshall's strength is exhausted, all the suffering will fall on him, but he keeps this to himself. Ras assures the knight that he is glad he is okay. All the knights follow Ras, who instructs them to move on. At the same time, the creator releases several tentacles to grab Jamie. Jamie defends himself and flies upward using his wings. The creator, angered, accuses Jamie of interfering with his experiments, calling him a black magician. Jamie smirks and remarks on the irony of hearing such an accusation from someone who abuses his own body so extensively. The creator declares that what he does is true art and unveils chimera wings, announcing a special performance. Jamie, unimpressed, criticizes the wings for being in bad taste. The creator, taken aback, questions Jamie's audacity to insult him. However, Jamie interrupts to remind him of something. The creator notices the creature bound by threads of dark energy and recognizes it as the main material. Jamie clenches his fist and blames the creator for the situation. Enraged, the creator calls Jamie a freak. Jamie creates a magic circle and mocks the creator for becoming so emotional over a broken toy, suggesting they change locations. Suddenly, a massive magic circle appears below them. The creator, surprised, realizes it is spatial movement magic. He fears that he will not survive if this magic is completed. He attempts to tear the magic apart, but fails, questioning why it does not yield. He notices the dark magical energy surrounding him, but disappears before completing his thought. They are transported to an unknown forest far from their previous location. The creator, now fearful, wonders why he was unable to break through the magic. Jamie explains it simply. The creator is terribly weak. Jamie taunts him, suggesting they have fun in the forest, but warns that when playtime is over, he will dismember the creator and make him his slave. The creator, furious, releases his tentacles and calls Jamie arrogant. Jamie easily dodges the attacks, flying up and landing on a tree branch. He notes that everything should have ended earlier. The creator smiles and reveals 2 elite chimeras, wrapping tentacles around his arm. Jamie questions about the elites but receives no further explanation. The creator strikes the tree Jamie is on with great force. Jamie takes off as the tree falls. The creator, still angry, notes that although they handled 1 chimera before, there are now 2, and he believes the knights cannot survive. Jamie criticizes the creator for having gone beyond reason. The creator counters that it is not madness, but confidence. Jamie observes the creator's body, noting that he has implanted 7 different life forms into himself, rendering him inhuman. Despite this grotesque mixture, Jamie admits the results are impressive. As the creator charges at him, Jamie smiles, concentrating energy in his hand, and resolves to make him his slave. Meanwhile, the knights enter another room. The pink-haired knight begins commenting on their surroundings, but Ras interrupts, urging them to focus on finding the child. He reflects that he has about 20 minutes left to find Ricky before Marshall's will is depleted. He and the 3 knights start searching the room. Ras approaches a door but stops when he hears a loud sound. Turning toward it, he sees a projectile created from magical energy flying toward them at high speed. He warns the others and saves the pink-haired knight. Ras looks ahead in shock and hears strange sounds. A monster appears before him, and he recognizes it as an armed chimera. He is stunned, unable to believe what he sees. One of the knights points out another hybrid chimera, warning Ras. Ras identifies the chimera as a combination of an ogre and a demonic horse, a creature that even experts struggle to handle. Doubt fills him as he wonders if he will fail to save Ricky. Gripping his sword, Ras rallies the others, commanding them to prepare for battle. At the same time, Ricky regains consciousness and finally gets up. Ricky wakes up, confused, and wonders where he is. He questions why he is there and where the priest went. Looking around the room, he notices no one else is present. Then, suddenly, Ricky turns around and sees Shino's body in a flask and is shocked by the sight. He wonders why Shino is there in such a form. Seeing Shino's condition, Ricky is unable to get words out of his mouth. He begins wondering why this is happening with them, even though they were the ones who were chosen by God. Ricky thinks how this was supposed to be a blessing, but realizes that maybe the blessings sometimes can become curses. Unable to compose himself, Ricky starts crying but forces himself to regain composure, realizing he needs to leave immediately. He turns away from the flask containing Shino's body and heads toward the door. However, just as he grabs the handle, he freezes, looks back at Shino, and silently promises to return for him. He then escapes through the door. As he runs away, Ricky thinks about the Janus Church and vows that they will not escape punishment for this. He continues running down the hallway of the church building, wondering about the noise he hears. He considers the possibility of a fight and hopes someone has come to save him. Suddenly, he comes to a halt, realizing that something is going on nearby. Looking around a corner, he notices blood on the floor, which scares him. He hesitates, thinking about going back, when Ras runs past him, shouting about an attack coming from the right and the need to escape. Overjoyed to see Ras, Ricky calls out to him. Ras, in the middle of blocking the Chimera's attack, struggles to smile and jokingly tells Ricky to call him Big Brother. However, Ras does not seem to be along. He is being accompanied by another knight with pink hair. Suddenly, one of the Chimeras notices Ricky, turns around, and charges at him with its fist raised. Ras notices and orders him accomplice to block it. They rush toward the Chimera, shouting for it to stop, but another Chimera blocks their path. Ras, worried for Ricky's safety, yells for him to run. Meanwhile, one of the knights exclaims that they are stuck. Ricky, frozen in fear, tries to move but finds his body unresponsive. The monster rises onto its hind legs, preparing to attack. Ras channels his energy, calls out Ricky's name, and strikes twice with his sword, releasing powerful magical waves that hit the Chimera. However, the Chimera counters, throwing one of the knights back. The knight calls out to Ras, who stands still, calling for Ricky and crying. A large cloud of dust envelops the area, and Ras fears he has failed to save him. Ricky brushes off the dust, coughing loudly, as magic energy radiates from his body. He immediately calls out to Ras. Surprised, Ras sees the Chimera's silhouette in the smoke and warns Ricky of there still being danger, urging him to run to safety. Ricky then runs toward Ras and hugs him. Ras looks back, worried about the knights battling the Chimera. He then asks the knight about the situation, prompting him to explain that he can only last for 10 more minutes. After analyzing further, the knight corrects himself, telling Ras that he might not last for even 10 minutes. Ras then hugs Ricky tightly, realizing he cannot fight while protecting Ricky. He then asks Ricky to go up first. At first, Ricky objects, rejecting Ras's order. However, he soon understands that he is not helping Ras in any way, rather he is just holding him back. So he agrees, running off and telling Ras to return safe and sound. Ras raises his hand in acknowledgement but says nothing. Watching the monster closely and gripping his sword tightly, he vows to grind it into powder if it is the only one left. Meanwhile, Ricky runs down the stairs, trying to make sense of what happened. He recalls the moment when the Chimera attacked him and remembers how Light had scared it away. His stomach growls, and he reflects on the strange anger he felt when he saw the monster, similar to the anger he felt during his time with the gang. Just then, Ricky sees a door right in front of him and begins feeling. After reaching the door, Ricky opens it and steps outside. Catching his breath, he looks at the night sky and questions whether salvation and faith were all lies. He suddenly starts crying, thinking about his little sister, Anna, who is now alone in the orphanage. Moreover, Ricky thinks how he will not let those go away easily who dares to hurt his little sister. None of this is making sense, but suddenly, Ricky starts feeling unwell and is overcome by a terrible sensation, as if something is calling him. He walks through the forest, noticing dark energy under his feet, and follows it to its source. Meanwhile, the Creator and Jamie are engaged in a fight. During the fight, the Creator of the Chimeras taunts Jamie for running away, remarking that he is really good at it. The Creator then releases his tentacles and declares he will kill him. He throws several quick blows and loudly proclaims that Jamie must die. Jamie is surprised by the Creator's relentless attacks. The Creator quickly launches several of his tentacles toward Jamie, declaring that this will end him. Jamie takes off from a tree branch and dodges the attacks. Their battle causes huge explosions throughout the forest. Jamie smiles and notes to himself that the attacks are powerful and that he would not be pleased if even one of them touched him. He creates a sphere of magical energy in his hand, confident that his magic will be enough to ensure his victory if the battle continues as it is. The Creator becomes enraged and calls Jamie a fool, taking off into the air and stating that the jokes are over. Jamie watches him closely, surprised by his next move. The Creator raises his hand, declaring that Jamie should already be dead, and releases many tentacles, which gather around Jamie. The Creator forms a massive ball of tentacles, attempting to trap him, but is shocked when Jamie is not captured. Instead, Jamie appears in a tree, unharmed. Furious, the Creator loudly demands to know where Jamie has gone, and how he managed to hide. Jamie, taking a moment to recover, uses his magical energy and activates the Dark Dimension spell. The Creator, surprised, realizes he has fallen into a trap but dismisses it as futile, sneering that such a move cannot hold him back. Breaking free, he flies toward Jamie. Jamie is astonished that the Creator could escape his spell so quickly. The Creator then points his hand at Jamie, creating 2 magic circles and unleashing the Tentacle Hurricane spell. Large tentacles emerge from the circles, attacking Jamie. In response, Jamie generates a barrier that the tentacles cannot penetrate. He observes the Creator and admires his ability to combine the Chimera's traits with magic. However, Jamie questions if this is the extent of his opponent's capabilities. The creator claps his hands together and expresses his surprise at Jamie's endurance, preparing for another attack. Before he can continue, Jamie interrupts, asking what the creator intends to do. The creator is startled to hear Jamie's voice behind him. Turning to strike with his tentacles, he grows confused when he cannot locate Jamie. Angrily, he demands to know how Jamie is managing to evade him, certain he saw him in front of him. Jamie releases a surge of dark energy and points out that the creator is blind, unable to recognize a clone. The clone, created with rank 4 dark magic, vanishes after making eye contact with the creator. Jamie channels energy into his hand and mocks the creator for his inability to evaluate an opponent's strength. He uses the body decomposition spell, which begins to affect the creator. Noticing his hand changing color, the creator panics and questions what is happening. Jamie smirks, explaining that the spell is magic that causes slow decay and collapse. The creator, furious, dismisses it as a cheap trick and tries to warn Jamie about the consequences of killing him. Jamie cuts him off, calmly stating that he has other matters to attend to. Jamie uses the black ball spell, conjuring a magic sphere made from his energy in front of him. Soon, multiple identical magic balls appear around the creator. The creator is taken aback and demands to know what Jamie is saying. One of the black balls touches a wound on the creator, and dark magical energy begins to break apart near him. He grabs his hand and lets out a loud scream of pain. Jamie explains that the black ball is a spell that amplifies pain threefold when touched, asking the creator what it feels like to endure suffering worse than death. The creator, enraged, insults Jamie, calling him a freak. Jamie smirks, noting his surprise that the creator can still speak, and casts the gravity spell. This spell causes the creator to immediately fall to the ground, where he crashes with a powerful explosion. Lying on the ground and writhing in pain, the creator attempts to speak. Meanwhile, Black makes a small sound. Jamie notices and acknowledges its effort, encouraging it to rest. Black disappears with another sound. The creator, struggling to rise, mutters something about the bodies inside him. Jamie comments on the immense pain that would kill a normal person and criticizes the creator for mocking his own body by filling it with chimeras. Observing the creator's broken state, Jamie doubts his usefulness, even as an undead. Placing a hand on the creator's head, Jamie decides to extract his knowledge through a spell. Suddenly, Jamie hears a strange sound behind him and quickly leaps away. Additional chimeras appear beside the creator. Realizing he miscalculated the number of chimeras present, Jamie focuses on his mana reserves and acknowledges that he has already expended too much. The creator loudly declares that Jamie will not escape with an easy death, but before he can act, his body is pierced by a blast of magical energy. Grasping the wound, the creator coughs up blood. Jamie smiles, suggesting that if the creator had died immediately, fewer problems would have arisen. He reflects on the creator's resilience and ponders how to kill him. Meanwhile, Ricky feels increasingly nauseous as he approaches but resolves to keep going. A powerful explosion suddenly erupts behind him, startling him. He turns and regrets his decision to proceed. Another explosion follows, hurling Jamie violently. Jamie slides several meters along the ground, racked with pain from the attack. He realizes he has no mana left, not even enough to conjure a shield, leaving him unable to avoid the incoming attack. Ricky notices Jamie and wonders what he is doing there. The creator, concentrating his energy, points at Jamie and declares that he should already be dead. The chimera gathers energy at its head, forming an intensely bright sphere. Ricky, with tears streaming down his face, runs toward them, calling out for Jamie. Jamie is shocked to hear Ricky's voice. As the chimera releases its magical energy, Ricky sprints forward, reaching out his hand. Alarmed, Jamie shouts Ricky's name in desperation. Ricky shields Jamie from the magical energy with his back and apologizes, explaining that his body moved on its own. A magic projectile strikes him, causing a massive explosion. Jamie's wounds bleed heavily, covering his face with blood. When he regains consciousness, he crawls to Ricky, calling his name. His body shakes with horror as he cries, struggling to speak. He looks at Ricky's lifeless, smiling face on the ground. Reaching out in terror, Jamie sees his bloodied hand and reflects that it has happened again. Someone else has died because of him. Memories of his past life flash through his mind, recalling moments surrounded by the bodies of people who had sacrificed themselves for him. An unknown voice from his past echoes, telling Diablo he must live. Jamie covers his head with his hands, crying as he remembers how others died to save him. Kneeling in front of Ricky, he whispers a plea for it not to happen again. The creator interrupts loudly, mocking the emotional scene and pointing out that the little test subject managed to create such a touching moment. He declares that he will end them both. Jamie's mind drifts back to his time as Diablo. He hears the voices of comrades begging for his help, students pleading with their teacher not to leave them, and a scar-faced man crying out that they wouldn't leave him, even after death. Filled with rage and anguish, Jamie creates a magical barrier around himself and Ricky. Releasing an immense amount of energy, he activates the primal power, rebellion against the divine. The Chimera feels fear in the presence of this overwhelming power, and the Creator steps back in shock, realizing that Jamie's aura has completely changed. The Creator's hands tremble as he panics, recognizing the danger and deciding he must kill Jamie quickly. Jamie leans over Ricky with a wild gaze, muttering that he will return soon. Standing up, he releases an even stronger wave of magical energy and grimly reflects on how he had let this power slip from his mind. The very first power he ever created. Suddenly, a skeletal hand bursts from the ground, followed by many skeletons clawing their way up. The Creator is stunned and demands to know what Jamie is. Standing amidst the rising undead, Jamie calmly explains that this is an army born to rebel against the deities and confront the 12 gods. He calls it necromancy. The Creator laughs nervously, doubting that weak undead could kill him. Jamie tilts his head mockingly and snaps his fingers, commanding the skeletons to attack. The skeletons charge the Creator, clashing with the 2 chimeras and their master. One chimera growls, swiping at the skeletons and shattering their bodies with brute strength. Jamie observes calmly as a skeleton, even with part of its head missing, rises again. He coldly remarks that his subordinates have transcended death. The Creator backs away, trembling in fear, and cries out for them to stay back. Before he can finish, a skeleton clamps a bony hand over his mouth. Jamie releases a wave of dark energy, declaring the forest to be his domain, where death reaps death. He welcomes the Creator to his hell. The skeletons attack relentlessly, knocking the Creator to the ground. His screams of pain echo through the forest. Later, Jamie approaches the motionless Creator, wondering if he is already dead. His eyes catch sight of a small green ball rolling out of the Creator's mouth. Picking it up, Jamie studies it carefully and realizes it is a bead of life, an artifact charged with life force. He deduces that the bead sustained the Creator's mutilated body. Smiling darkly, Jamie reflects that this exceeds his expectations and decides that the bead will allow him to surpass the limitations of his child body. Gesturing to the remaining skeletons, Jamie tells them they can rest and assures them that he will summon them again someday. The skeletons crumble, their energy returning to him. Jamie coughs up blood, acknowledging that he has spent too much energy. The rebellion against the divine spell remains too difficult for him to sustain. Struggling to stay conscious, he looks at Ricky's lifeless body and whispers that he cannot let him die like this. Instead of letting Ricky sacrifice his life, Jamie proposes making him his faithful servant. Concentrating his energy, Jamie casts a spell to resurrect Ricky. Suddenly, bright energy radiates from Ricky's body, startling Jamie. Ricky's body rises, floating above the ground and glowing with intense magical light. Jamie shields his eyes from the brilliance, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. An unknown voice reverberates, questioning what is happening. A goddess materializes, cradling Ricky in her arms. She gazes at Jamie and demands to know who he is to attempt to steal what belongs to her. Jamie stares at her in shock and whispers her name. Pyro. The goddess looks intrigued and remarks that Jamie knows her. At the same time, in the city, Lincoln runs frantically, shouting that he must inform the Count and that he needs to relay something urgent. Before he can continue, a girl swiftly cuts off his head with a single, precise movement. She sheathes her sword and mutters that he was a useless idiot. Turning her gaze outward, she declares that they must get rid of Hisa and that justice against heretics must begin. Meanwhile, RZ collapses to the floor next to the lifeless body of the slain Chimera. Leaning heavily on his sword, he reflects on how he somehow managed to meet the deadline. Groaning in pain, he acknowledges that he is on the brink of death, but feels relieved that no one else perished. His thoughts are interrupted when one of the knights calls out to him. The knights rush to him, asking if he is all right. Raz, still clutching his sword, notices a bright, magical energy manifesting near him. His eyes widen in astonishment as streams of energy surround his body. He gasps in disbelief, questioning whether this could truly be the goddess Pyro. At the same time, Pyro addresses Jamie, asking if he knows who she is. Surrounded by her divine energy, Jamie stares in disbelief, wondering how she could descend there and recognizing the enormous problems with the law of causality from even one illusion. Pyro repeats her question, asking if he can hear her voice. Jamie clutches his head, his pupils darting frantically. She commands him to answer her questions immediately. Through gritted teeth, he responds that all he knew was that Ricky's holiness belonged to her. Pyro's expression hardens as she questions how he could still intend to turn Ricky into an undead. Jamie defends himself, stating that he just didn't want Ricky to die. Her anger surges as she retorts that being undead is not the same as being alive, and that turning Ricky into an undead is an ultimate disrespect for the dead. She demands how he can fail to grasp the value of life. Jamie clenches his fists in rage and accuses her of being a divine fool, claiming that she and her kind belittle life and have no right to preach about its value after sacrificing all of humanity. Pyro is momentarily stunned by his outburst. She looks at Ricky, as though trying to gather her thoughts, unsure of how to respond. Jamie watches her carefully, analyzing her reaction. Pyro finally speaks with resolute determination, stating that Ricky will become her apostle, and warning Jamie that if he turns Ricky into an undead, she will never forgive him. Jamie is taken aback, repeating the word apostle in surprise. The title carries immense weight, as apostles are the closest beings to the gods, their existence elevating them to the rank of priest. They possess strength worthy of the title of the strongest holy knight. Jamie grins, realizing that while he knew Ricky possessed godhood, elevating him to the level of an apostle explains why Pyro descended. He finds the situation much more entertaining than expected. Feigning contrition, he apologizes and asks how he can make amends. Pyro narrows her eyes and questions his sincerity. Jamie smirks and reveals that the darkness has already begun to consume Ricky, claiming that half of him has already become undead. Her eyes widen in shock as she demands if he even understands what he has done. Jamie suddenly clutches his head in pain, grimacing as he wonders what Pyro is doing. She glares at him and asks if he has a death wish. Through his pain, Jamie retorts that if he did, things would take a very bad turn because killing him would also destroy Ricky. Pyro frowns, unfazed by his words, and dismisses his threats as pathetic. Jamie, his voice steady, counters that there can only be one apostle. If she loses Ricky, she would need an incredible amount of time to find another. He points out that what matters more than the time wasted is that the presence of an apostle guarantees the gods unrestricted access to the world. Pyro remains silent, her expression tense. Jamie presses on, softening his tone. He reiterates that he has no desire to kill Ricky, emphasizing that Ricky is his friend. Pyro accuses Jamie of being a very vicious person, stating that he has made up a good story just to save his miserable life. Jamie responds by questioning why she made Ricky her apostle, pointing out that an apostle is no longer vitally necessary since the world exists as the 12 gods planned. He mentions the calm system they worked on together. Pyro becomes angry and demands to know how much he knows. Jamie raises his hand and explains that the holiest of the 12 gods, whose love reaches everyone, is so filled with this feeling that she received the power to destroy evil. He then speculates whether she was expelled. Pyro becomes furious, ready to say something, but Jamie smiles to himself, realizing the argument is over because she cannot lie, as it goes against holiness. She is forced to remain silent. Jamie reveals his past life's name, Diablo Volfir. Pyro is shocked to hear this name and demands to know how he knows it. Jamie replies that he is the man's legacy. Pyro internally struggles with this revelation, thinking it impossible because Volfir was elsewhere. She contemplates the situation and asks why this is happening now. Jamie extends his hand, suggesting they shake hands, but Pyro disappears, instructing him to come to her in Afton, where they will discuss everything in detail. Her magical energy gently lowers Ricky to the ground. Jamie reflects that if everything goes well, Ricky will become a very useful tool. Suddenly, Ricky regains consciousness and opens his eyes. He looks at Jamie and asks if it is really him. He quickly gets up, asking if Jamie is okay, why he is covered in blood, what is wrong with his purple eyes, and why Ricky himself is experiencing strange sensations in his body. Jamie questions how Ricky, even in this state, is worried more about someone else than himself, pointing out that he is now an apostle of the goddess, and at the same time, undead. Jamie admits to making him undead using dark magic and expresses his certainty that Ricky will hate him for it. Ricky smiles and calmly says that everything is clear to him. Jamie is surprised by his response and asks if that is all he has to say. Ricky agrees and adds that being a dark magician does not mean Jamie has to be evil, asserting that Jamie is a great friend. Jamie, acknowledging Ricky's kindness, admits that he sent him to a dangerous place and even tried to kill his sister. Ricky replies that Jamie saved him and did not harm Anna, so he still considers Jamie a good person. Jamie, about to call Ricky an idiot, notices the bright energy radiating from Ricky and is surprised to see Ricky's incurable wounds disappearing. Ricky explains that he thought his idea might work, and it turns out it did. Turning around, Ricky announces that Brother Ras is approaching. Jamie acknowledges this and says it is time for him to leave. As Jamie is walking away, he starts to say something about their conversation, but Ricky interrupts, asking if he really seems that stupid, and assures Jamie that they will meet again. Later, at the branch of the Zenith Church in the city of Hiese, a man bows before Argino, identifying himself as a judge associated with the Church of the God Zenith. He apologizes and explains that due to certain circumstances, he cannot reveal his name. Argino questions what the judges are doing there. The man explains that under orders from their superiors, they have come to hunt down heretics. He hands over a jar containing a chimera, stating that after doing everything possible, they discovered this. He reveals that Father Lincoln turned out to be a heretic and was executed after confessing. Ras, observing this, is surprised and realizes that the judges are using Lincoln as a scapegoat. The judge continues, explaining that this was an important matter kept in the strictest confidence of the church, and so they conducted an investigation. Ras interrupts him angrily, calling his explanation nonsense. Argino cuts in, ending the conversation. Smiling, he sarcastically praises the judge's courage, but then shifts to a serious expression and angrily declares that killing someone in his domain is unacceptable and asks if the judge wishes to die. The judge kneels down and explains that they were punishing sinners in the church. Argino responds coldly, asserting that he is the judge in these lands and no one dares harm people in Hisa without his permission. The judge, visibly trembling with fear, begs for mercy and addresses Argino as Duke, in an attempt to make him listen to him. Argino, his voice icy, accuses the Zenith Church of God of crossing all boundaries. The judge, realizing the danger he is in but determined not to retreat, musters his courage, looks up, and accuses Argino of being too arrogant, warning him against turning his back on the church. Without hesitation, Argino swings his sword with incredible speed and severs the judge's hand. The judge cries out in shock and pain, while Argino, remaining calm, warns that the judge's other arm and head will be next if he does not leave the city. Clutching his severed hand, the judge silently reflects that this outcome is not what he had been led to expect by a certain girl. Meanwhile, Ras observes the situation in awe, recognizing how skillfully Argino has diverted attention from the chimeras and put the judge in his place. Ras feels confident that with this approach, they are certain to succeed. The judge, shaking with fear, kneels and apologizes profusely, promising that the church will pay compensation and pleading for forgiveness. Internally, he resolves to treat Hisa as an opportunity to expand the eastern lands and regain composure. Argino, ignoring the judge's pleas, walks away and declares that he will not change his decision to sever all ties with the Zenith Church of God. The judge, kneeling in defeat, accepts the outcome and agrees to leave. Ras reflects on the Duke's masterful handling of the situation and almost feels pity for their opponents. The Zenith Church eventually paid a large compensation and vanished from Hisa. Later, Ricky expresses his confusion about the sudden developments. As he and Anna receive a visitor, Anna looks at her brother and inquires about the visitor's identity. Ras kneels before them, introduces himself as the Holy Marshal of the Church of Pyro and a member of the Armatic family, and reveals that Anna will become the symbol of the Church of Pyro. He informs her that as the apostle of the goddess and a future holy lady, she will observe the world with holy eyes, and he vows to take care of her. Ricky, overcome with emotion, loudly confirms the truth of Ras's words and begins crying. He tries to express his feelings about Anna, but Ras reassures him, confirming that Anna will soon be able to open her eyes. Ricky embraces his sister joyfully, exclaiming how wonderful this news is. Anna, surprised by his reaction, smiles. The simultaneous emergence of an apostle and a saint signals impending troubles, and Ras silently prays for the strength to protect them both. Under the complete protection of the Church of Pyro, the two children are safeguarded. Meanwhile, Jamie Welton, also known as Diablo Volfir, contemplates his fate. He notes the division among the 12 gods into factions and suspects this led Zenith to create holy knights from chimeras. He also believes Pyro has become somewhat isolated. To confirm his suspicions, Jamie determines that he must travel to Afton. Standing in the garden, deep in thought, Jamie resolves to succeed and calls for his mother with a kind expression. Sears looks at him with surprise as she notices his unusual demeanor. Jamie approaches Sears and calls her mom again. She is surprised by this and asks what has happened to him. He tells her that he enjoys drinking tea with her and Sarah. His sister responds that they enjoy it too. Sears remarks that he usually finds such things boring. Jamie, surprised, admits that this has never happened before and wonders if she has guessed something. Sears asks if he truly needs something from her. Jamie thinks he will need to try harder next time, but replies that he is simply in a good mood. Sears assures him that he can say whatever he wants, and she will listen. Jamie, taken aback, hesitates before saying that he would like to visit her homeland, the city of Afton. Sears questions his sudden interest in the city. Jamie replies that he has heard of a mountain with huge water bubbles. Internally, he cringes at having to make up such an excuse. Sears, surprised, finds his behavior amusing and teases him, saying that if he doesn't really want it, they can postpone the trip. Jamie, embarrassed, quickly interrupts and insists, even going so far as to tell her that he loves her. This makes Sears happy, and she agrees to his request, calling him her beloved son. Jamie, feeling utterly humiliated, reflects on how he is supposed to be the great dark magician Diablo Volfir. Sears then reveals that she had already planned to visit Afton next week. Jamie realizes his efforts were unnecessary, and remarks that she was already planning the trip. He is eager, but also deeply frustrated. Sometime later, Jamie, still feeling depressed, mutters about Sears making him go through all of this. He thinks about how he will deal with Pyro when the time comes. Ras finds him and asks what he is doing. Jamie mentions that he was with his mom and Sarah. Ras, noticing his mood, asks why he seems so sad. Jamie dismisses it, saying that something happened, but it's nothing serious. Internally, he curses Pyro and wishes she would stay quiet. Ras, with a kind expression, reassures him that everything will get better soon. Jamie briefly wonders whether he should kill Ras. Jamie changes the subject and asks Ras what he is doing there. Ras explains that he needed to discuss something with the Duke. Jamie, surprised, asks if Ras met his father. Ras confirms this and says he felt it was important to share the news with Jamie himself. Jamie inquires further, suspecting it might be about a divine revelation from Pyro. Ras grabs Jamie by the shoulders and informs him that Ricky and Anna will go with him. Jamie considers this obvious since they are an apostle and a saint. Ras adds that goodbyes are not forever, and that Ricky and Anna will never forget Jamie. Ras expresses hope that when they meet again as adults, it will be a meaningful reunion. Jamie, growing angry, demands to know what Ras is implying. Unexpectedly, Ras hugs him. Jamie is taken by surprise and feels confused. Ras assures him that their friendship will not end and encourages him not to be sad because this is not the end. Ras leaves, promising that they will meet often. Jamie waves goodbye but thinks that Pyro should keep her followers under control. Sometime later, Argino admits that he does not understand what his father-in-law is planning. He wonders if they should bring Jamie to them. Sears remarks that not even her late mother could have managed such a situation. Argino questions if the father-in-law simply wants to see Jamie and mentions their departure tomorrow, asking if everything is ready. Sears reassures him, asking what could possibly go wrong. She rests her head on his shoulder and reminds him that they will be accompanied by the best knightly order of the Earl of Welton. Argino expresses his confidence in the order, but adds that he still has concerns. Sears cuts him off, confidently asserting that no one would dare to threaten them, especially since her husband is the Earl himself. Argino laughs, and the two sit together peacefully. Sears then mentions that Ras will also be with them, and shares how surprised she was to learn he is a holy marshal, a position that rarely leaves Afton. Argino reflects on the seriousness with which the Church of Pyro treated the incident, but admits he remains worried about Jamie. He notes Jamie's precocious strength and recalls an earlier incident where Jamie could not control his emotions. He expresses doubt about whether the knightly order could stop Jamie if it happened again. Sears reassures Argino, saying there is nothing to worry about, and recounts the day's events to him, concluding with her confidence in Jamie. Argino remarks that he would like to witness Jamie's progress firsthand. Sears agrees that everyone makes mistakes but emphasizes her faith in their son. Argino takes her hand and expresses gratitude for having this moment together before their departure. Sears shares his happiness, and they sit contentedly. Meanwhile, Jamie flies through the sky, overjoyed with his progress. He reflects that although the process of grinding the material into powder and absorbing it took time, the results exceeded his expectations. He attributes his success to his hard work. Speaking to Black, he notes that it is only a matter of time before he reaches the 6th rank. While acknowledging the distance he still has to go to regain his former strength, he is confident that he can now handle opponents of the same level as his old professor. Using his energy, Jamie floats above an old house. Later, Azard and Ryza kneel before Jamie, expressing their happiness at his return. Jamie informs them that he will be traveling to the town of Afton, which is far away, and will not be back for some time. The two disguise themselves as woodcutters. Ryza confirms that Afton is on the northern border and points out that the round trip would take about a month if done alone. Azard questions whether they will need to work with axes. Jamie, annoyed, asks if they have a problem with this arrangement. Ryza responds indifferently, while Azard agrees to do whatever Jamie commands. Jamie assures them that they will accompany him this time. Releasing his energy, Jamie recalls something he had long forgotten. Azard notices something strange, while Ryza asks what kind of magic Jamie is using. A door appears in front of Jamie, and he explains that it is his storage of the undead and that it will serve as their new home. They question if Jamie really called this place their home, expressing reluctance to live in such a scary place. Jamie observes their hesitation but notes that no one has openly objected yet. Frustrated, he kicks them and orders them to stop talking and go inside. Azard agrees to obey, and both step through the door surrounded by dark fog. Jamie reflects on how entertaining their clear expressions of emotion are, deciding they could become very useful with proper training. Sometime later, Azard emerges and admits that although he hadn't expected much from what Jamie called a vault, the place turned out to be better than anticipated. He notes that it is far more spacious than he had imagined. Ryza comments that while inside, it felt like something was filling them from within. Jamie explains that the energy they felt is primary power, as the space is created entirely from his energy. He adds that undead who rebel against the gods absorb this power and grow stronger because of it. Ryza expresses concern, asking if maintaining such a place is too difficult for Jamie. Jamie questions if Ryza is worried, prompting Ryza to bow and apologize for doubting him. Jamie assures him it is not a burden, or he would not have shown it to them. Azard then asks if Jamie could make them stronger immediately, adding that while the space is impressive, it is filled with bones. Ryza quickly understands his point and silences him before he can finish. Jamie, angered by their comments, declares they deserve to die. Later, Jamie feels a strange sensation and sees Argino holding him off the ground. He wonders why his father is treating him like a toy. Argino tells Jamie that he must protect his mother, sister, and friend, asking if they can rely on him. Jamie, feeling dejected, agrees. Argino hugs him, stating that they must all return safely. Jamie, embarrassed by the gesture, reluctantly agrees. Meanwhile, a man introduces himself to the Order of Fear as Jack O'Brien, announcing that they will soon move out and explaining the plan. In the carriage, Anna expresses her wish that Ras could accompany them. Ricky responds that nothing can be done since Ras volunteered to accompany someone else. Jamie sits silently with them, thinking about the route they are taking. He considers it odd that they are prioritizing a safe but longer journey. Sears, sitting with Sarah on her lap, mentions that Sarah always falls asleep as soon as she gets into the carriage. She declares it is time for them to leave. Ras, riding alongside the carriage, offers to guard the rear, and Jack agrees. As they travel, Jamie notices Ras and wonders about Pyro's intentions. He considers that mentioning the name Diablo Volfir likely means Pyro either did not reveal anything to the other gods or could not. Jamie concludes that significant changes will occur once he returns. Sometime later, Sarah wakes up and starts moving around. Ricky greets her and leans closer, introducing himself as Ricky and confirming she is Sarah. Startled, Sarah begins to cry, which raises Jamie's suspicions. Jamie confronts Ricky, asking what he is doing. Ricky, trying to diffuse the tension, calmly tells Jamie to relax. 2 days later, members of the Welton family sleep sitting next to each other in the carriage. Ricky sits nearby, gazing out the window. He notices his older brother galloping beside them and remarks that the others seem to be tired. Suddenly, Jamie wakes up and asks how long he has been asleep. Ricky replies that he has slept for about 2 hours, adding that he slept very soundly. Ras, riding alongside, comments that sitting in a carriage must be terribly boring, and offers to share an interesting story about the local Mayatre Mountains. He further mentions that there is a legend about the Mayatre Mountains here. However, Jamie expresses that it doesn't sound very exciting. On the other hand, Ricky encourages Ras to tell the story anyway. Jamie frowns, realizing that he had expected that these two would like such stories. Ricky then adds that Anna, who is still asleep, enjoys such tales as well. Ras then comes up with an idea, telling Ricky to listen closely so he can tell this story to Anna later. Ras then begins by recounting a legend about the Mayatre Mountains. He explains that a long time ago, when dragons roamed the skies and elves walked the forests, the mountains were originally one single rock. He continues by mentioning that on a peaceful day, 2 dragons appeared here. Hearing about the dragons, Jamie's interest increases significantly. These dragons included an evil black dragon and a benevolent blue dragon named Mayatre. Moreover, there was a woman who lived here. Mayatre used to love this woman magician a lot, but their love was doomed. Turns out that the humans and dragons were not allowed to be together by any means. As a result, The dragons who couldn't stand to see this decides to send the black dragon to find this magician woman and kill her. During their fierce battle, the rock split, and a stormy stream rushed through the valley. The evil black dragon was eventually expelled, but the woman magician also lost her life. Overwhelmed by grief, Maitreyi retreated into the mountains, where legends say he remains to this day. Thereafter, Anna, who has woken up during the story, remarks that the story was very sad. She further points out how it is said that the frequent rainstorms started taking place as well. Meanwhile, Ricky is startled by Anna, wondering when she woke up. To answer Anna's question, Ras confirms, realizing that Anna knows about this story. He further explains that the minstrels refer to the rains as dragon's tears. Jamie silently contemplates the possibility that the legend might hold some truth. He realizes that the dragons were considered as mystical creatures during that time. After addressing Ras, Jamie then starts to ask a question, inquiring if there is a possibility that this story might be true. But before he can finish his questions, a lightning strike occurs. As a result, Anna lets go of a scream, scaring Sarah in the process, prompting Sears to try and calm Sarah, assuring her that everything is fine. Jamie reassures them that it is just rain, but he can't shake a sense of unease. As the carriage moves through the forest, lightning strikes a nearby tree, causing it to fall onto the carriage. The horses panic, and Sears restrains Sarah while screaming in alarm. Ricky immediately warns Anna to be careful. However, the bad luck seems to be on their side. Amid the chaos, Sears falls through the carriage door along with Sarah. Jamie, terrified, shouts for his mother and sister. Sears tearfully instructs Jamie to save Sarah first, but Jamie insists he will save them both. Using his magic, he creates ropes to pull Sears to safety. Seeing that his spell has worked, Jamie takes a sigh of relief, realizing that he has done it. So far, his plan seems to work, but his grip slips, and he begins to fall. Sears calls out to him in panic, but Jamie assures her that he has flight magic. However, this only gives Jamie a moment of relief. To his horror, he realizes that he can't use flight magic. He recognizes the phenomenon as Burn Mana, a high-level spell that completely nullifies magic in a given area. As he falls, a woman's voice addresses him, asking who he is. Furthermore, the woman questions Jamie if he is a dragon. At the same time, Jamie is startled, wondering if she has really said dragon. He plunges into a river and begins disappearing from the view. Meanwhile, Sears, desperate, tries to jump in after him but is restrained. She cries out, insisting her son is in the river and pleading to be let go. Holding on to the hope that her son can be saved, Sears tries everything but fails as Ricky continues to hold her back. Just then, Sears notices light magical energy surrounding her. Ricky apologizes, explaining that he only wants to help, but Sears interrupts, calling his name. On the other hand, Anna, held by Sarah, tearfully calls for her mother and brother before falling asleep. Ras kneels before Sears and reassures her, stating that Jamie's strength gives him hope that he will be fine, accepting the fact that his analysis might be a bit presumptuous. Sears then addresses Ras, but he continues explaining that this is only his optimistic perspective, but assures Sears of Jamie's extraordinary skills. He admits that the currents are dangerous, but is confident that once Jamie's magic returns, he will be able to escape unharmed. Ras even offers to go down and look for Jamie. Meanwhile, Ricky shows concern for Ras's safety. At the same time, Jack warns that the currents will be dangerous even for Ras. Ignoring their concerns, Ras assures Sears that he will return in 3 hours and not longer than that. However, Sears acknowledges the risk and tells Ras that it will be dangerous, even with Holy Marshal's powers. Even after knowing all this, Sears' concern for his son's safety sees no limits, as she requests Ras to find her son and bring him back while stretching her hand toward him. Ras then continues to get the blessings of Sears by kissing her hand, assuring her that he will return with Jamie. Later, in a cave, Jamie regains consciousness and realizes he is suspended by magical chains. Confused, he wonders where he is, what has happened, and who is responsible for all this. Just then, a woman's voice interrupts his thoughts, noting that he is finally awake. She stands before him and asks if he is a dragon. Jamie asks if he looks like a dragon. The girl replies that he really doesn't, but as soon as she sees him, she realizes he isn't far removed from dragons, though that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Jamie senses a strange hostility from her. She comments on how unusual it is for someone like him to have such potential, adding that the shape of his mana and the way he uses it strongly resembles dragons. Jamie wonders if the breath of his body is similar to that of a dragon. The girl continues, remarking that human mana breath is terrible, weak and stupid, incapable of imitating dragons. Jamie feels anger rising within him, thinking that people like her will regret underestimating him. She steps closer, noting that he is different and asking if he belongs to an elf tribe. She quickly dismisses the idea, saying even high elves are no match for dragons. Jamie responds bluntly, accusing her of being responsible for his predicament and demanding to know why she needs him. The girl grins and questions his arrogance, given that he is chained. Jamie retorts, challenging her for being tyrannical and arrogant herself, falsely accusing and kidnapping him. She approaches him and repeats the word kidnap mockingly. Jamie recalls the downpour, the lightning near the carriage, and the burning of mana, concluding it is no ordinary accident. The girl admits he is right, explaining that she dragged him there simply to see him for herself. Jamie's anger flares as he thinks about the danger she has caused his mother and sister. He stops himself, confused by his anger, and firmly demands she remove the shackles. The girl refuses, and when Jamie asks why, she smirks, telling him he looks funny in that position. Shocked, Jamie questions her response. She laughs, saying his current expression is even funnier, and admitting she almost doesn't want to free him. Jamie deduces from her behavior that she is the blue dragon, Miatre. He reflects that blue dragons are considered the gentlest among dragons, often sympathetic toward humans, much like humans are toward pets. He considers himself lucky that he hasn't encountered a cruel red or black dragon, or the infamous running dragon. He asks her why she has kidnapped him if she has mistaken him for a dragon. Miatre's expression darkens, her demeanor shifting to anger. She admits she has done it to kill him. Jamie feels her bloodlust and nervously asks if she will let him go now. She refuses outright. When he asks why, she replies smugly that it is simply because she can afford not to. Jamie wonders what she means by that. Miatre explains that if she uses him as an ingredient, she can likely create a masterclass Sparta. Jamie is stunned, realizing the implications of her words. A masterclass creation would surpass even his imagination. He catches himself, reminding himself that he is on the verge of death, and asks why she wants to kill dragons. Miatre's expression turns serious. She dismisses the question, saying it is none of his business. Jamie presses on, suggesting it might be because of her love for a person. The energy binding his wrists suddenly fades, and he falls to the ground, coughing. Miatre concentrates powerful energy on her finger, warning him that if he says anything like that again, she will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. Jamie thinks to himself that his suspicions are correct. Carefully, he asks if Kanan's race has rejected him, and if she has betrayed her own race to save Kanan's life. Miatre becomes very angry when she hears this. She releases a huge surge of energy around her, creating water from it, and demands to know what Jamie understands about the situation. Jamie observes her reaction and states that if she had truly intended to kill him or turn him into Sparta, she would have done so already. He points out that everything would have been simpler if she had used the magic of brainwashing, but she hasn't. The room fills with water as he continues, noting that her actions show she is actually kind, so much so that it is hard to believe she is a dragon. Miatre recalls someone from her distant past who had said the exact same thing to her. Clenching her teeth at the memory, she removes the water and warns Jamie that this is his last chance, and there will be no other. Jamie falls to the ground, thinking that she is serious, and he should keep his mouth shut. Miatre remarks that he is a strange person, much like her old friend. Jamie asks her who she is referring to, and she explains that she means the man from the legends, the one who had been betrayed by humans. Meanwhile, Ras, standing by the river, observes the continuous rain and wonders sadly where Jamie might be. Miatre continues her story, explaining that this has happened 700 years ago and that the man's name was Kanan. He had been a dark wizard. Jamie expresses his surprise, repeating that Kanan had been a dark wizard. Miatre acknowledges that it seems strange for a being of holy magic, like a dragon, to fall in love with someone like that. Jamie agrees it is a little unusual, but internally marvels at how extraordinary the story is. Miatre elaborates, explaining that Kanan had turned to dark magic to uncover the truths of the world. Despite being human, he was a virtuoso sorcerer who managed to reach the 9th rank. Jamie is astonished and reiterates that no one had achieved such a rank over millennia. Miatre ignores his interruption and continues her story. She explains that Kanan had begun his search for answers long before meeting her. She had joined him, and together they overcame many obstacles and fell in love. Their happiness lasted until the Dragon Lord issued an order to destroy Kanan, labeling him as evil. The dragons obeyed and began their pursuit. She describes how she and Kanan escaped, although their powers were not unlimited. Kanan eventually told her to leave, saying there was a place even the dragons couldn't reach. He assured her not to worry about him and that he wouldn't die, no matter what they did to him. Miatre reveals that he took refuge in a ruin with strong magical restrictions that allowed only one creature to enter. The Dragon Lord then decreed that Miatre would be banished for 1,000 years. For a dragon, such a period is insignificant. However, just over 10 years later, Kanan returned for her, having already comprehended the truths of the world. She remembered Kanan holding her bound by magical energy in his arms and loudly challenging the dragons. He questioned how they dared to view themselves as the pinnacle of magic, claiming they weren't the strongest of all living beings. The Dragon Lord declared that Kanan had gone mad, and another dragon noted that the truths Kanan had discovered were beyond human comprehension. Miatre recounted how Kanan saved her, and they hid in the massive mountain to escape their pursuers. She trailed off, leaving Jaime to understand that Kanan had died. She explains that she had thought it would be better this way, believing Kanan would find peace. However, the dragons began systematically erasing all traces of Kanan, including records and even the people who had known him. Jaime wonders if this is the truth the dragons want to hide. Miatre concludes by saying that to protect the remaining memory of Kanan, she will remain in the mountains.
According to an ancient
The MC of our
nobleman's
story
diary,
was the strongest
consuming monsters was considered a grave taboo in this world. For a human to ingest a monster meant absorbing its dark essence. The first symptom of this curse was a surge of indescribable euphoria, coupled with an immediate enhancement of physical strength. The second stage brought unbearable headaches, intense nausea, and a state of overwhelming intoxication. But the final, and perhaps deadliest, symptom was instant death upon consuming the monster's essence, or, worse yet, the transformation of the person into a monster themselves. In the dimly lit chamber deep within the labyrinth, a man sat atop the lifeless body of a monster, his hand crushed and mangled. He was relentlessly devouring the creature's flesh. As he finished the last bite, his wounds began to miraculously heal. In that instant, he gained two new skills, Roar and Battle Axe. Overcome with fury, he unleashed a deafening roar, his voice resonating through the darkness. The sound echoed throughout the labyrinth, alerting every nearby monster to his presence. Upon hearing the man's roar, the nearby monsters charged toward him, intent on killing him. As they lunged at him, the man swiftly drew his axe and began his bloody rampage, slaughtering every creature that rushed his way. No matter how fiercely the monsters attacked, he dispatched them instantly with powerful swings of his weapon. With each kill, he devoured their remains, absorbing their essence into his body. As he consumed more, he gained new skills, further enhancing his strength and fueling his relentless massacre. As the man continued his relentless slaughter, he gained a multitude of new skills, including agility boost, lightning cloak, poison mist, and thread manipulation, among others. He skillfully employed each ability to aid him in his fight against the seemingly endless monsters. Despite his immense power and the numerous skills at his disposal, the sheer number of monsters began to wear him down, and fatigue started to set in. Confident he had slain enough to escape the labyrinth, he paused for a moment, only to realize that countless more monsters still surrounded him, closing in from all sides. As the man stood surrounded by the approaching monsters, he made a firm resolve. In that moment, he vowed to himself that he would kill every last one of them, escape the labyrinth alive, and return home safely, no matter the cost. In the frontier city of Bologna, a territory dotted with numerous labyrinths, one stood out among the rest, the Miasma Labyrinth. The very air inside it relentlessly sapped the strength of any adventurer who dared to enter. Most avoided the place, despising the constant drain on their abilities, except for one man, Rude. Rude frequently ventured into the labyrinth, unbothered by its dangers. Over time, the other adventurers began to call him the Miasma Scavenger, for his fearless persistence in exploring its depths. As Rude stepped into the Miasma Labyrinth, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. He had made it to the 6th floor, and as he surveyed the ground, he was pleased to find an abundance of miasma grass growing there. This rare herb, known for its ability to purify miasma, was an invaluable source of income for him. However, Rude reminded himself not to be greedy. He resolved to harvest only what he needed, taking just the right amount to ensure the labyrinth could replenish its supply. As Rude surveyed the miasma grass, he smiled, knowing that the harvest from the 6th floor would sustain him for about 3 days. As he continued through the labyrinth, he encountered miasma rats scurrying about. Many of the monsters in the miasma labyrinth wielded miasma and poison, which contributed to the adventurers' aversion to the place. However, these miasma and poison attacks were ineffective against Rude, who was impervious to their effects. Rude rushed toward the miasma rats, determined to eliminate them. However, as he fought, he began to struggle against the overwhelming number of rats swarming the area. Just as he was grappling with the situation, an unknown adventurer arrived and cast a fireball to help him. Unfortunately, the spell missed its target, allowing the rat to escape. Stunned and confused, Rude sat on the ground, trying to make sense of the unexpected intervention. Rude turned to the direction from which the fireball had come and saw 3 adventurers standing there. Recognizing their faces from the Adventurers Guild, he felt a surge of annoyance at their presence. At that moment, one of the 3 adventurers turned to the one who had cast the fireball and suggested that he should have aimed closer to ensure the spell hit its target. At that moment, one of the 3 adventurers extended a hand to help Rude up and apologized for the mishap. He introduced himself and asked Rude's name. Noting that Rude appeared to be struggling against the miasma rats, the adventurer explained that he and his companions had only intended to assist him in the fight. Rude, brushing off the adventurer's offer of help, got up on his own. He thanked the adventurer for his concern but requested that he be given a warning before any actions that might endanger him. Annoyed, the adventurer snapped that the reason he had shouted, "Fireball," was precisely to alert Rude before casting the spell. As they were talking, one of the 3 adventurers opened a door and informed the other 2 that the room beyond was filled with miasma grass. The other 2 adventurers were thrilled and excited by the news, but Rude was displeased by what he had just heard. Rude then asked why they had been secretly following him through the labyrinth and suggested they might be after his harvesting spot. One of the adventurers, looking irritated, explained that they were simply adventurers trying to make a living in the labyrinth and had coincidentally crossed paths with Rude. He added that they had merely come to his aid while saving him from the miasma rats and that Rude should be grateful for their assistance. The 3 adventurers glared at Rude with expressions of disgust and menace, fully aware that he was powerless to retaliate even if he was in the right. After some careful thought, Rude approached them, apologized for accusing them of following him, and thanked them for their help against the miasma rats. He understood that, despite his grievance, he had no means to confront them and thus decided to go along with the situation. Back in Bologna, at a restaurant called Full Belly, Rude was thrown to the floor by 2 men. One of them scolded Rude, saying that his presence in the restaurant ruined the taste of the food with his unpleasant smell. The man told Rude that he was banned from entering the establishment because Rude clearly couldn't understand how disruptive his smell was to other customers. At that moment, one of the men looked at Rude and said that a true adventurer was someone who could defeat monsters. He sneered, telling Rude that with his worthless skill, abnormal status nullification, he would never be able to become a real adventurer, no matter how hard he tried. The 2 men laughed loudly as they taunted Rude, who could only stand there in silence, unable to respond. Abnormal status nullification was Rude's unique ability. While it was useful for exploring the miasma labyrinth, it had a significant drawback. It did not provide Rude with the combat skills needed to defeat monsters, which are essential for any adventurer. As a result, Rude, lacking any offensive skills, was not welcomed in any adventuring party. His inability to contribute in battles and his reliance on scavenging the labyrinth's lower levels led to his being labeled as the Miasma Scavenger. This title reflected both his skills' limitations and his role in searching for items in the labyrinth's depths. Ultimately, Rude's ineffective skill caused him to be seen as an outcast rather than a true adventurer. At that moment, Rude reflected on his situation, feeling frustrated that, as a grown man, he still had to fight life or death battles against mere rats. He returned to his inn and lay down on his bed, troubled by the thought that he might continue to live his life as the Miasma Scavenger. Rude was disheartened by the realization that no one saw him as a true adventurer or respected him. Instead, he was always treated poorly. The next day, Rude arrived at the Adventurers Guild. As he entered, he thought about finding a new patch of miasma grass in a different location, as he still had some money left from the miasma grass he had sold the previous day. Noticing the unusually loud commotion in the guild, Rude wondered what was causing all the noise. Rude approached one of the staff members at the Adventurers Guild and asked if she had any good job requests or tasks to recommend. Upon recognizing him, the woman addressed him as the Miasma Scavenger, and informed him that a new labyrinth had been discovered. Rude was stunned by the news. A newly discovered labyrinth meant it would be filled with untapped treasures and magical items. It was a golden opportunity for any adventurer, and Rude was thrilled at the prospect. He saw it as a chance to change his life and escape his current status. Rude then realized why the guild was so noisy. Everyone was excited about the newly discovered labyrinth. As he surveyed the bustling room, the woman interrupted him, noting that the price of the miasma herb, which Rude typically brought in, would begin to drop immediately. Rude was initially puzzled but soon became worried upon hearing the woman's comment. He asked her why the price of the miasma herb would decrease. The woman explained that the miasma labyrinth had never been particularly popular, and with adventurers now flocking to the newly discovered labyrinth, there would be little demand for the miasma herb. Consequently, prices for the herb were expected to drop. As Rude contemplated his options, the woman added that the new labyrinth was located in the Avalio Mountains and that he would not be allowed to enter. Shocked by this news, Rude asked why he was barred from exploring the new labyrinth. The woman showed him a poster that outlined the entry requirements. Adventurers needed to be D rank or higher to gain access. Since Rude was only an E rank adventurer, he did not meet the qualifications to enter the new labyrinth. Looking worried, Rude told the woman that he was determined to explore the new labyrinth. He asked if there was any way he could qualify to enter. The woman sighed and explained that the rules were strict, and he needed to meet the requirements to gain entry. She added that even if Rude somehow managed to get in, he would likely perish in vain due to his lack of strength and the absence of a party to support him. Without the necessary combat skills and allies, he would be left to face the labyrinth's dangers alone. Rude couldn't dispute the woman's words. She spoke the truth about his situation. At that moment, an adventurer named Bear approached from behind and suggested that if Rude was so determined to explore the new labyrinth, he should join Bear's team as a porter. Bear smiled at Rude, while Rude looked back at him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. After a short while, Rude found himself in a carriage with Bear's team, en route to the newly discovered labyrinth. Breaking the silence, Bear turned to Rude and expressed his pleasure at having met him. He explained that he had been looking for someone to help carry materials from the new labyrinth but had struggled to find anyone. Bear was relieved and happy to have found Rude for the task. Rude, meanwhile, reflected that Bear's difficulty in finding a porter might be due to all the adventurers flocking to the new labyrinth, making it hard to secure one. As Rude pondered this, one of Bear's companions, a red-haired woman named Sasha, voiced her concern. She asked Bear why they were bringing a miasma scavenger, like Rude, and suggested they should have chosen a different porter. Another companion, a heavily built man named Rick, agreed, questioning Bear's decision and implying they should have found someone more qualified than Rude. Bear then addressed his two companions, telling them not to speak badly about Rude. He explained that, given Rude's experience as an adventurer, it was preferable to have him accompany them rather than a less experienced newcomer. Shifting the topic, Bear turned to Rude and apologized for not properly introducing himself earlier. He introduced himself as Bear, the leader of the Scarlet Sword group, and also introduced Rude to his companions, Sasha, the red-haired woman, and Rick, the large-built man. Bear then informed Rude that the three of them were D-rank adventurers. In response, Rude introduced himself, stating that he was an E-rank adventurer. Bear expressed a desire to learn more about Rude's status before they entered the new labyrinth and asked if Rude would be willing to show him his guild card. Rude complied, taking out his guild card and presenting it to Bear. On Rude's guild card, it was noted that he was a level 7 E-rank adventurer with 4 types of skills. Bear, examining the card, inquired if Rude could use fire magic, as one of his skills was indeed fire magic. Rude explained that his fire magic was too weak to be effective in combat but mentioned that it proved useful in dark places and for cooking food. Bear, smiling, reassured Rude that despite its limited power, the skill still had its uses. A few moments later, the 4 of them arrived at the new labyrinth. Bear, Rick, and Sasha were buzzing with excitement as they stood before the entrance. Bear announced that they had reached the newly discovered Avalio labyrinth. Sasha, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked that it seemed they might be among the first to arrive. However, Rick quickly urged everyone not to waste any time and to start exploring the labyrinth immediately. As they opened the door, they were surprised to find that the labyrinth was already teeming with adventurers. Hundreds of adventurers were already inside, busy collecting loot and making the labyrinth feel crowded. Sasha, seeing the crowds, was disappointed and frustrated. She had expected to be among the first to enter the labyrinth, but it was clear they were not. Bear, noting the situation, informed his team that it appeared most of the first layer of the labyrinth had already been thoroughly explored. He warned that if they stayed in the first layer, they would likely find little to no loot. Rick reassured Sasha, telling her not to be disheartened and suggesting they should head to the deeper levels that hadn't yet been explored by other adventurers. Sasha agreed, excited at the prospect of exploring uncharted areas. Just then, Rude interrupted, pointing out that since this was a newly discovered labyrinth, it would be wiser to map out the first layer thoroughly before venturing into the deeper levels. As Rude made his suggestion, Sasha and Rick rudely interrupted him, dismissing his input and stating that they had no intention of taking advice from a porter. They added that Rude was not in a position to offer opinions. Rick further commented that this was why Rude remained an E-rank adventurer. At that moment, Bear stepped in, telling Sasha and Rick to stop criticizing Rude. He reminded them that Rude meant no harm with his suggestion and that they should consider his input. Although Bear intervened to stop Sasha and Rick's criticism, he did agree with their perspective. He told Rude that if they continued to focus on the first layer, they wouldn't achieve significant results. Bear explained that to find truly valuable and unique treasures, they needed to delve into the deeper levels of the labyrinth. After a while, the four of them reached the fourth level of the labyrinth. As they fought monsters, Rude struggled to defend himself, while the other three found it relatively easy to handle the creatures on this level. Rick, smiling, told Rude not to be intimidated by the smaller monsters. As Rude watched them, he thought to himself that Bear, Rick, and Sasha were far stronger than he was, easily handling the monsters he was struggling to fight. Rude felt overwhelmed and nervous, unable to move his hands or face the monsters effectively. He was unable to contribute to the battle or assist the others in any way. After a while, the three had successfully defeated all the monsters in the area. Sasha remarked that it was a good decision to venture to the deeper levels and added that it was a relief to find no other adventurers in their current level. Bear agreed, noting that while the monsters were not very strong, they had also discovered some treasures on the fourth level of the labyrinth. At that moment, Rick shouted at Rude, demanding that he collect the materials from the monsters Rick had defeated as well. Rude replied that he couldn't collect the materials because they were too damaged, with the monster stones shattered. Rick, visibly annoyed, insisted that Rude should still check the materials, as there might be some that were intact. Rick also reminded Rude not to slack off, emphasizing that as their porter, and being only an E-rank adventurer and a miasma scavenger, it was his responsibility to perform his duties. Although Rude was reluctant to listen to Rick, he couldn't go against him after witnessing Rick's strength in combat. Hesitantly, Rude acknowledged Rick's command and agreed to collect the materials from the monsters Rick had killed. As Rude approached one of the monsters, he saw that the creatures Rick had killed were mangled, their guts and blood creating a terrible stench. Rude wondered why Rick had been so brutal in his method of killing. At that moment, he activated his fire magic, thinking it would be easier to retrieve the materials if he burned some of the monsters' bodies to make the collection process less unpleasant. Seeing Rude burning the monsters, Rick commented to the other two that Rude might be doing so to eat the monster meat. He added that, having been on the exploration for a while, he was starting to feel hungry and found the idea of monster meat somewhat appealing. Sasha, however, urged Rick to stop mentioning it, as the thought of eating monster meat grossed her out. Sasha reminded Rick that it was considered taboo for adventurers to eat monster meat because the monster's magic could be absorbed into their bodies, with unpredictable effects. Rick, smiling, reassured Sasha that he was only joking. He added that once they returned, he planned to use the money he had earned to enjoy as much delicious food as he wanted. But as Rick was saying that, the group suddenly became tense when they heard a powerful roar echoing through the labyrinth. Turning to face the source of the sound, they were stunned to see a towering minotaur standing before them. This B-rank monster was an alarming sight, as minotaurs were typically found in much deeper levels of the labyrinth, not the shallow fourth layer they were currently exploring. The group was thrown into disarray, realizing that they were severely outmatched. Each member knew that defeating a B-rank monster was far beyond their capabilities, given their lower levels and current state. They needed to quickly come up with a plan or find a way to escape, as the odds of facing the Minotaur head-on were overwhelmingly against them. At that moment, Bear shouted at Rude, demanding that he hand over his backpack so Bear could use its contents to deal with the Minotaur. Rude quickly complied, passing the backpack to Bear. He then asked Bear what their plan was to handle the situation and if Bear had any strategy in mind. However, as Bear received the backpack, he smiled menacingly. Without warning, he swung his sword and slashed Rude's back, causing Rude to fall to the ground, in pain and bleeding heavily. Bear's sinister grin revealed that his plan was far from what Rude had anticipated. Bear, after slashing Rude, called out to Rick and Sasha. Rick immediately responded by throwing an axe-like object and activating its spell, Warrior's Encouragement. This spell redirected the Minotaur's focus, making Rude, who was writhing on the ground in pain, the target of the monster's attacks. Meanwhile, Sasha activated her spell haste on herself, Rick, and Bear, boosting their running speed so they could escape from the Minotaur. Lying on the floor in agony, Rude asked the three if they had planned to abandon him from the very beginning. Bear, with a menacing smile, confirmed that Rude had been brought along solely as bait and that they had always intended to leave him behind. Rude was stunned by the revelation. As Bear, Rick, and Sasha fled, they told Rude to buy them some time while they escaped. Overwhelmed with rage, Rude screamed and cursed them for using him as bait and leaving him to die while they ran to safety. At that moment, the Minotaur's attention locked onto Rude due to the spell. Panic surged through Rude as he struggled to figure out his next move. The Minotaur unleashed a devastating blow to the ground, propelling Rude into the air. Though Rude managed to narrowly evade the attack, a pained smile crossed his face. Despite his successful dodge, he knew deep down that escaping the Minotaur was futile. The odds were stacked against him, and he braced himself for the inevitable. At that moment, the Minotaur launched itself with immense force toward Rude, crashing through the wall and sending them both into a new room. The impact was so powerful that the wall shattered, and they found themselves in an entirely different chamber. However, the room had a large hole in the floor, and both Rude and the Minotaur plunged into it. Moments later, Rude lay on the ground, racked with pain, slowly regaining consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but wonder if he was still alive. At that moment, Rude glanced to the side and saw that he was lying on top of the Minotaur's body. He realized that they had fallen through the hole together, and the Minotaur's body had cushioned his landing, saving him from a more severe impact. However, Rude's relief was short-lived as he grimly acknowledged that, even if the Minotaur had died, it was only a matter of time before he would meet the same fate. Rude thought to himself that even if no other monsters appeared, he would still face death from blood loss or starvation. Lying atop the Minotaur's body, he felt an intense hunger and longed for something to eat. As he considered the possibility of consuming the monster, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Eating a monster could only lead to disaster. Despite this, Rude couldn't shake the memory of a man from his childhood who had once told him never to give up, no matter how tough or painful life became. Motivated by that memory, Rude resolved to survive against the odds and began to eat the Minotaur's body. If a human depleted of magic consumes the meat of a magic-rich monster, the monster's magic particles will invade their body, leading to a condition known as the monsterized state, a fate more terrifying than death itself, as it resembles being poisoned from within. This dreadful transformation has long been considered a taboo. However, in a desperate gamble to recover the blood he had lost and to quell his hunger, Rude devoured the Minotaur, triggering an unexpected transformation within him. Moments later, Rude stood up and began wandering through the labyrinth, dragging an axe in his hand. Upon closer inspection, his eyes had turned red, and he now resembled a monster, seemingly unable to control himself due to the Minotaur's magic coursing through him after consuming its flesh. At that instant, Rude activated his skill, Roar, sending a wave of intimidation through the area. The nearby monsters, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the skill, instantly perished. At that moment, Rude activated his skill, Physical Boost, temporarily enhancing his physical strength. Empowered by the skill, he swiftly killed all the nearby monsters with a single strike. He then activated echolocation, a skill that allowed him to detect creatures in his surroundings, even in complete darkness. As the skill revealed a swarm of monsters approaching, Rude prepared for battle, a grin spreading across his face. He taunted the monsters, asking which of them would be the next to be eaten. At that moment, Rude went berserk, launching into a killing spree, annihilating every monster that dared to attack him. As he fought, he realized that the battle axe he had picked up after Rick discarded it fit perfectly in his hand. He also noticed he could sense the monsters' magic without even needing to see them. Driven by an insatiable hunger, Rude continued his rampage, slaughtering every monster in his path and devouring their flesh. With each one he consumed, he felt a surge of power coursing through his body, growing stronger with every kill. Rude grinned with excitement, feeling an immense surge of power flowing through his body. He knew he could easily defeat all the monsters attacking him. After a few moments, his killing spree came to an end, and he found himself standing before the exit door of the labyrinth. As he pushed it open, he stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. A smile spread across his face as he realized he was finally out of the labyrinth, finally free. With a burst of exhilaration, Rude shouted in triumph, proclaiming loudly that he had survived the labyrinth. Moments later, in the Adventurers Guild, a tense atmosphere filled the room as everyone present appeared worried. A man stood before Bear, Sasha, and Rick, questioning them. This man was Lankars, the guild master of the Ballona branch. After hearing their report about the events in the labyrinth, Lankars informed Bear that he had gathered all the adventurers who had been in the labyrinth, except for Rude, who had been part of their group. With a heavy and regretful expression, Bear told Lankars that when they reached the 4th floor and encountered the Minotaur, Rude had been killed before they even had a chance to protect him. Bear continued his lie, adding that they deeply regretted not recognizing the danger of the 4th floor sooner, which led to Rude's death. Rick and Sasha, meanwhile, put on sorrowful expressions, pretending as if they had genuinely tried to help Rude. After hearing Bear's account, Lankars nodded and said he understood the situation. He then announced that from that moment on, entry into the new labyrinth would be prohibited, as it was too dangerous for adventurers to explore with so little known about it. At that moment, Rude entered the Adventurers Guild, and a wave of shock swept through the room. Everyone had believed Rude had perished in the labyrinth. Bear, Rick, and Sasha were the most stunned, unable to comprehend how the person they had abandoned to die was now standing before them, seemingly unharmed. Bear quickly approached Rude, feigning relief as he said, "I'm so glad you're alive." Leaning in closer, Bear whispered in Rude's ear, warning him that if he said anything unnecessary, he would kill him. Rick and Sasha then joined Bear, smiling with exaggerated excitement as they asked if Rude was all right. Sasha added that they had tried to return for him, but the labyrinth had sealed itself, preventing any chance of helping him. Rude, however, remained silent, saying nothing in response to their lies. At that moment, Bear abruptly changed the subject and excitedly suggested that they celebrate Rude's survival of the Minotaur attack and successful escape from the labyrinth. He proposed they move the celebration to a different location, as the Adventurers Guild was not suitable for such an occasion. However, just as the group was about to leave the guild, they were stunned to find themselves unable to move. Rude seized the opportunity to speak up, declaring loudly that Bear, Sasha, and Rick had used Rick as a pawn in the labyrinth. The crowd was taken aback by Rude's revelation, while Bear, in a state of panic, frantically searched for a way to handle the situation. Bear, now visibly panicked, approached Rude and asked him to clarify what he meant, claiming he didn't understand Rude's accusations. Lankars interrupted, demanding an explanation from Rude about what he had meant when he said that Rick, Bear, and Sasha had used him as a pawn. Rude turned to Lankars and revealed that Bear had stolen his supplies and attacked him from behind. He further explained that Rick had used a skill to lure the Minotaur towards Rude, while Sasha had cast haste on everyone except Rude, allowing them to escape while leaving him behind as bait. The three accused individuals were now in a state of panic as Rude's revelations about their actions unfolded. In a state of panic, Bear turned to Lankars, insisting that they had done nothing wrong and that Rude's accusations were false. As Bear spoke, Lankar's informed him that they would uncover the truth. At that moment, a woman approached them, the truth officer. The three were astonished and alarmed to see the truth officer, who rarely left the royal capital, present in the Adventurers Guild. Lankar's then explained that, due to the unusually high number of deaths among the porters who had temporarily joined their party, he had called in the truth officer to investigate the matter thoroughly. The three became even more frantic upon hearing Lankar's explanation, while Rude remained calm, knowing the trouble Bear, Rick, and Sasha were about to face. The truth officer, maintaining a cold, neutral expression, examined the group and used her spell to determine who was truthful. She announced that Bear, Rick, and Sasha from the Scarlet Sword were lying, while Rude was telling the truth. The revelation shocked everyone, and Bear, now in a state of panic, desperately pointed at the truth officer and accused her of being wrong. He shouted that she didn't understand what had truly happened and that she was lying. At that moment, Lankar's informed everyone that the truth officer's skill was exceptionally rare. He explained that such a skill could not be acquired later in life and was as effective as a unique skill, with no lie able to bypass it. Lankar's emphasized that nothing could be more reliable than the words of someone who had pledged their power to the country, directing a look of anger at Bear as he spoke. Bear, overwhelmed by the revelation, could only stare in panic, unable to find a response. Lankar's then shouted at the three, condemning them for violating the adventurers' taboo of abandoning a comrade. He accused them of intentionally injuring their allies and using them as disposable pawns. Lankar's further declared that, even if their crimes were thoroughly investigated, it was certain their adventurer qualifications would be revoked and they would be reduced to slavery. Sasha screamed in fear at the prospect, while Rick stood in stunned disbelief, unable to process the gravity of their situation. Upon hearing Lankar's words, Bear clenched his fists and muttered quietly that he refused to believe someone like him could become a slave. His gaze turned to the truth officer with anger as he thought that if she hadn't been present, they might have escaped the consequences. In a fit of rage, Bear drew his sword and swung it at the truth officer, intent on killing her. The onlookers were shocked by the sudden violence, but just as Bear was about to strike, Rude intervened, stepping between them and blocking the attack with his own sword. With a fierce look of anger, Rude told Bear that he should not dare to harm the truth officer. Bear was stunned that Rude had managed to block his attack. In retaliation, Rude threw a powerful punch that sent Bear flying backward. The force of the punch was so immense that Bear crashed through the wall of the Adventurers Guild and was propelled a considerable distance away. Rick and Sasha watched in shock, unable to comprehend the extent of Rude's power. Meanwhile, Rude stood confidently, clearly satisfied with his decisive action against Bear. A short while later, in the Adventurers Guild reception room, Rude and Lankar's were conversing. Lankar's apologized to Rude for any inconvenience, noting that he might be tired after everything that had happened in the labyrinth. Rude assured the guild master that he was fine and then inquired about the fate of the other three. Lankar's explained that they would be taken into custody by the staff and subjected to interrogation. He added that if it was confirmed they were repeat offenders who had used their porters as bait, the members of the Scarlet Sword would forfeit all their possessions and adventurer qualifications, and would be reduced to slavery. Lankar's then informed Rude that Bear had even defied the truth officer, so he likely wouldn't be seen again. He also told Rude that the three members of the Scarlet Sword had forfeited all their rights to the profits from the new labyrinth. As a result, Lankar said that Rude would now receive all the rewards. Rude was stunned to hear that he would be awarded 200,000 reins, the entire sum from the new labyrinth's rewards previously meant for the three. The news left Rude astonished at the substantial reward he was now receiving all on his own. After a few moments, Rude stepped out of the reception room and stood outside, grinning with excitement. He thought to himself that with this much money, he could easily cover his living expenses. Rude realized that accumulating such an amount through diligent gathering of miasma grass would take a long time, so he appreciated how being an adventurer could yield substantial rewards. As he walked, he noticed that no other adventurers were approaching him. Rude speculated that this might be because they had witnessed his earlier actions. He considered that even if they didn't approach him in the future, it didn't necessarily mean they would be friendly. Rude then thought to himself that if he stood out too much, many adventurers might find his sudden rise in status suspicious. He decided that he would continue earning in the miasma labyrinth as before. Resolving not to dwell on the past, Rude was determined to move forward. With his new wealth, he could finally afford some gear and enjoy the freedom to eat whatever he wanted. Excited about his plans, Rude decided to visit a tool shop first to buy the gear he needed. As he wandered through the market, Rude noticed a magic bag that caught his interest. He decided to get something to eat before focusing on anything else. The next day, Rude returned to the miasma labyrinth and resumed hunting rats. He found it surprising how easily he could defeat the miasma rats now, in contrast to before. Rude sighed, reflecting on how just the day before yesterday, he would have had to avoid 5 of these rats, but now he could take them down effortlessly. At that moment, Rude used his skill appraisal to examine the miasma rats and check their status. He was pleased to discover that his appraisal skill allowed him to view each monster's stats with ease. Rude realized that the skill he had gained from consuming a specific monster could be used not only on living monsters but also on their corpses. At that moment, Rude wondered how much his status had improved. He reflected on how easily he had defeated the rats and guessed that his level might not have increased significantly, perhaps only reaching level 20. Curious, he opened his status screen. To his astonishment, Rude found that his level had risen to 42. Not only that, but his health, strength, endurance, and agility had all seen substantial increases. Shocked by the rapid progression, considering he had been level 7 just a day ago, Rude realized this was an exceptional occurrence. Deciding to investigate further, he decided to check the new skills he had acquired. As Rude reviewed his newly acquired skills, he was thrilled to discover that he had gained many of them. Excited by the prospect, he recalled that the walls broken during his battle with the Minotaur had since been sealed, and the new labyrinth would remain closed for some time. Deciding to explore the miasma labyrinth lightly for the day, Rude was eager to test his newfound power. He couldn't wait to see how effective his abilities would be on the deeper floors. Additionally, he had purchased the magic bag he had noticed earlier and wanted to select the right monster for his first trial. After careful consideration, Rude decided to venture into the deeper levels of the miasma labyrinth. He easily conquered the 6th floor, and then proceeded to the 9th and 13th floors. As he fought the monsters on these floors, Rude realized they were insufficiently challenging for his newfound strength. Determined to find more suitable prey for testing his powers, he pressed on. Moments later, Rude reached the 24th floor of the labyrinth. As he traversed this level, he encountered a monster. Hiding from view, Rude used his skill appraisal to examine the monster's status. He discovered that it was a lizard soldier, level 25, of the dragon tribe, and it possessed 3 types of skills. Seeing the status of the lizard soldier, Rude noted that it was typically part of a group and fought in coordination with its companions. However, since only one lizard soldier was present, Rude decided it was worth challenging. He stealthily approached from behind, drew his sword, and struck the lizard soldier in the back. Though the blow caused injury, it wasn't enough to finish the lizard soldier off. Rude smiled, thinking that the lizard soldier wasn't too formidable. He resolved to make sure his next strike would not miss. At that moment, the injured lizard soldier tried to flee in desperation. Rude gave chase, calling out for it to stop. After a while, the lizard soldier reached a dead end with no further escape routes. As Rude closed in, he told the lizard soldier that it had no chance to escape. However, when the lizard soldier turned to face Rude, it no longer seemed intimidated. At that moment, Rude realized he was in serious trouble. Looking behind him, he saw more lizard soldiers surrounding him, and it dawned on him that he had walked into a trap. Despite the level difference, the situation was dire. One of the lizard soldiers swung its sword at Rude, but he managed to dodge the attack just in time. Rude quickly assessed the situation and concluded that, given the trap and the numerical disadvantage, his only option was to defeat the lizard soldiers one by one. At that moment, Rude struck one of the lizard soldiers, sending it sprawling to the ground. As he moved in to finish it off, another lizard soldier intervened, using its shield to block Rude's attack. Rude was taken aback by the lizard soldier's timely defense. Just then, another lizard soldier attacked Rude from behind. However, Rude managed to evade the incoming strike with quick reflexes. As Rude surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that he was surrounded by numerous lizard soldiers. He thought to himself that, while these monsters were skilled at teamwork, he hadn't expected them to execute such sophisticated ambush tactics or coordinate their movements at such a high level. As Rude considered his options and continued fighting the lizard soldiers, he noticed a high-pitched sound that seemed to precede their coordinated attacks. Looking further, he spotted a red-colored lizard soldier standing at a distance, observing the battle. Rude used his appraisal skill to assess the red lizard soldier. He discovered that it was a general lizard, level 32, belonging to the beast species. Among its many skills, the most notable was Command, which allowed it to direct the other lizard soldiers according to its will. Rude smiled with excitement as he realized he had identified the leader of the lizard soldiers. At that moment, the general lizard let out a fierce roar, prompting all the other lizard soldiers to launch a coordinated attack against Rude. Unbothered, Rude activated his physical boost skill, channeling immense power into his strikes. He pushed through the swarm of lizard soldiers and charged straight toward the general lizard. As Rude sliced at the general lizard, he was stunned to find that his attack did no damage. It seemed to have no effect on the creature. The general lizard retaliated with a powerful sword strike, and realizing he couldn't block the blow, Rude activated his steel body skill. The general lizard's attack failed to harm him. With a confident smile, Rude addressed the general lizard, declaring that it wasn't the only one with a trump card. He had one of his own. Rude used his appraisal skill once more, perplexed by the fact that his attack had no visible effect on the general lizard despite the clear impact he felt. He checked the general lizard's status and saw that it didn't have any skills enhancing its durability. Rude speculated that another lizard might be using a skill to protect the general lizard. As he continued to appraise the lizard soldiers, Rude noticed one that was gravely injured. Checking its status, he discovered that it had a skill called Substitute, which absorbed the damage meant for the general lizard, thereby shielding it from harm. At that moment, Rude swiftly moved to the lizard soldier with the substitute skill and eliminated it instantly. With its protection gone, the general lizard was thrown into a state of panic, realizing it could no longer withstand Rude's attacks. Roaring in frustration, the general lizard ordered all the remaining lizard soldiers to attack Rude simultaneously. But just as they closed in, Rude activated his thread manipulation skill. Rude quickly gathered all the lizard soldiers into one spot, making it easier for him to handle them. He then cast his spell, ensnaring the lizard soldiers in a trap that immobilized them completely. With a satisfied smile, Rude turned to the general lizard and declared that its end had come. He then swiftly severed the general lizard's head from its body. After a few moments, Rude had dispatched all the lizard soldiers in the area. He smiled to himself, knowing it was time to eat the monsters he had slain. He reached into his magic bag, which he had purchased with the reward money from the guild. The magic bag, enchanted to expand its space and reduce the weight of its contents when closed, was now a vital tool for him. Rude then retrieved his cooking utensils and seasonings from the bag, preparing to cook the monster meat from the creatures he had just defeated. Rude reflected on his time in the hidden floors, where his only focus had been survival. Despite his desperation, he had always harbored a desire to try cooking monster meat. Now, having prepared it, he admired how appetizing the meat looked and anticipated that it would taste exceptional. Rude eagerly grabbed a piece and took a bite, smiling with pleasure as he discovered that the flavor was indeed superb. The meat was far more delicious than he had imagined, and Rude mused that he might soon become addicted to eating monster meat. As Rude enjoyed the monster meat, he found that he had acquired several new skills, many of which were quite impressive. He wondered how he had gained such valuable abilities and speculated that they might be linked to the magical powers of the monsters he had consumed. Rude reflected on the skills he had acquired, noting that the armor spider skill from the Minotaur was particularly impressive. The evil eye skill from another monster was also quite useful. Additionally, he had gained several potentially powerful skills from monsters he hadn't yet tested. Brimming with excitement, Rude decided that on his way back, he would make it a point to consume as many different monsters as possible to expand his collection of new skills. On the 21st floor of the Miasma Labyrinth, Rude continued to defeat various monsters, systematically acquiring their skills by consuming them. As he dispatched and devoured a diverse range of creatures, he gained a multitude of abilities, including venom, temperature variation, poison scale powder, and many others. As Rude was enjoying the monster meat he had cooked, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind him. Curious, he paused, trying to figure out the source of the noise. It became clearer, a distinct crashing sound, almost human. Rude wondered if there were other adventurers who had managed to venture as deep into the labyrinth as he had. Without wasting a moment, he quickly packed all his belongings into his magic bag and rushed toward the direction of the noise, eager to discover who, or what, might be waiting ahead. Rude thought to himself that encountering other parties in combat was quite rare, and he considered that if he were lucky, he might even have the opportunity to exchange information with them. As he approached, he saw a woman, cloaked and bleeding from her hand, lying on the floor. She was surrounded by a group of suspicious-looking men who seemed intent on doing her harm. One of the men spoke up, expressing disbelief at how much magic the woman on the floor still had left despite her injuries. Another man, who was bruised and battered, explained that their situation was dire because the woman was an elf. He remarked with a hint of curiosity about how valuable the elf woman might be. At that moment, Rude spoke up, saying he had hoped to make some adventurer friends, but he wasn't pleased with the current situation. The men were taken aback by his voice, but Rude continued, admitting he didn't know the full story, yet couldn't just stand by and watch a woman being attacked. The man who seemed to be in charge asked Rude who he was, to which Rude replied that he was an adventurer. The elf woman then shouted at Rude, urging him to leave, warning him that the men surrounding her were adventurer hunters. Rude was momentarily surprised upon hearing the woman's warning. He had always heard that adventurer hunters were high-ranking adventurers. Curious, he used his appraisal skill to check their status, but to his surprise, he couldn't access any information. This made him wonder if they were using concealment skills or perhaps a counter-magic tool. Just then, the leader ordered his men to take Rude down immediately. Without warning, one of them lunged at Rude, swinging his sword with deadly intent. Rude was shocked by the man's speed but managed to block the attack just in time. As they fought, the man remarked that Rude was holding up pretty well against him. Rude, unfazed, retorted that it was only because the man was weak. Enraged, the man shouted that he was not weak and began attacking Rude with increased ferocity, vowing to smash Rude's head. In that moment, Rude activated one of his skills, Venom, and spat it directly onto the man's face. The man screamed in pain as the venom burned into his skin, writhing in agony on the ground. Everyone was stunned by what they had witnessed. They couldn't believe Rude had the ability to spit venom and began to think of him as something more akin to a monster. Rude reflected that his fighting style was reckless, completely unlike that of a typical adventurer. But for someone as weak as him, survival meant using any means necessary to defeat his enemies. At that moment, the man who had been sprayed with venom lay dead on the ground. The leader, witnessing this, realized that Rude possessed a rare skill, poison, and quickly understood they had underestimated him. Determined not to make the same mistake, the leader ordered his men to charge at Rude all at once, hoping to overwhelm him and prevent any chance of escape. As they attacked him relentlessly, Rude dodged their strikes, thinking that if he paused for even a second, he would be killed instantly. He couldn't afford a single mistake. While retreating for just a moment, the leader seized the opportunity and unleashed a devastating blow. At the last second, Rude activated his steel body skill, hardening himself to block the powerful attack, narrowly avoiding serious harm. Rude was sent flying backward from the leader's powerful kick. The leader, surprised, thought to himself that Rude was a tough opponent, as he was certain the kick should have broken Rude's neck. As one of the men approached Rude, he threatened to end his life right then and there. However, as he got closer, Rude suddenly turned and began to run away. The man yelled at Rude to stop running and began chasing after him. However, just as he took off, the leader ordered him to halt, pointing out that both he and Rude were now walking on a poisonous swamp. The leader warned his companion that venturing any deeper would be dangerous, as there was no guarantee they'd survive. He also added that Rude wouldn't last long in the swamp either, and eventually, he'd have no choice but to come back out. Glancing back at them, Rude wondered how long they planned to wait by the edge of the swamp. Realizing that stalling wasn't an option, he resolved to face them head-on and compete as adventurers would. Rude thought to himself how fortunate he was to have ended up in the poisonous swamp. In addition to its toxic nature, the swamp's vapors rapidly drained an adventurer's stamina, which worked in his favor. A few minutes later, the men were shocked that Rude had been inside the swamp for so long. One of the men, visibly struggling to breathe, asked his companions how much longer Rude planned to stay in the poisonous swamp. It had already been 10 minutes, and even though they weren't directly in the swamp, they were starting to feel sick from the fumes. Meanwhile, Rude, who was even deeper in the swamp, remained there, seemingly unaffected. At that moment, Rude decided it was time to make his move. He had waited long enough, hoping the poisonous swamp would weaken them further. However, he realized that if he delayed any longer, it would only worsen the elf woman's condition, as she was seriously injured. Approaching the group, Rude asked how they were faring after being exposed to both the poison and the swamp's magic, and if they were feeling rough. One of the men sneered, commenting that Rude had finally emerged from the swamp and had caused them a lot of trouble. Rude calmly replied that, unfortunately for them, he was unaffected by any status abnormalities, so he couldn't really understand just how much pain they were in. The leader was taken aback upon realizing that Rude possessed a status nullification skill and had tricked them. He immediately shouted for his men to attack and kill Rude right then and there. One of the men lunged at Rude, but the effects of the poisonous swamp had weakened him significantly, allowing Rude to easily block the attack. With a smile, Rude taunted the man as they fought, explaining that the poison gradually drained their stamina while the accumulated magic in their bodies lowered their stats. Just then, another man attacked Rude from behind. However, Rude activated his steel body skill, and the man's sword failed to inflict any damage, leaving him shocked at what had just happened. Seizing the opportunity, Rude then unleashed another skill, Lightning Cloak, swiftly defeating both attackers in one move. One of the men, barely able to breathe, shouted at Rude and prepared to attack again. But in an instant, Rude activated his aerial slash skill, finishing the man off immediately. The leader watched in panic, unable to believe that a human could possess multiple skills typically found in monsters. Shifting his focus to the leader, Rude declared that he had no obligation to explain anything and launched his attack. As they fought, the leader thought to himself that, despite his supposed superiority in combat against humans, he realized he was destined to lose to Rude. Desperate, the man activated his agility enhancement skill to boost his stats. Shouting in anger, he declared that someone like Rude wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, as he swung his sword, Rude delivered a powerful strike that shattered the man's sword into 2 pieces. The man stood in shock, unable to comprehend that he had been defeated by Rude. In that instant, he was cut in half along with his weapon, lifeless on the ground. Rude looked down at the fallen man and remarked that if it hadn't been for the abnormal status nullification he possessed, the man would have been far stronger. But because of Rude's unique ability, he had been able to overcome him. After a few moments, Rude had successfully saved the elf woman, and they walked alongside each other. She turned to Rude, expressing her gratitude for his help, saying she didn't know what she would have done without him. Rude replied that he couldn't just leave her in such a perilous situation. As he observed her, Rude noticed that the elf was trying to appear brave, but her body still showed signs of being affected by the poisonous swamp's magic. Setting that aside, Rude found it unusual to encounter an elf in such a remote area and began to wonder what circumstances had led her to be pursued by adventurer hunters. As they continued walking, a monster suddenly appeared right in front of them. Using his appraisal skill, Rude identified the creature as the Mosfas Great, the leader of the Moths, a level 37 monster. Determined, Rude charged at the beast, thinking to himself that its size wouldn't be enough to take him down. At that moment, the monster unleashed its aerial slash attack, but Rude skillfully dodged it. He then turned to the elf woman, asking if she was okay. She reassured him that she was fine. Satisfied, Rude faced the monster again and declared that he was going to scare it, as it had managed to frighten him for just a moment. The monster flew higher, trying to create distance to avoid Rude's attacks. Undeterred, Rude shouted at the creature, telling it that its efforts were futile. He then unleashed his own aerial slash skill, striking the monster and dealing significant damage. Furious from the hit, the monster retaliated by using its paralyze skill. Rude simply smiled at the monster and confidently declared that it was too bad, as paralysis wouldn't work on him, he was immune to it. At that moment, Rude suddenly remembered the elf woman and grew concerned that the paralysis could affect her. However, when he turned to look at her, he saw that she had activated her wind magic, successfully blocking the monster's attack. Rude was impressed by the skill she displayed. After a few moments of intense combat, Rude finally defeated the monster with a powerful strike from his sword. The elf woman approached Rude and expressed her surprise that poison and paralysis had no effect on him, noting that he possessed skills remarkably similar to those of monsters. Rude smiled nervously, feeling awkward as he struggled to find the right words to explain his situation to her. Suddenly, the elf woman winced in pain and collapsed to the ground. Rude rushed to her side, worried she had been affected by the paralysis skill. However, she reassured him that this was something different, adding that she would explain her circumstances in more detail once they were outside the labyrinth. Moments later, they found themselves outside the miasma labyrinth, sitting on the ground near a tree. The elf woman smiled at Rude, expressing how much better she felt now that they were out of the labyrinth. Before explaining her situation, she said she wanted to introduce herself properly. With that, she told Rude her name was Alicia and that she was a former adventurer. Rude was taken aback, asking if she was the one and only Alicia of the Emerald Storm. Alicia laughed and confirmed that she was indeed the adventurer he had mentioned. Rude then remarked that the kingdom of Ludia's renowned S-rank party, known as Azure Trails, was famous, and everyone was aware of its members. However, 5 years ago, the party was defeated by monsters. Upon hearing this, Alicia explained that on that fateful day, they had challenged the monsters lurking in the deepest part of the S-rank labyrinth, known as the Abyssal Labyrinth. During that battle, their leader had died, one member had to retire due to severe injuries, and another had been swallowed by the labyrinth itself. Alicia added that even she hadn't emerged from that battle unscathed, revealing a mark on her chest as proof of her injuries. Rude initially panicked as Alicia began to open her clothing to reveal her chest. However, as he looked closer, he noticed a distinct purple mark on her skin. Alicia explained that this mark was a curse placed on her during the battle, known as the Curse of Level Down. Hearing this, Rude felt confused, as he had never encountered such a curse before. Alicia admitted she was in the same boat. She had never heard of it either. She shared that she had tried every possible method to break the curse but had only managed to slow its progression. Alicia then told Rude that the other adventurers they had encountered were aware of her curse and had been planning to profit from it. She expressed her despair, explaining that she would die if her level reached 0, and she couldn't bear the thought of being at the mercy of those men. In that moment, Rude noticed something and told Alicia that she might have a way to combat the curse. He remembered that he possessed a skill called Substitute, which allowed him to select a target and absorb their attacks and status ailments. Rude expressed his desire to test something out, asking Alicia if she would be willing to accept the skill he was about to activate. Alicia looked at him, confused by what he meant. Alicia then told Rude that she was ready to proceed. Rude placed his hand on her and activated his substitute skill. Alicia was taken aback as she felt the curse within her begin to transfer to Rude. Panic set in, and she urged him to stop, fearing that the curse would affect him. Rude smiled reassuringly at Alicia, telling her not to worry and that everything would be fine, she just needed to trust him. Just then, a dark presence materialized behind Rude, and Alicia stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Rude used his skill, and his unique ability, Abnormal Status Nullification, activated. In that moment, the curse that had plagued Alicia vanished, leaving her free of its effects. As Rude reveled in the success of his actions, Alicia looked at him in confusion and asked what had just happened. Rude encouraged her to check her guild card. When she looked at her status card, she was astonished to see that her status was now normal and the curse had been lifted. Alicia couldn't believe it. She was free from the curse. Rude explained that he had hoped his unique skill, Abnormal Status Nullification, would be able to nullify her curse. He felt a sense of relief, glad that it had worked effectively and safely removed the curse from her body. Alicia, looking at Rude with a mix of frustration and admiration, exclaimed that he was an idiot for taking such a huge risk for someone he had just met. However, her tone softened as she added that she was grateful for his actions. With a warm smile, she thanked him for saving her. Rude returned her smile, placing his hands on her shoulders reassuringly. He told her not to worry about it any longer, conveying his genuine desire to help her. A short while later, Rude and Alicia found themselves enjoying a meal at the Full Belly restaurant. Alicia commented on how delicious the food was, praising the alcohol as well. She added that Rude certainly knew how to pick a good place. Rude, however, recalled the last time he had been there and how he had been kicked out. Concerned, he asked Alicia if it was wise for her to be drinking so much, given her recent injuries. Alicia reassured him, saying she had fully recovered and that on such a momentous occasion, it was only right for her to indulge. With a bright smile, she declared that they should drink to their heart's content. At that moment, Rude turned to Alicia and asked what her plans were moving forward. After pondering for a moment, Alicia smiled and said she wanted to learn more about Rude first. She then asked him why he had chosen to become an adventurer. Rude took a deep breath and shared his story. He explained that long ago, his village had been attacked by monsters, resulting in the loss of both his family and friends. However, in that moment of despair, an S-rank adventurer had rushed to the scene and saved him, allowing Rude to survive despite the tragedy. He told Alicia he would never forget the sight of that adventurer smiling down at him during such a dark time. At that moment, Rude expressed his aspiration to become an S-rank adventurer, just like the one who had saved him. He shared that his goal was to save as many people as possible and that he hoped to accomplish this dream soon. Alicia, hearing his heartfelt ambition, smiled gently at him and said it was a wonderful goal to have. Rude then asked Alicia if she was going to laugh at his dreams, but she reassured him that she understood, as she had once dreamed of reaching S-rank herself. Alicia explained that her current intention was to gain even more power than she had before being cursed. She added that she was certain her companions were still trapped in the deepest part of the abyssal labyrinth. Whatever the outcome, Alicia was determined to challenge the monsters in that labyrinth once again. Alicia then suggested to Rude that, since they were both still weak and needed to gain more strength to achieve their goals, they should form a party together. Just as Rude was about to respond, two men approached from behind. One of them grabbed Alicia's hand and, grinning, told Rude that he had quite a fine girl to be drinking with. Rude glanced at the two men and recognized them as the same individuals who had kicked him out the last time he entered the restaurant. One of the men then told Alicia that she should leave Rude and not waste her time drinking with someone as boring as him. Just then, Rude grabbed the man by the shoulders and, filled with anger, demanded that he let go of Alicia's hand. The man filled with rage at Rude's defiance, and just as it seemed they were about to come to blows, Alicia intervened. She urged them to stop, reminding them that they were in a pub, and suggested that if they were going to settle things, they should do so by seeing who could drink the most. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, excited to witness the drinking contest and eager to see who would emerge victorious. They drank, and before long, both men were too intoxicated and passed out. Alicia, on the other hand, stood tall and unwavering. At that moment, the cheers erupted as the winner was declared, Alicia. She and Rude exchanged glances and raised their thumbs in celebration, relishing their victory in the unexpected showdown. After a while, Rude and Alicia found themselves standing in a corner of the restaurant. Rude complimented Alicia, saying she had done exceptionally well, especially considering how much she had already drunk before the contest. With a slightly dazed expression, Alicia replied that she could hold her own because Rude was her benefactor. She added that she would never stoop so low as to remain idle while he was being ridiculed by the two men. Just as she finished her sentence, the effects of the drinks took hold, and she dozed off, collapsing into Rude's arms. Smiling at her, Rude activated his skill, Substitute, transferring all of her drunkenness to himself. Alicia suddenly woke up, no longer feeling the effects of drunkenness. Rude explained that he had transferred all of her intoxication to himself, leaving her sober. Excitedly, Alicia grabbed Rude's hand and exclaimed that he had first transferred her curse and now her drunkenness, marveling at the wonderful skill he possessed. She insisted that they should definitely form a party together. After a moment, Alicia suggested they celebrate by drinking more, now that she was sober. However, Rude gently reminded her to drink in moderation. Alicia, feeling disappointed, turned to the owner of the restaurant and expressed her sadness about not being able to try any of the special dishes. The owner explained that monsters had taken up residence in the Barnama's fishing grounds, and although he had sent a request to the guild for assistance, all the top adventurers were already deployed elsewhere. As a result, he couldn't prepare any of the special dishes due to a lack of ingredients. At that moment, he asked Alicia and Rude if they would be willing to take on the request to handle the monsters at the Barnama's fishing grounds. The next day, Rude and Alicia found themselves at the Barnama's fishing grounds, filled with excitement and intrigue as they took in the surroundings. Alicia turned to Rude and said they should defeat the monsters as quickly as possible so they could return to the restaurant and enjoy the special dishes. Rude nodded in agreement, eager to accomplish their mission and savor the delicious food waiting for them. At that moment, Rude spotted something moving beneath the water's surface and felt a surge of excitement as he realized they had found the monster the owner had mentioned. However, both Rude and Alicia's expressions shifted to concern as they noticed that they were now surrounded by numerous monsters lurking in the water. In that moment, Rude activated his appraisal skill to identify the monsters surrounding them. He discovered they were called Gurnibs, mostly at level 23, and possessed 3 skills: high-speed swimming, water bullets, and snipe. Suddenly, all the monsters launched a coordinated attack, firing water bullets at Rude and Alicia. Rude struggled to dodge their onslaught, as the small boat offered little room to maneuver, making it difficult to evade the incoming projectiles. In that moment, Rude had a brilliant idea and jumped into the water, grinning as he challenged the monsters to come at him however they wished. As the Gurnibs charged, Rude activated his skill, Lightning Cloak, unleashing a powerful surge that struck all the monsters in the water, instantly killing them. As he emerged from the depths, Alicia called out Rude's name in panic, but he reassured her that he was perfectly fine. After surveying the area, Rude realized that although he had defeated many of the monsters, a few remained in the deeper waters nearby. At that moment, Rude couldn't understand why the remaining monsters weren't attacking him. He speculated whether they were simply being cautious or if they were trying to protect something. He then shouted to Alicia, informing her that he was going to dive deeper to investigate the situation. Rude asked her if she could assist him, and after a brief exchange, he secured a rope around his chest. With everything set, Rude took a deep breath and began his descent into the depths of the water. As Rude dove deeper into the water, he soon realized why the Gurnib monsters had ceased their attacks. They were guarding something significant. His gaze shifted to reveal a massive creature looming in the depths. Rude activated his appraisal skill, and the monster's details came into focus. Its name was Tentacles, it was level 38, and it possessed 4 formidable skills, along with impressively high stats. The sheer size and presence of the creature made it clear that it was a formidable guardian of whatever lay in this underwater realm. As Rude gazed at the massive creature, he couldn't help but think about its sheer size. Observing it closely, he realized that this was the source of the smaller Gurnib monsters, it was the one producing them. Rude understood that if he didn't defeat this larger monster, there would be no point in continually battling the smaller ones, as the giant would simply keep spawning more. Determined, he knew that taking down the tentacles was essential to stopping the cycle once and for all. Rude realized that since the tentacle monster wasn't displaying any immediate signs of aggression, he could take a moment to prepare before confronting it. However, just as he began to strategize, one of the monster's tentacles lashed out, grabbing him by the feet and yanking him closer. In that instant, Rude understood that it had all been a trap. The smaller monsters had deliberately refrained from attacking him to lower his guard, allowing them to capitalize on his moment of inattention. At that moment, the tentacle monster lunged at Rude just as he was starting to run out of breath, struggling to stay underwater. Desperate, Rude pulled the rope, signaling Alicia for help. Responding swiftly, Alicia activated her wind magic, propelling the boat forward at high speed while simultaneously yanking Rude away from the grasp of the monsters. Once back at the surface, Rude gasped for air, coughing violently from inhaling too much water. Alicia, visibly concerned, asked if he was okay. Rude managed to sit up, grateful, and thanked Alicia for saving him. Rude informed Alicia that deep underwater, there was a boss continuously spawning Gurnibs, and to make matters worse, the boss also possessed the acceleration heal skill. Alicia responded, pointing out that the monsters had a significant advantage in the water, and her magic wouldn't reach that far, either due to distance or the water's interference. She then asked if Rude had any ideas. Rude replied that there was one possible strategy they could use to deal with the situation. In that moment, Rude realized he needed to make a decision. Since Alicia had placed her trust in him, confiding about her curse and even choosing to form a party with him, Rude thought it was only right to share his secret with her as well. With a serious expression, he told Alicia to promise not to reveal what he was about to share or the actions he was going to take. After a brief pause, Rude returned to the water to face the tentacle monster. As he dove in, he activated his newly acquired skill, high-speed swimming. At that moment, Rude drew his sword and swiftly eliminated many of the smaller monsters guarding the tentacle creature. The tentacle monster lashed out, attempting to strike Rude with its limbs, but thanks to his new skill, high-speed swimming, he effortlessly dodged each attack. As Rude evaded the creature's assaults, he closed the distance between them. Seizing the opportunity, Rude delivered a powerful strike to the tentacle monster. Simultaneously, he activated his lightning cloak skill, channeling it into the blow to finish the creature off. Rude glanced at the corpse of the monster he had just slain and thought to himself that, with its defeat, the fishing spot would finally return to peace. However, one thing weighed heavily on his mind: Alicia. He couldn't stop wondering what she would think of him after witnessing him devour a monster right before her eyes. The thought troubled him as he questioned how she would view him now, and what she might say once they returned. As Rude resurfaced, he looked around to see if Alicia was still waiting for him. When he didn't spot her anywhere, he smiled to himself, assuming she had left. Disappointment crept in as he walked back to the shore, realizing he had let his hopes get too high. Just as he was feeling disheartened, a voice called out, telling him he was late. Rude turned and was surprised to see Alicia standing there, still waiting for him after all. Alicia looked at Rude and remarked that he didn't appear to be injured, so she assumed he had defeated the boss. Rude nodded in agreement. Smiling, Alicia bent down to gather some sticks from the ground, expressing her relief that nothing bad had happened to him, admitting that she had been too worried to sit still while waiting. She explained that she had started collecting branches for a campfire to help him dry his clothes. At that moment, Rude shifted the conversation, asking if she was truly okay with staying by his side, even after witnessing him consume the monsters. Alicia smiled gently and told Rude that while she had been surprised at first, she was happy that he trusted her enough to reveal his secret. She added that it didn't bother her at all. In fact, knowing that he confided in her made her happier than anything. Rude was taken aback by her response and thanked her for trusting him and not abandoning him. At that moment, Rude pulled out a piece of rope and explained that he had another reason for returning with part of the tentacle monster. He told Alicia that he wanted to acquire the monster's skills, so he had cut off a portion of it, planning to consume it and gain its abilities. Rude smiled and told Alicia that it wouldn't be fair if he was the only one eating, so he had also caught a Barnama's fish for her to enjoy. Seeing the fish, Alicia lit up with excitement and eagerly told Rude that she couldn't wait to eat it. Rude, amused by her enthusiasm, chuckled and said that while they ate, he would share the story of the first time he ever ate a monster. After a few moments, the food was ready, and Alicia savored the fish Rude had caught. As she ate, she remarked that it was surprising Rude consumed monsters, and that there was such a unique reason behind why he had to do so. Rude explained to Alicia that eating monsters had given him a chance to grow stronger, allowing him to get one step closer to his dream, despite once being destined to remain a weak D rank. Alicia smiled gently and remarked that the monster meat actually looked quite appetizing when cooked. Excited, Rude agreed, telling her that monster meat was surprisingly delicious. He then added that, while he no longer needed to eat the meat to acquire skills, he was still curious to see how it tasted when properly cooked. And, to his delight, it had turned out to be very tasty. At that moment, Rude asked Alicia if she wanted to try the monster meat he had just cooked. However, Alicia replied that there was no guarantee she would survive after eating it, so she decided to pass and stick with the fish Rude had caught for her. Changing the topic, Alicia once again asked Rude if he would be willing to join her party. Surprised, Rude questioned why she wanted him, noting that as an S-rank adventurer, she surely had stronger acquaintances. Alicia explained that it had been 5 years since she was cursed, and even if her teammates had not perished in the labyrinth, many of them might have retired from adventuring due to the natural limits of human lifespan. Alicia added that most of the adventurers on the front lines had a few screws loose, and despite their strength, she couldn't trust them to watch her back. She explained that for her adventures, she wanted someone she could rely on completely. Extending her hand toward Rude, she said that if it were him, she would feel secure without any worries. Rude smiled at her words and replied that he would gladly join her party from that moment on. Outside the Adventurers Guild, Alicia shouted with excitement, telling Rude that they needed to get ready for their first job as a party. Rude replied that, as an E rank, he doubted they would receive any significant requests. Alicia acknowledged his concern but insisted that they should first register as a party at the guild. With her S-rank status, she believed they would have access to bigger job opportunities. Inside the Adventurers Guild, Alicia and Rude approached the counter and informed the receptionist that they wanted to register as a party. Alicia then handed her status card to the receptionist. The receptionist was taken aback when she saw Alicia's card, realizing that she was an S-rank adventurer and a member of the Emerald Storm. As she reviewed Alicia's and Rude's cards, she asked Alicia why she would want to team up with someone like Rude, who was just a miasma scavenger. Alicia shot the receptionist an irritated look, causing her to immediately halt her questions and acknowledge that she understood Alicia's point. Alicia then explained that she wanted to rank up and asked the receptionist what requirements Rude still needed to fulfill in order to achieve that. After checking Rude's details, the receptionist informed them that Rude had accumulated enough achievements, the only thing he lacked was a solid battle record. Upon hearing that, Alicia asked the receptionist to provide the highest difficulty subjugation request that she and Rude could take on together to help Rude increase his battle record. The receptionist confirmed that she had a suitable job for them. A short while later, Rude and Alicia found themselves near Barona, tasked with exterminating a pack of wolves in the area. Rude used his appraisal skill on the creatures and identified them as gray wolves, all at level 11. Activating his stealth skill, he maneuvered behind the gray wolves and effortlessly slashed each one with his sword. While engaged in battle, Rude instructed Alicia to manage the reinforcements of the gray wolves while he focused on those in front of him. She agreed with his plan, ready to take on her part. At that moment, Alicia activated her unique skill and called upon Sylphid, her spirit magic, asking for a boost in power. Rude watched in awe as Alicia unleashed her ability, Great Wind, creating a powerful gust that sliced through all the charging monsters in a single strike, eliminating them instantly. Shocked by the sheer magnitude of Alicia's power, Rude thought to himself that there was no way anyone could dodge such a devastating attack. Alicia then remarked that she hadn't even unleashed her full strength yet, despite having the curse lifted. Rude, feeling a mix of admiration and anxiety, couldn't help but imagine the kind of devastation she could unleash if she fully regained her power. Just then, one of the gray wolves lunged at Rude from behind. Realizing too late that he couldn't dodge the attack, Rude braced for impact. However, at that moment, Alicia called upon her spirit magic, Sylphid, and activated her spell. The gray wolves became confused as they searched for Rude and Alicia, only to look up and see both of them floating in the air. Rude was filled with excitement and astonishment at Alicia's ability to perform such a skill. He thanked her for saving him, but Alicia replied that he shouldn't thank her. He should express his gratitude to Sylphid instead, as it was the spirit magic that had truly saved him from danger. Alicia shifted her gaze toward the gray wolves and warned Rude not to let their guard down, even though the wolves were of low level. She pointed out that she could see 5 more gray wolves lurking in the bushes nearby. Alicia cautioned Rude that there might be many more hiding behind the foliage beyond those they had already spotted, urging him to be careful. Determined to help, Rude responded that it was his turn to locate the hidden gray wolves. He activated his skill, echolocation, to sense the positions of the wolves concealed in the underbrush. As he focused, Rude realized with alarm that there were still around 30 gray wolves alive and waiting just out of sight. Knowing there were still many gray wolves lurking, Rude smiled confidently, certain he could take them all down easily. He called out to Alicia, instructing her to attack the areas he pointed out, and she readily agreed. As Rude directed her, Alicia began using her skill to slice through the designated spots. Rude thought to himself that while his skill, echolocation, lost precision in open spaces, Alicia wouldn't be able to accurately target multiple areas at once either. However, if they coordinated their attacks from the sides, they could herd the gray wolves into one spot, making it much easier for Rude to eliminate them all with a single strike. Once Alicia finished her task of herding the gray wolves together, Rude descended and activated his skill, Paralyzing Breath, which incapacitated all the wolves. With them immobilized, he easily dispatched them one by one. A few moments later, Rude calculated their success and discovered that he and Alicia had killed a total of 52 gray wolves. Alicia expressed her disbelief at encountering so many in a single day, while Rude suggested that the population of gray wolves might have increased significantly recently. Rude then asked Alicia if the magic she had used earlier was spirit magic, to which she confirmed it was. She explained that she could harness magic by borrowing power from the spirits that exist in nature. Although spirits are generally present everywhere, they don't always reveal themselves. Alicia elaborated that to access the spirits' power, one must offer magic as compensation. She added that she could still cast powerful spells even with a limited amount of magical energy. As Rude had witnessed earlier, she could even perform remarkable feats, such as floating in the air. Rude told Alicia that he had never encountered wind magic that strong before. Just as he was speaking, the spirit playfully approached him, grabbed his hair, and began tugging on it for fun. While the spirit seemed to enjoy itself, Rude was in pain, desperately telling the spirit to stop pulling his hair. Alicia, on the other hand, was laughing at the amusing sight of Rude and the mischievous spirit. She explained that Sylphid loved to play pranks, which was why she was tormenting Rude. Noticing the sky was growing darker, Alicia decided it was time to head home. She activated the power of her spirit, and both she and Rude began to float. Alicia informed Rude that they would fly back together today. As they soared through the air, Rude exclaimed that this was the best feeling he had ever experienced. Rude then asked Alicia what other types of magic she could use. Alicia explained that, in addition to wind magic, she specialized in water, ice, light, and earth magic. However, she noted that spirits of darkness and fire were not a good match for her. Alicia elaborated that if a spirit had poor compatibility with a user, it could demand an enormous amount of magical power or, in the worst case, might refuse to lend any power at all. Hearing this, Rude remarked that Sylphid must have a strong affection for Alicia since she didn't have to expend a large amount of magic to activate her skills. Alicia nodded in agreement with Rude's observation. As they flew, Rude spotted smoke rising from a village ahead and alerted Alicia to the situation. Upon their arrival, they saw that many of the houses were engulfed in flames, and the villagers were in a state of panic. The chaos was caused by a single monster known as the Baphomet. The adventurers in the village were overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond. They had assumed that only gray wolves were lurking nearby, so encountering such a powerful monster left them utterly shocked and disoriented. At that moment, the Baphomet summoned its weapon, a spear, and hurled it directly at the two adventurers present in the village. Just as the spear was about to strike, Rude swiftly used his water bullet skill to divert its trajectory, causing it to veer away from the adventurers. The Baphomet, annoyed by this unexpected interruption, glared at Rude with a simmering fury. Just then, Alicia approached the adventurers and asked if they were all right. They assured her that they were fine. Alicia then informed them that she and Rude would handle the monsters, asking them to provide a report on the situation. Meanwhile, Rude used his appraisal skill on the Baphomet and discovered it was level 27, possessing 5 formidable skills. He noted that although its level was lower than that of the general lizard he had fought previously, the Baphomet's stats were far more impressive. As Rude examined its abilities, he realized just how powerful the Baphomet truly was. At that moment, the Baphomet activated its skills, Principles of Fire Magic and Principles of Earth Magic. Seeing these skills, Rude thought to himself that the fire magic he had learned so far was far too weak and unsuitable for battle. He realized that if he could consume this monster, he might be able to harness its powerful magic for himself, significantly enhancing his fighting capabilities. With that in mind, Rude swung his sword at the Baphomet, but the creature easily dodged his attacks with its claws. Rude considered using brute force against the monster, but before he could act, the Baphomet unleashed a barrage of fire spears directed at him. Seeing the onslaught, Alicia called out to Rude, her concern evident, but he managed to dodge the Baphomet's attacks. She asked if he was okay, and Rude assured her that he was fine. As he observed the monster, he noticed it had fired all but 2 of its fire spears, which it had kept on standby for defense. Rude thought to himself that the Baphomet was indeed a tough opponent. At that moment, Alicia suggested they exchange information, noting that the Baphomet seemed to be on high alert. Alicia informed Rude that it appeared the villagers had not yet evacuated, so she had already asked the earlier adventurers to help with the evacuation. She expressed her desire to avoid collateral damage as much as possible. Rude, realizing that Alicia's magical energy must have been depleted from their earlier fight with the Grey Wolves, concluded that he couldn't fully rely on her powerful magic in this situation. He understood that he needed to take charge. At that moment, Alicia assured Rude that she would handle the Baphomet's magic while he focused on pushing forward against the creature, no matter what. With each spell the Baphomet unleashed, Alicia effectively countered it by using the opposite attribute, rendering its magic ineffective. Annoyed by her ability to negate his attacks, the Baphomet resorted to earth magic, but Alicia swiftly countered this with her wind magic. Rude was impressed by Alicia's precise control. She used minimal magical energy to nullify the monster's powerful spells, demonstrating why she was an S-rank adventurer. Seizing the moment, Rude jumped upwards, activating his skill, Physical Boost, and managed to slice off several of the Baphomet's fingers. In desperation, the Baphomet attempted to retaliate, but it was futile. Alicia launched a devastating attack that caused the monster's entire body to explode. In the distance, the villagers and adventurers anxiously discussed the massive explosion they had just heard. One adventurer expressed concern for Alicia and Rude, uncertain whether they had triumphed over the monster or if it had defeated them. Another adventurer regretted not being able to assist, as he was still nursing his injuries. Just then, Alicia appeared before them, thanking them for their help with the evacuation. Relief washed over the adventurers upon seeing her safe. Alicia reassured them, saying that she and Rude had defeated the monster. However, she mentioned that although she had dealt a fatal blow, she was worried it might still be alive and could return to attack the village. With that, she informed them that she was going to pursue the creature. Alicia then asked the adventurers for a small favor. One of them eagerly replied that he would do anything within his power to help. With a shy smile, Alicia requested some spare food, as she was feeling very hungry. Moments later, in the forest at the outskirts of the village, Rude sat alone beside a fire, the corpse of the monster lying nearby. Alicia approached and informed him that she was back from the village. Rude welcomed her return and inquired about the villagers. Alicia replied that everyone had managed to evacuate safely, thanks to the efforts of the adventurers who had been there. Alicia then informed Rude that she had told the villagers they were pursuing the Baphomet, so they wouldn't be suspicious about the disappearance of its corpse. Rude apologized for putting her in a position to lie but also thanked her for helping him out. At that moment, Rude's attention shifted to the corpse of the Baphomet, and he felt a surge of excitement at the thought of cooking and eating it. After finishing the cooking, Rude sampled the monster meat and discovered he had acquired all the skills possessed by the Baphomet. Alicia remarked that while the meat looked delicious, watching someone eat a humanoid monster was a bit unsettling. Rude reflected that Alicia was right, and he felt a twinge of unease at how accustomed he was becoming to eating monster meat without any hesitation. At that moment, a horde of monsters known as Stampings charged toward them. Rude was taken aback by the situation, realizing they had encountered far too many monsters in one day. He quickly got to his feet and told Alicia that, given the circumstances, he would test the new skills he had just acquired from the meat he had eaten. However, when he activated his skill, nothing happened. For some reason, he couldn't activate any of his powers. Just then, the monsters lunged at Rude and Alicia, but they managed to dodge the attacks using their skills. Alicia then remarked that she thought Rude would be able to use magic by now, but he still couldn't activate it. She added that her own magic reserves were running low, so she wouldn't be able to offer much support to him. Rude, on the other hand, was furious and told Alicia that he wouldn't forgive the monsters. Alicia was confused about why Rude was so angry. He explained that he had put in a lot of effort to drain the blood and remove all the impurities from the meat, and it had taken him a long time to do so. Rude added that he wanted to enjoy the food, and after all his hard work to enhance the flavor, it was now ruined and scattered on the floor because of the monsters. He was adamant that he wouldn't forgive them for this. Alicia, still bewildered, couldn't understand why Rude was so upset over monster meat. At that moment, Rude shouted at the monsters, demanding that they take responsibility and insisting that they should be the ones to provide him with their meat instead. Just as Rude was about to charge at them, Alicia grabbed him from behind and urged him to calm down, warning him not to act recklessly. She explained that the monsters had used a skill called Flash Step, which increased their charging power and turned even a single blow into a devastating attack. Alicia emphasized that, despite the monsters being of low level, they needed to maintain a safe distance to avoid the effects of that skill. She suggested that they should retreat for the time being, and Rude reluctantly agreed, knowing that she was right even though he was annoyed by the need to pull back. After a few moments, Rude and Alicia settled atop a tree, safely avoiding the monster pigs below. Alicia then asked Rude why he had been unable to activate his magic earlier. Rude explained that he had never faced such a problem before when using skills acquired from monsters, so he was unsure of what was wrong. Alicia suggested he use his appraisal skill to check for any issues. Rude agreed, and upon inspecting his skills, he reported to Alicia that it indicated he should be able to understand them instinctively. Alicia then remarked that if he still couldn't use the skill, it could only mean that Rude's brain was unfortunately incapable of comprehending magic. Rude, taken aback, responded that Alicia was being rather cruel for saying that. Alicia began to ponder why Rude was unable to use his magic. As she thought, she uncovered a potential clue. Perhaps Rude needed to learn how to manipulate mana in order to wield magic from monster skills. Rude started to grasp the issue he was facing. He told Alicia that he would try what she suggested. Closing his eyes, Rude recalled the first time he had consumed the Minotaur and how he had unleashed its power by fully tapping into its abilities. Rude realized that if he could harness the burst of power within him, he would be able to use the magic. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and discovered that he could now access the magic he had been unable to use before. Excitement surged through him as he thought that as long as he could sense the mana, he could wield it as if it were a part of his own body. With renewed confidence, Rude unleashed a powerful attack on the monsters below him. After defeating all the monsters, Rude took a moment to enjoy the meat he had cooked from his recent hunt. As he savored the diced pork, he commented to Alicia that it was delicious, then apologized for making her wait while he ate. Alicia assured him it was fine, adding that she understood it was necessary for him to replenish his energy. She then explained that to use his magic skills effectively, he needed to draw from his mana rather than pure magic power. Observing that his mana seemed untouched despite his recent attacks, Alicia thought that Rude might be able to use his abilities continuously without exhausting his reserves. Rude nodded in agreement and explained to Alicia that when he felt mana coursing through his body, he immediately understood how to activate his skills. He went on to suggest that if mana could replace magic power, it might be possible for him to enhance his body or even his weapons using mana. Rude then shared that among adventurers, many chose to focus on developing their magic power, with some using it actively in combat. By channeling magic power through their bodies, they could boost their physical abilities, and, when applied to a weapon, it could increase its attack power and even allow them to unleash energy slashes. Hearing this, Alicia realized that, up until now, Rude's limited magic power had prevented him from using such skills effectively. Rude agreed with Alicia's insight, noting that he seemed to have far more than just magic power now. He added that, even more importantly, he could apparently replenish his mana simply by eating monsters. As he said this, he took a bite of meat from the monster he had just slain, and a message appeared, notifying him that he had acquired the skill Flash Step. Observing this, Alicia considered that Rude was able to absorb mana through food and even store it within his body. However, as she thought this over, her attention shifted, and she found herself distracted by the enticing aroma of the monster meat Rude was enjoying, her mouth beginning to water. Noticing Alicia's gaze and the hint of drool as she watched him eat, Rude asked if seeing him enjoy the meal had made her hungry too. Alicia began to reconsider her options and was about to respond when a massive explosion erupted right beside them. Shocked, both turned toward the source, and as the smoke cleared, they found themselves face to face with a colossal monster. Recognizing the threat, Rude told Alicia that the boss had arrived. At that moment, the monster launched a rapid, powerful attack, surprising them both with its speed. Reacting quickly, Rude activated his newly acquired skill, Flash Step, and in an instant, he scooped up Alicia and dodged the monster's attack just in time. Alicia thanked Rude for saving her, but as she did, she couldn't shake the thought of how, just as she sensed something approaching in the distance, the boss monster had suddenly appeared right in front of them. She wondered what was going on, questioning why such a powerful monster would be in this area, especially since they weren't in a labyrinth. Meanwhile, Rude was fuming. His food had been completely destroyed again, marking the second time that day. Frustrated, he pointed at the boss monster in anger, shouting for it to stop interfering with him and his food. Alicia, amused, remarked to Rude that, if nothing else, the monster might make for a delicious roast itself. Rude, however, disagreed with Alicia's suggestion, noting that the boss monster had a fire-resistance skill and wouldn't be bothered even if the oil on its body ignited. Checking the monster's stats, Rude observed that, despite having only 2 skills, Flash Step and Fire Resistance, its overall stats were quite high. Determined to end the fight swiftly, Rude activated his skill, Principles of Earth Magic, and launched an attack at the monster. To his surprise, the monster broke through his attack and charged straight toward him. Taken aback, Rude attempted to activate his Steel Body skill, but before he could do so, the monster closed the distance and landed a powerful blow, sending him flying backward. Seeing Rude struck by the monster's attack, Alicia cried out in concern. But before she could rush to him, the monster turned its attention toward her. Acting quickly, Alicia summoned her spirit, Sylphid, and unleashed a powerful attack on the monster. Though the attack landed, it wasn't enough to bring the beast down.
Thank you for the follow.
Alicia felt a moment of relief that she had managed to land a hit, but she soon realized the monster wasn't relying on any special skills. It was using the raw toughness of its thick fur and muscular frame to withstand her attack. She quickly understood that, whether she used earth magic or Sylphid's wind magic, neither had the piercing power needed to penetrate the creature's thick hide. As the monster regained its composure, it prepared to strike at Alicia, who knew that none of her attacks would inflict significant damage. Just as the monster charged at her, Rude regained consciousness and, in a split second, activated his skill, Roar. His deafening shout immobilized the monster, halting it in its tracks. Regaining his stance, Rude warned the monster not to turn its back on him, as their fight was far from over. Analyzing the situation, Rude realized he couldn't rely on Flash Step or Steel Body at the moment. He knew that if he allowed the battle to turn into a drawn-out struggle, the monster might target Alicia again, a risk he was determined to avoid. Rude realized he didn't have a skill powerful enough to take down the monster in a single blow. Observing the creature closely, he noticed it seemed limited to charging directly at its opponents. With a newfound resolve, Rude decided to attempt a technique he had never tried before in battle. Closing his eyes, he raised his sword, mentally preparing himself to give this new approach a try. As the monster barreled toward him, Alicia watched in worry, noting that Rude was standing motionless, his eyes still shut. But Rude remained focused, concentrating on drawing the mana from within his body and visualizing it flowing steadily into his sword. As Rude focused, he channeled the mana within his body into his sword. Just as the monster closed the gap, Rude opened his eyes and delivered a single, powerful strike. The sword cleaved the monster in half instantly. Surprised by the result, Rude marveled at how he had been able to defeat such a formidable creature with just one swing. Alicia, equally stunned, expressed her amazement, commenting that Rude had used his mana to strengthen his sword without any prior practice. Rude explained that he had felt it was the right moment to try, especially since his mana had been leaking out, making it the perfect time to test the technique. However, just as he finished speaking, his sword shattered into pieces, leaving both Rude and Alicia in shock. Rude screamed in frustration when his sword shattered into pieces, but after a few moments, he began to calm down. He told Alicia that he had used the sword extensively, so it was bound to break eventually, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Alicia remarked that it seemed the sword couldn't handle the immense amount of mana he had poured into it. She added that, since a weapon was essentially an extension of an adventurer's body, it was no surprise Rude was upset to see it break. Changing the subject, Rude suggested that they call it a day, and he mentioned that he would take some of the monster's remains with him to eat. In the 7th layer of the Miasma Labyrinth, Rude's former bullies, now adventurers, were engaged in combat with the monsters in the area. After several battles, they managed to defeat the superior species of miasma rats and the great miasma rats that roamed the labyrinth. One of them commented that it had been a tough fight, but their teamwork had proven more than enough to overcome the monsters. The other two nodded in agreement. As they laughed and celebrated their victory, they suddenly heard a noise coming from a nearby direction. One of them decided to investigate and, when the others asked what was going on, he explained that he had heard a sound from that direction and was going to check it out. As the group made their way toward the source of the noise, one of the adventurers remarked that it was odd to find a staircase in a place like the labyrinth. Another adventurer suggested it might be a hidden path, excitement rising as he anticipated what they might discover. They pressed on, and after a while, they came across a treasure chest. All three of them were thrilled at the sight of it. Upon closer inspection, they determined it wasn't a trap, so they eagerly speculated about what might be inside. When they opened the chest, their excitement grew as they discovered a black sword that appeared both powerful and formidable. One of the adventurers, holding the sword, told the others that he could feel the magic power emanating from it. In response, another adventurer asked, just to be sure, whether the sword could be cursed. As the adventurer asked about the possibility of the sword being cursed, one of the others interrupted him, telling him not to be such a killjoy. He reminded the group that they hadn't seen Rude in a long time, and because of that, they had been struggling without any easy ways to make money. He declared that finding the treasure was a blessing from the heavens, a reward for all their hard work. The other two adventurers, hearing this, agreed and became even more excited about the discovery. As they celebrated, one of them mentioned that he had heard Rude had been spending time with a particularly beautiful elf woman recently. The other two, upon hearing this, remarked that Rude had been acting cocky. They agreed that the next time they encountered him, they would teach him a lesson, reminding him of his place. As the three adventurers were talking, a voice suddenly emitted from the sword, repeatedly whispering the word, kill. Meanwhile, in the frontier city of Bologna, Rude and Alicia walked through the bustling streets. Rude mentioned to Alicia that he was considering consulting with a weapons shop owner he knew about getting a new weapon. A few minutes later, they arrived at the weapons shop, Miner's Hammer, where an old man named Dion, the shop owner, was inspecting the broken sword Rude had brought. As he examined it, Dion remarked that, for a sword he had forged himself, he hadn't expected it to shatter so completely. He added that brute strength alone shouldn't have been enough to break it to such an extent. Dion turned to Rude and asked what he had imbued in his sword. Upon hearing the question, Alicia asked Rude if he was going to tell Dion, to which Rude replied that he would share everything. He added that he had known Dion for a long time and that the old man was not one to carelessly spill other people's secrets. A few moments later, Dion was processing the information Rude had shared about being able to eat monsters and gain powers from them. Upon hearing this, Dion remarked that it was no wonder Rude's power had skyrocketed. Alicia, surprised by Doem's lack of reaction, noted that he didn't seem shocked at all by the revelation that Rude ate monsters. Dion, noticing her surprise, explained that as long as the monster's meat tasted good to Rude, it didn't matter what he ate. Then, changing the subject, Dion asked Rude if he wanted a sword that could withstand blows imbued with mana. Rude nodded in agreement. Dion replied that, including research, it would take some time to craft a new sword that could meet those requirements. Upon hearing Doem's request, Rude asked if there was anything else he could help with. Dion explained that it would be helpful if he had some high-quality magic stones. Rude, in response, told Dion that he had several high-quality magic stones on hand and proceeded to pull out a number of them from his pocket. Dion, seeing the stones, was surprised. Among them were magic stones from a general lizard, a Baphomet, and even a minotaur, all of high grade. Dion remarked that it seemed Rude's skills had improved a great deal since they last met. Rude, pleased by the praise, smiled and told Dion that it made him happy to hear such words from him. Dion then told Rude that if he needed anything else, he would be sure to ask him again. In the meantime, Dion handed Rude a different sword and told him to use it. Rude, grateful for the sword, thanked Dion. However, Dion also gave a stern warning: telling Rude that under no circumstances should he imbue the sword with magic. If Rude were to break this sword as well, Diome would demand compensation next time, and Rude and Alicia both looked troubled upon hearing this. Later, the two found themselves in a restaurant, enjoying their meal. Alicia then suggested that it might be best for them to refrain from using magic attacks for a while. Rude, recalling Diome's warning, agreed and remarked that Diome was truly scary and intimidating when it came to weapons. Alicia then added that although it had been intense, she was glad to have met one of Rude's friends for the first time. Rude, feeling embarrassed, apologized to Alicia for being a loner and not having many friends. As the two were chatting, the bullies who had once tormented Rude approached from behind and interrupted them. One of the bullies spoke up, saying that it looked like Rude and Alicia were having fun, so they decided to join them. Alicia, confused about who the three were, looked at them curiously, while Rude appeared troubled upon seeing familiar faces. Alicia stood up and asked the three if they had a problem with her and Rude. She suggested that they could settle things like adventurers, with a drinking contest. As Alicia spoke to the three bullies, one of them, Rondo, suddenly stepped in front and collapsed onto the table. His teammate Magnus, noticing this, asked Rondo if he had been drinking alone or something, as he seemed unable to stand properly. However, as Magnus spoke, he noticed that Rondo was holding the sword they had found in the labyrinth. Magnus was confused and asked Rondo why he still had the sword, as he thought they had sold it. As Magnus questioned him, Rondo began murmuring, repeating the same word over and over. Suddenly, Rondo snapped and shouted the word, "Kill," before slashing at Magnus with the sword, badly injuring him. Right after slashing Magnus, Rondo turned his sword towards Alicia. Just as he was about to deliver a powerful attack, Rude stepped in and blocked Rondo's strike, telling him that it seemed this wouldn't be resolved with just a drinking contest. Rude, confused by Rondo's behavior, wondered what was happening with him and the other adventurers. Angrily, another adventurer stepped in and demanded to know what Rondo was doing at a drinking party, telling him to leave immediately. As they tried to force Rondo out, he overpowered them and began slashing at them as well. Before Alicia launched her own attack, she apologized to the shop owner for what was about to happen. With that, she activated her spell and sent it flying towards Rondo, sending him crashing into the wall and destroying part of the restaurant. However, much to Alicia's surprise, Rondo quickly got back up and approached her again as if nothing had happened. Rude was also surprised that Rondo was still standing after Alicia's attack. He asked Alicia if she had held back her strength, but Alicia replied that any average adventurer should have been unable to get back up after taking one of her hits. Just as she said that, Rondo went berserk again, charging toward Rude and Alicia, shouting that he would annihilate them both. Rude braced himself and told Alicia that the situation was worsening. Alicia quickly directed one of the bystanders to treat the injured if they could use healing magic. As Rude continued to fight, Alicia warned him to be careful, explaining that Rondo was wielding a cursed sword. Rude then noticed that Rondo was powering up, absorbing magic from the sword. Rondo delivered a powerful attack toward Rude, but Rude was able to block it, though barely. He quickly noticed that each of Rondo's strikes was heavy and packed with immense power. As they continued fighting, Rude managed to land a hit on Rondo's legs, but to his surprise, the wound began to close up as red, tentacle-like tendrils wrapped around Rondo's body. Alicia, watching the fight, thought to herself that if she used her magic to assist Rude, it might be absorbed by the cursed sword Rondo was wielding. She realized that in order to help, she would need to find an opening and deliver a decisive blow to Rondo. As Alicia was contemplating her next move, one of Rondo's teammates, Rigard, shouted at Rude and Alicia, begging them not to kill Rondo. Rigard explained that while he knew they had done terrible things to Rude, he had only been able to look down on those beneath him and that Rondo and Magnus were his only sources of solace. Tears began to flow from his eyes as
Now, I got end up getting a new one. Well, I could say a third hand. I end up getting a third hand one. Not a second hand, but a third hand one. Which apparently the ASD, ZXC buttons going right now. They're practically no longer working, so I had to use like a keyboard on the side, but it doing the job, I could say. So that the other one that screen mash up, so I could say I make no money to be able to fix it. But either way, how things with you? That one's still broke though. Yep, was using Toon. No longer using Toon. Using Clip Studio now. Yeah, new one. But the rough animation, study here. Uh, Then, Niramai. I know the feeling, Niramai. Because for small streamers like myself, they don't really get, well, that follow. Necromancer King. What epic name, man. I know Necromancer King. King Z. There, that's a cool. Yeah, very cool. It's supposed to come up here. For commenting, come up here. So it's confusing sometimes. Necromancer King, right? Knight. Nice, nice. Yep, I just follow you. Which can be confusing sometimes. I don't understand it sometimes, but it is what it is. So it is. Yes, here done it. Let's see what gets here. What? Twitch? Better than YouTube when it comes to growing? Hell no. I've been on Twitch for so long. Look how long I've been on Twitch. I just barely get any kind of views on this channel. People coming in and out or leaving a chat or any kind of thing like that. Bro, new streamers, nah. I'm telling you. That 33 followers you see in there, I enter plenty people, I could say. It is what it is. If you have a camera and you're a cute girl, a good looking woman, yeah, so you're willing to show a little cleave or some kind of shit. Yeah, for sure, you're gonna get a real Sims flood in your channel. Like Twitch for you. Like Twitch. If you're a woman on Twitch, for sure, you're gonna get affiliated very quickly. Just had to show your face. People, then other people don't really care much of whatever else you're doing. And that. I tell you, they don't really care much of what else you're doing. And so long as you show your cute face, show a little, how you dress on time, yeah, you get through one time. Son, your voice and all. You don't even need to show your face. That's your voice. And trust me, you're gonna get flooded. I say Twitch is for women, mostly women. Yeah, that's if they hear me right now. I'm speaking the truth. That's how it is. Unlike YouTube though, on YouTube and well, I'm meeting all of you wonderful people too. This year here, I don't know. I ain't too sure what's gonna happen this year. But as you can see, the year has started off in such a wonderful thing. And yeah, the volume is up. I am talking loud. Can you hear me? The year going well so far. You ain't complaining because it's not in your backyard yet. You see the kind of nonsense going on in the States right now? What kind of nonsense? What kind of nonsense going on in the States right now? It's beyond me how surprising it is. The year now starts and a whole entire nation, countryside game burned down right now. And they're saying it could be UFOs or something else. Hey boy, little things here, yeah. And they say what? Song boy? Yeah. How the song go again, boy? That was song, boy. That was song to represent how the year started off right now. So, oh yes, the world is coming to an end as you know it. Well, it's my room, which is a box, not outside. I'm in a house actually, but my room kind of, well, it's very quiet. And I am on my computer here. I am using we call it NVIDIA, the broadcasting for NVIDIA. So you'll be hearing my voice, but you won't be hearing much things in the background. I'm gonna talk loud enough so you guys can hear me because the noise suppression kinda that high now. So anyway, suppression. I said tone by tone. I am trying. Well, this is OBS I'm using right now. This is OBS. Right now I'm streaming. I'm using Restream and I'm using multiple output. Well, on Restream there's only allow you to stream to two platforms, but multiple output is allowed to stream to multiple outputs. So I see I'm gonna try a little experiment, and I went up on Restream and put in my information and stuff, make an account, so I'll be able to stream to both Twitch, not Twitch, Kick and TikTok, and the multiple output I'll be able to stream to all the other sites I have, but I only limited to at least four if I'm doing art. If I'm doing gaming, like if I'm streaming Warframe or the First Descendant or anything like that, I'll limit it to about three, like Twitch, Kick, and TikTok. If I'm doing anything on YouTube, it's mostly this art or animation. Not in a blue mood, I might do gaming. Like if I really feeling like to risk it now, cause I know YouTube could be a bit on eggshells when it comes to certain content now. So I ain't trying to get my channel yeeted off of the channel platform now. Yeah, so although I see other people doing it, I don't play mad all the time and try to do it. I just that different. That's a weird thing though. Everybody to be sometimes. Roughly. That gets in linked PS style. Now when you're using OBS, the latest OBS now have noise suppression, you know. You just have to know how you're playing it so it won't take any noise from the background. So it will only be focused on your voice now. Anytime you speak, the the mic will pick it up only on your voice. You could do that in OBS. I don't use Streamlabs because Streamlabs very taxing on your computer. Depends on what PC you're using. It's very taxing. To me, it's very taxing. Buy me a coffee. Right? You could use, yeah, yes, yeah, and it does crash. It's crash a lot though. I know why they didn't fix that yet though. That thing is crashed too much though. I'll say Streamlabs is basically for them monstrous kind of PC and them. That will mostly say it's for them monstrous PC and them. They have 32 gigs of RAM, DDR5 or whatever the fuck you might want to call that shit. Yeah, it's a monstrous PC. Well, that's what I will say. Them who like tech savvy and thing, or the people that build PC and thing might say otherwise, but for me, I say you need to have a powerful PC to go and run something like that. And even them at home, even my to tell the truth, my friend was using OBS, Streamlabs. It was crashing on his PC also, and his PC powerful, like five, maybe 10 times more powerful than my laptop right now. You understand? My laptop is Ryzen 7, that's the processor, and NVIDIA 2060, that's the graphics card, with 16 gigs of RAM, DDR4. It's okay, but not powerful. Unlike the things that they're bringing out now, it ain't powerful. But it's good enough. Enough to run games on low quality and to do things on, well, low standards. But it is what it is, so I digress. It is what it is. As possible. Yeah, it less tax and like very the kind of thing you could do on OBS is like open source. Very basically like open source. It less tax than on your computer. I have a lot of tutorials too in how you could optimize it and thing for it to run the way you want it to run. It's not hard to use though. I've been using it like years now, like since way back. It's giving me no problem at all. It do the work that it needs to be done. Just had to not overdo it when it comes to basically, you know, you should have some videos where you could just look up on who would be the best, you know, for the internet, you know, if the internet reaching like, let's see, I just always check my internet, like the speed test something, and right now my speed test, the download speed is 62.17, that the download, 90 megabytes per second when it comes to download, and upload is 106.42. The ping stuff, the upload is where you have to look at. Like the upload is what you have to look at because you're practically uploading data to the internet on whatever platform you're using right now. So that is how I look out for the upload. If the upload is like 40 or 50, you might be able to stream to maybe 2 channels to 3. You understand? Right now, it's streaming to 4 because at how the speed is right now. So how the speed is right now. And if I reset it, like the ping right now, my ping right now is about 8. And it now starting to thing up here. Let's see. Then download speed right now. And my download speed has gone down a bit. And my upload speed is, well, it's higher than high. So, good to go. Good to go. Yep, that's all it is, man. Don't do that to yourself. You want your computer to be able to last as long as possible so you can get all the work that you need to get out of it. You don't want nothing crashing it or damaging it too quickly. Actually, to tell you the truth, yeah. Everything you put on your computer could end up damaging it and it's just something you could to be used for the time being. You just gotta treat your things good and they go last a very long time. Some things will fall apart eventually, but if you had the money, be able to buy what you need to buy. I don't have the money right now, so I can't afford a new laptop, like a brand new laptop fresh off the shelf. Don't have that kind of money right now. So if I get money, I can only afford like a second hand laptop or something. So I don't have a desktop. I don't have a desktop. Only laptops. Basically, my go-to basically for anything. Aren't we are not much of us are like that. You could get. You be grateful for it and you treat it with respect because it will last you a long time. If when you don't have it, that struggle. The struggle when you don't. When you get it, you do it very well. This year, what I using here is just an extension of myself. Get the work done, that's that. So what you guys up to right now? You learn anything? simple, but yet in a kind of controlled kind of nothing too Yes, that is the first animation that we here. So, yeah.
He begged Rude to spare Rondo's life. Hearing Reedard's words, Rude replied that he would try his best to stop Rondo without killing him. He then turned to Alicia and told her that he was going to use his substitute skill and asked her to leave it to him for a while. Alicia agreed. As Rude continued to fight Rondo, he thought to himself that when he had used substitute on Alicia, it had taken about 10 seconds. The challenge now was figuring out how to keep Rondo under control while he worked on removing the curse that was affecting him. At that moment, as Rude was deep in thought, Rondo landed a powerful attack on him. Alicia, seeing this, shouted in concern, worried for Rude after witnessing the impact of the attack. Despite the force of the blow, Rude managed to block it, though he noted to himself that Rondo's strikes were heavy. Rude quickly realized that if he could just hold Rondo's sword back, he would be able to use his substitute skill on him. In that instant, Rude activated his skill, Principles of Earth Magic, which bound Rondo in place with the spell. Rude thought to himself that if the cause of Rondo's state was a curse, he could remove it the same way he had done for Alicia. With that in mind, Rude activated his substitute skill on Rondo, hoping to restore him to his senses. As Rude used his substitute skill on Rondo, Rondo briefly regained consciousness and pleaded with Rude to save him. However, before Rude could react further, he was sent flying backward. Alicia, concerned, asked if Rude was okay, and Rude replied that he was fine, but he added that his substitute skill had failed on Rondo. Rude thought to himself that it wasn't Rondo rejecting the skill but likely the sword's influence. He reasoned that if he could weaken the sword's power further, he might be able to overpower it. Determined, Rude activated his Principles of Fire Magic and directed it toward Rondo. But just as Rude launched his attack, Rondo broke through Rude's restraints and managed to block the incoming spell. At that moment, Rude realized that he had only managed to remove the curse from Rondo's right arm. He thought to himself that if this was the case, he would need to attack from outside the reach of Rondo's right arm. However, as they continued to fight, Rude was caught off guard by Rondo's sudden movements, and to his surprise, his magic was being absorbed once again by the sword. After absorbing a significant amount of magic power, the sword took full control of Rondo's body, and in that instant, an incarnation occurred, meaning the body was no longer Rondo's. Rude quickly activated his appraisal skill and discovered that what stood before him was no longer Rondo but instead a two-headed curse known as Graham. The creature immediately launched a powerful attack toward Rude, and though he tried to block it, the force of the blow was so intense that it sent him flying backward, causing significant damage in the process. Rude thought to himself that the monster he was fighting was incredibly fast, no longer making any unnecessary movements. It attacked with precision, as if it were a seasoned veteran. Just as the monster was about to strike again with a powerful blow aimed at finishing Rude off, Alicia intervened, disrupting the attack. At the same time, she launched a powerful strike that created some distance between them and the monster. Alicia then told Rude that it seemed she would have to step in between him and the monster for a while. Rude, grateful for her timely intervention, thanked Alicia for saving him. He then remarked that he hadn't known she was capable of close-range combat. Alicia responded by saying that a wizard who became useless when the enemy got close was nothing but a burden, and she didn't want to be that way. As a result, she had learned close combat techniques as well. Alicia told Rude that the monster controlling Rondo was no longer an opponent they could afford to underestimate. She explained that Rondo's curse had advanced too far, and there was no way to stop it unless they destroyed his heart. Rude, troubled by Alicia's words, realized he had no other choice but to agree with her. Meanwhile, Magnus and Rigurd were still dealing with their injuries. The healer was advising Magnus not to get up as he continued to heal him, but Magnus, despite his condition, asked Rigurd if he had heard Alicia's warning about Rondo. He asked if they could only defeat Rondo by destroying his heart, and Rigurd, clearly troubled by the situation, could only nod in response. Back with Rude and Alicia, the two were still engaged in combat with the monster. Rude thought to himself that even with both of them fighting together, they still couldn't create a decisive opening. Rude then wondered if the monster's two heads were providing it with a broader field of vision. He called out to Alicia, asking her to step back for a moment as he planned to try something with the monster. Rude activated his spell, reducing visibility in the area. Alicia, seeing this, understood Rude's strategy. He was attempting to limit the monster's vision. As the creature scanned the area, searching for them, Rude quickly moved behind it and severed one of its heads. At that moment, Alicia summoned her earth attribute spirit magic, Nomia, and the spirit delivered a powerful strike aimed at the monster's heart. However, after the attack landed, Alicia looked troubled as it had only grazed the monster's heart, doing minimal damage. At that moment, the monster was about to attack Alicia, but Rigurd and Magnus suddenly appeared and blocked its strike. Rude was surprised to see them intervening to stop Rondo, but Rigurd spoke up, telling Rondo that he would stop him even if it meant sacrificing himself. With his sword pointed directly at the monster's heart, Rigurd declared that it would always be the three of them, together until the end. As he finished speaking, Magnus launched a powerful attack at the monster that had taken control of Rondo's body. As Magnus's attack struck true, his sword pierced through Rondo's heart. Slowly, Rondo's body began to collapse to the floor, disintegrating along with the magic that had consumed him. Watching the scene unfold, Rude and Alicia were overwhelmed with sorrow for Rondo and his companions, Magnus and Rigurd. Magnus and Rigurd, on the other hand, were overcome with tears, mourning the loss of their friend who was now gone. Amidst their grief, Rude's attention was drawn to the sword lying on the ground, the weapon that had caused this tragedy. Picking it up, he reflected silently, realizing that even if he were to hide the sword away, there would be no guarantee of preventing it from claiming another victim in the future. As Rude contemplated what to do with the sword, it suddenly began to speak once more, repeating the same words as before, now urging Rude to kill. The sinister voice echoed repeatedly, but just as the sword's words filled the air, the system interface appeared before Rude, notifying him that the curse placed by the sword had been nullified and that he was now immune to abnormal conditions. Irritated by the persistent noise, Rude silenced the sword, declaring that its attempts to influence him were futile. The sword, seemingly troubled by his defiance, fell silent. At that moment, the door to the restaurant swung open, revealing Lankars, the guild master of the Bologna branch. Concern evident in his demeanor, Lankars asked if everyone was all right. Rude, still holding the sword, responded calmly, explaining that the ordeal had just come to an end. Lankars, upon hearing Rude's response, suggested that they all head to the guild for the time being. Moments later, they arrived at the guild, where Lankars asked Rude and his companions to explain everything in detail about what had transpired. As Rude recounted the events, Lankars came to understand that Rondo had used the cursed sword to enhance his strength. With Magnus's testimony supporting the account, Lankars felt confident that the other adventurers would accept the explanation. Magnus, however, remained in a state of shock, still processing the events that had unfolded. Sensing the need to shift the focus, Lankarsh changed the subject and asked Rude how he was feeling, noting that he had been holding the cursed sword for an extended period. Rude explained to Lankarsh that, thanks to his abnormal status nullification, curses no longer had any effect on him. He added that as long as he held on to the sword, there would be no more victims beyond Rondo. After carefully considering the situation, Lankarsh acknowledged Rude's resolve but warned that if the cursed sword ever managed to take control of him, he would be forced to take decisive action. Rude agreed without hesitation, assuring Lankarsh that, if that time ever came, he should do whatever was necessary. Alicia, hearing this exchange, appeared slightly worried but chose to remain silent. Lankarsh shifted the topic once more, expressing his gratitude to Rude and Alicia for their efforts in containing the situation. Turning his attention to Magnus, he offered his condolences for the loss of their companion, Rondo, his tone heavy with sympathy. Lankarsh continued, telling Rude and Alicia that now was not the time for anyone to relax. Concerned by his statement, Alicia asked if something had happened to prompt such a remark. Lankarsh explained that the adventurers who had accompanied him were initially summoned to address a separate issue he was about to reveal. He went on to say that recently, the number of monsters outside the labyrinths had been increasing at an alarming rate. The source of the problem appeared to be the newly discovered Abelio labyrinth. According to the survey team's findings, the surge in monsters was linked to the presence of a particular creature within the labyrinth. Hearing this, Rude's curiosity was piqued, and he found himself wondering about the nature of this mysterious monster. Lankarsh informed them that the monster in question was known as the Miasma Dragon, also called Basilista. He admitted that his knowledge of the creature came from books but noted that its estimated level exceeded 70. Rude and Alicia were stunned by the revelation, recognizing that the dragon's power far surpassed their own. Lankarsh continued, explaining that the dragon's combat abilities alone were formidable, but the greater threat lay in its ability to emit high concentrations of miasma. This miasma was believed to stimulate other monsters, driving them out of the dungeon in greater numbers. As a result, the situation had escalated, and the survey team had already suffered casualties during their investigation. Lankarsh added that those who had returned from the survey were currently undergoing treatment. He warned that if the situation continued unchecked, it would not stop with just the monsters within the labyrinth. The miasma would seep out, leading to catastrophic damage to the surrounding areas. He then explained that this was why he had been searching for Rude and Alicia. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Rude told Lankarsh that he now grasped the circumstances. He suggested they first visit the remaining members of the survey team. Shortly after, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild's medical ward. There, Rude examined one of the adventurers afflicted by the miasma, who was writhing in pain. Raising his hand, Rude placed it gently on the adventurer. Activating his skill, Substitute, he began to slowly draw the miasma out of the adventurer's body, steadily alleviating their suffering. Lankarsh was astonished as he watched, having never seen such a healing method before. He expressed his surprise to Rude, admitting he had no idea Rude could nullify abnormal conditions in others. Rude explained that this ability only worked if the person he was helping did not reject his assistance. After clarifying, Rude turned to Lankarsh and stated that this was precisely why only he and Alicia would be participating in the dragon subjugation. One of the adventurers overheard and, shocked by the declaration, called Rude foolish for suggesting that just the two of them could take on such a formidable opponent. Lankarsh, however, remained serious. Turning to Rude, he asked directly what Rude believed his chances of success were. Rude, hearing Lankarsh's question, explained that the fewer people he had to protect within the miasma, the easier it would be for him to move freely. With a confident smile, he added that fighting strong monsters alone was something he had always wanted to do. After carefully considering Rude's reasoning, Lankarsh placed a firm hand on his shoulder and acknowledged his determination. He agreed to Rude's proposal and entrusted the subjugation of the miasma dragon, Basilista, to him. A short while later, the meeting concluded, and Rude and Alicia found themselves walking through the streets of the city. Rude turned to Alicia and suggested they ensure they got a good night's sleep and properly prepared themselves for the task ahead. Alicia asked Rude if it was truly all right for just the two of them to take on such a dangerous mission. Rude responded, explaining that he could only use his skills without hesitation if there were no others around to worry about. Shifting his tone, Rude apologized for dragging her into such a perilous situation. However, Alicia, smiling, dismissed his concerns. She told him that if he had even considered taking on the mission without her, she would have given him a beating. For leaving her behind, she reminded him that they were a team and reassured him that the two of them together were more than enough to save everyone. Hearing her unwavering confidence, Rude nodded and agreed with her words. The next day, deep in the lower floors of the Abelio Labyrinth, Rude and Alicia were engaged in battle with the mob monsters known as Bobgoblins. After a short time, they had defeated the goblins around them. Rude then told Alicia that the situation was pretty much as they had heard from the Rankers, noting that they still needed to push through at least 5 more floors. He added that, although he hadn't heard any reports of the miasma spreading this far, it was clear that something was amiss. Alicia, observing the situation, pointed out that the spread of the miasma was accelerating. She mentioned that even her purification items seemed to be losing their effectiveness, making it increasingly difficult to cleanse the miasma. Changing the subject, Rude remarked that it seemed like many of the monsters on the next floor were no longer alive, hinting at the severity of the situation ahead. Rude then told Alicia that he wasn't sure how many more floors they had to go through and asked if she was certain she didn't want to back out now. He wanted to know if she was truly willing to continue. Alicia, however, firmly responded that she wanted to take on the mission with him. She acknowledged that Rude's abilities might not be as effective against the monster, but even if close combat became unavoidable, she was confident she could still land some solid hits. Alicia added that running away and leaving her friends behind again was something she could never forgive herself for. Hearing this, Rude felt a twinge of guilt and apologized for putting her in that position once more. As a gesture of support, he placed his hand on Alicia's shoulder and used his substitute skill to ease the miasma affliction she had been suffering from. As Rude observed the miasma on Alicia's body, he released his grip on her shoulders and noted that, just as he had expected, he could remove the miasma while in contact with her. However, once he let go, the miasma began to slowly build up again in her body. Alicia smiled upon hearing this and suggested that they simply hold hands and keep moving forward. She then took Rude's hand in hers, adding that the miasma made it difficult for her to see her feet clearly. In addition to Rude using his substitute skill to help her, she asked him to escort her through the labyrinth, given the thick miasma. Rude, smiling in response, agreed to her request and assured her he would do just that. With that, they continued on, exploring the labyrinth while holding hands. Moments later, the two found themselves on the middle floors of the Abelio Labyrinth. Rude pointed out that the deeper they went, the thicker the miasma became. He also mentioned that he had used his echolocation skill and detected 2 monsters ahead of them. Alicia observed that if the monsters were able to survive in such a dense miasma, they must be formidable opponents. Rude agreed, noting that the monsters didn't resemble any he had encountered before, so Alicia's assessment was likely correct. Alicia then asked if there were any detours. Rude confirmed there was, but he added that, if possible, he preferred to face the 2 monsters directly. Surprised by his response, Alicia teasingly asked if he wanted to eat the monsters. Rude quickly denied this, explaining that it wasn't his intention. He clarified that before they confronted the dragon, he wanted to test out the cursed sword Graham, which he had recently obtained. At that moment, Rude approached the monsters, which were identified as rolling beetles of level 33. He activated his Principles of Earth magic beneath the 2 monsters, causing the ground to shift and sending them both flying upwards. However, as Rude and Alicia observed the result, they realized that the spell had not been as effective against the monsters as they had hoped. One of the rolling beetles curled its body into a ball and launched itself toward Rude and Alicia. Both of them were caught off guard by the monster's sudden attack. Rude then turned to Alicia and asked if she could stop the monster's assault. Alicia, without hesitation, told him to leave everything to her. She added that she would need to release his hand for a moment in order to activate her spell. In that moment, Alicia summoned her spirit fairy, Nomia, and Nomia immediately activated her spell to catch the rolling beetle charging toward them. However, the beetle proved to be too strong, and Alicia apologized to Rude, realizing that she wouldn't be able to hold the monster back much longer. Rude, understanding the situation, quickly unsheathed his cursed sword. He told Alicia that he would test his new weapon right away. Gathering all of his magical energy into the sword, he focused intensely, quietly hoping that the sword wouldn't break like the previous one had. With enough energy collected, Rude swung the sword in a powerful strike at the monster. The attack made contact and caused some damage, but it wasn't deep enough to inflict serious harm, and the monster was only slightly wounded. Upon noticing that his previous strike lacked enough power, Rude realized that his only option was to take a chance. He shouted to Alicia, and she immediately understood the plan when she heard him call out. In that moment, Alicia unleashed a powerful magic energy attack, which was fully absorbed by the cursed sword, Graham, as one of its primary abilities. Seeing this, Rude smiled and called out to Graham, telling the sword to show him its true power. With that, Rude launched a devastating attack toward the rolling beetle. The strike was so powerful that it cleaved the monster in half with a single blow. After seeing the first monster fall, Rude turned his attention to the second one. Moments later, he finished off the second beetle as well. After finishing off the monsters, Rude approached Alicia with an excited expression and told her that her magic control had been impeccable. Alicia, equally excited, responded that it had turned out quite well. Rude then immediately took her hand and used his skill, Substitute, to absorb all the miasma energy from her body. Alicia thanked him for doing so. Once the miasma was completely absorbed, Rude shifted the topic and asked Alicia if they could spare a bit more time. Alicia, confused, asked why he needed more time. Rude explained that absorbing the magic energy hadn't actually restored his mana. Alicia immediately understood and teasingly asked if Rude planned to eat the monster after all. Embarrassed by her guess, Rude quickly denied it, explaining that he only intended to cut the monster into small pieces and bring them along on their journey. A few moments later, Rude cooked the monster meat using his fire spell, and after tasting it, he told Alicia that the flavor was quite unique. Alicia then asked how Rude had felt while using the cursed sword. Rude explained that once the sword had absorbed enough energy, his physical abilities had greatly improved. Alicia added that it seemed the sword wouldn't break, even if Rude poured a large amount of mana into it. Rude agreed with her assessment. At that moment, Rude mentioned there was something that bothered him. He explained that, according to the eyewitness report, the miasma dragon was as large as a big tree, which made him wonder how effective the sword would be against such a formidable opponent. He also noted that in terms of attack weight, his previous sword was much better than his current one. As Rude was speaking to Alicia, he suddenly heard a voice. It was the voice of the sword. The sword told Rude to give it the mana stone so it could feast. Rude, confused, wondered if the sword consumed monster meat as well. The sword, however, denied this and explained that it wasn't the meat it wanted, but the magic stone from the monster. Rude then took out the mana stone from the monster's body and handed it to the sword. The sword absorbed the stone, and as it did, it powered up. Within seconds, the once small and lightweight sword had transformed into a massive blade. Rude was impressed by the sword's newfound capabilities. Alicia was confused as to how Rude had understood what the sword was saying, as she couldn't hear anything. Rude explained that the sword had communicated directly into his mind. He then thought to himself that the cursed sword might have been annoyed because he had compared it to the other swords, which might explain why it had grown larger. Rude told Alicia that he had figured out how to use the cursed sword. Alicia then informed him that the floor below them was where the miasma dragon had last been spotted. Just as she finished speaking, a loud roar echoed from below the labyrinth. Both Rude and Alicia were startled by the sound. Rude then asked Alicia if the roar was made by the miasma dragon, and as he spoke, he noticed that the ceiling was about to collapse. He immediately warned Alicia, telling her that they needed to support the ceiling with earth magic. Alicia, however, pointed out that if they tried to protect themselves, the stairs would be blocked, and they would lose their chance to fight the miasma dragon. Without hesitation, Alicia activated her wind magic and told Rude that, in this case, they would break through before the ceiling collapsed. She grabbed Rude, and together, they launched themselves through the ceiling, managing to escape the room just before it crumbled. Rude and Alicia smiled at each other, and Rude remarked that he had thought he was going to die. Alicia replied that she had ended up using quite a bit of magic power. As they surveyed the floor, Rude noted that it was very dark and suggested that they proceed slowly while using his skill, Thermal Search. This way, they could stay relatively safe from danger while searching for enemies. As Rude spoke, he sensed something approaching them. He immediately activated his skill, Thermal Sense, and informed Alicia that something was coming from the other side. As it drew closer, Rude confirmed that it was the miasma dragon, Basilista. Both Rude and Alicia were taken aback upon seeing the dragon. When Rude checked its stats, he was shocked to discover that the dragon was level 75. Rude added that while the dragon's agility was not particularly high, its vitality exceeded 500. Alicia then asked Rude about the dragon's skills. Rude informed her that the dragon's fangs and claws were poisoned. Just as he was about to share more information, the dragon let out a loud roar, which alerted both Rude and Alicia. Rude quickly told Alicia that the dragon had noticed them. Alicia then asked if the dragon had any magic resistances. Rude explained that the dragon was resistant to fire, earth, lightning, and darkness. Upon hearing this, Alicia understood and decided to use other attributes against the dragon. Rude then assumed his stance and told Alicia that it was time to prepare for battle. As the two fought against the monster, Rude thought to himself that he wanted to keep his distance and observe from afar until he could figure out the dragon's attack patterns. However, he was concerned that in the thick miasma, he didn't know how much longer Alicia would be able to hold up. He wished he could end the fight quickly, but it was clear that the dragon was far too powerful. At that moment, the dragon unleashed a powerful breath of fire toward Rude, but he managed to dodge it just in time using his spell, Flash Step. Alicia, however, was shocked to see that the area struck by the dragon's fire had completely melted, leaving nothing behind. While Rude continued to dodge the dragon's attacks, Alicia summoned her wind spirit and cast a spell on Rude, increasing his speed and allowing him to move faster than before. As Rude's speed increased, he launched himself toward the dragon and managed to land a blow with his sword. However, the strike did little damage due to the dragon's tough scales. Rude thought to himself that it seemed impossible to get through the dragon's defenses, and his magic didn't seem to be compatible with the creature either. Rude then shouted to Alicia, and she responded by launching her spirit magic toward the dragon. But when the magic hit, Alicia was surprised to see how little damage it caused, realizing it wouldn't be enough to make a difference in their fight against the dragon. As both of them were taken aback by the dragon's strength, the creature swung its tail, which was lined with needle-like spikes. The tail whipped through the air, and the needles shot toward Rude and Alicia with deadly speed. Rude and Alicia used their body strengthening and shields to fend off the incoming needles. Rude, as he focused on the battle, realized they were in serious trouble. The dragon had high defensive power and long-range attacks, leaving him wondering how they would be able to defeat it. Alicia suddenly shouted at Rude, telling him to buy her some time as she prepared to use her special move before her stats began to drop. Rude immediately acknowledged her request and began focusing on buying her the time she needed while Alicia started charging her magic spell. As she focused on charging her magic, Alicia couldn't help but think to herself that she was leaving herself completely defenseless, relying entirely on Rude to hold off the dragon and keep them both safe. In that moment, Alicia thought to herself that she had to make up for Rude's share of the defense while she was vulnerable. She decided to pour all of her magic into one powerful attack. Summoning all of her magic spirits, Salam, Erdale, Nomia, Wakyan, she focused her energy on the spell. The dragon, noticing the immense power of the spell Alicia was casting, recognized the danger and shifted its focus toward her. It immediately used the spell Principles of Darkness, launching a powerful attack toward Alicia. At that moment, Rude intervened, absorbing all of the dragon's magic energy before it could reach Alicia. Alicia, seeing Rude in the path of the attack, shouted at him to get out of the way. As Rude moved, Alicia launched her spell, Spirit's Quintet, and the attack struck the dragon directly, hitting it with full force. As the smoke cleared, Alicia noticed that the dragon was still standing, though badly wounded. She then spoke, expressing that in the past, she would have been able to defeat the dragon in a single strike with her magic, but now, she was still too weak since she had not fully recovered. At that moment, Rude approached and placed his hand on Alicia's shoulders, using his substitute skill to absorb all the miasma in her body. He told Alicia that it had been a great shot and reassured her that now it was his turn to face the dragon. The dragon, bloodied and battered, glared at them as Alicia apologized to Rude for making him use substitute on her. She explained that she had expended nearly all of her magic power in the last attack. Rude then told Alicia that it was fine and instructed her to use her remaining magic to protect herself. He assured her that from that point onward, she could leave the situation to him. Alicia, concerned, told Rude to be careful. Just as she spoke, the dragon let out a loud roar, but Rude responded by activating his own roar skill. He replicated the dragon's roar, surprising the creature with his unexpected counterattack. After releasing his roar, Rude charged directly at the dragon. As he charged, he realized that the dark magic he had absorbed seemed to have infused a vast amount of mana into him. In that moment, Rude felt his magic power overflowing. In that moment, Rude delivered a powerful slash to the dragon's arm and noticed that one of its scales had started to fall off from the force of his attack. The sight filled him with excitement, realizing that it would now be easier to cut through the creature's defenses. As time passed, he unleashed increasingly powerful strikes against the dragon. However, he soon realized that his sword, Gram, was becoming less effective as the mana it had absorbed gradually dissipated. Sensing the weakening attacks, the dragon let out a deafening roar and unleashed its skill, Miasma Wave, directing it straight at Rude. The wave struck him with immense force, sending him flying backward. Though immune to the miasma's toxic effects, Rude felt the full brunt of the impact, prompting him to reflect on his vulnerability to sheer physical force despite his resistance to the miasma. As Rude was reflecting on his predicament, the dragon lashed its tail, unleashing a barrage of needle-like projectiles aimed directly at him. Realizing he couldn't evade the attack, Rude quickly activated his skill, Flash Step. However, just as he was about to escape, the dragon had already anticipated his movement and appeared in front of him. In that instant, the dragon struck Rude with a powerful blow. Reacting swiftly, Rude activated his skill, Steel Body, to reinforce himself, but it wasn't enough to fully withstand the attack. The force sent him hurtling backward. As he recovered, Rude recognized that the dragon had calculated the distance of his flash step and used that knowledge to its advantage. He couldn't help but marvel at the creature's extraordinary intelligence and adaptability. The dragon was slowly closing in on Rude, its massive form looming ever closer. At the same time, Alicia called out to him in concern, rushing toward him as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Rude lay on the ground, his thoughts drifting to a past battle where he had come dangerously close to death while fighting a minotaur. As the memory surfaced, his expression suddenly shifted. He reminded himself that the person he was now was vastly different from who he had been back then. This realization filled him with renewed determination. Drawing on his resolve, Rude activated his skill, Principles of Earth Magic, propelling himself upward just as the dragon prepared to strike. Rude soared through the air, and the dragon, noticing this, unleashed its fire breath in an attempt to finish him off. Observing the impending attack, Rude considered using his thread manipulation skill to evade. However, he quickly realized that simply dodging would only lead to defeat in a battle of attrition. Determined to turn the tide, he decided to use the situation to his advantage. Formulating a plan, Rude resolved to use his threads as a slingshot to propel himself toward the dragon, seizing the best opportunity to strike. In an instant, Rude activated his thread manipulation, using it to launch himself at full speed directly at the dragon. As the dragon's fire breath roared toward him, Rude chose not to evade. Instead, he charged straight into the attack. In that decisive moment, he swung his sword with precision and strength, slicing through the fiery onslaught as he closed the distance to his foe. As Rude cut through the dragon's attack, he thought to himself that while he couldn't fully mitigate the intense heat, he could absorb the mana within the dragon's breath. He realized that if his fire resistance was enough to endure the flames, he could channel his own mana into his weapon, combining it with the energy Gram had absorbed so far, and unleash it all at once against the dragon. Resolving to execute this plan, Rude focused every ounce of his strength and energy into his attack. At that critical moment, Alicia stepped in to assist. Activating her water skill, she directed it toward Rude, helping to cool the searing heat from the dragon's flames. Noticing her support, Rude smiled and silently thanked her for her quick thinking. Bolstered by her intervention, he grew even more determined. Pouring every last drop of energy into his strike, Rude powered through the dragon's fiery assault. With an overwhelming surge of strength, he not only shattered the dragon's attack but also delivered a decisive blow, slicing the dragon cleanly in two. As the dragon's massive body collapsed to the ground, Alicia immediately ran toward Rude, insisting that she would cast healing magic on him right away. Just as she was about to do so, Rude stopped her, gently telling her there was no need to push herself any further after all she had already done. In that moment, Rude activated his skill, blood-sucking, and the dragon's blood began to flow from its body, gradually being absorbed into his own. Alicia watched in shock and confusion at what was happening. Noticing her reaction, Rude calmly explained that blood-sucking was a skill he had acquired from the labyrinth, allowing him to recover some of his strength by drawing energy from blood. After a few moments, Rude had absorbed enough to recover from his severe injuries, though he was still far from fully healed. Sighing in relief, he laid down on the ground, exhausted, and suggested to Alicia that it was time for them to take a short break. Rude smiled at Alicia and extended his hand toward her. Alicia, noticing his gesture, smiled back and reached out to take his hand. In that moment, Rude activated his skill, Substitute, drawing out and absorbing all the lingering miasma from her body. Both of them lay on the ground, their exhaustion evident. Rude turned to Alicia and remarked that they had done it, and Alicia nodded in agreement, adding that they truly had. However, she reminded him that this was only the beginning. Hearing her words, Rude smiled and acknowledged that she was right. As they rested on the floor, Rude's thoughts drifted to his past. He recalled the time when he had been saved by an S-class adventurer, a moment that had left an indelible mark on him. Comparing himself to that adventurer, Rude realized how much stronger the figure from his memory had been. The thought served as a humbling reminder that he still had a long journey ahead before he could stand on the same level as the one who had inspired him to become an adventurer. Rude sat up alongside Alicia and suggested that their first priority should be to collect some of the miasma dragon's meat. Alicia nodded in agreement and urged him to start with that task right away. A short while later, as they navigated the labyrinth, they stumbled upon a large, mysterious room. Upon entering, they realized they had reached the labyrinth's core. Alicia, awestruck by the sight, remarked that only a select few adventurers had ever had the privilege of witnessing such a view. She then pointed out the magic circle near the core, explaining that if they used it, they would be transported directly to the labyrinth's entrance, allowing them to return immediately. Alicia explained to Rude that since labyrinths contained rare materials unattainable on the surface, it was common practice to leave the core intact even after clearing them. However, Rude countered, pointing out that leaving the labyrinth untouched would eventually lead to the resurrection of the miasma dragon. Reflecting on his past, Rude recalled the harrowing experiences he endured in the Abello labyrinth. Yet, it was because of those trials that a path to his dreams had been revealed. With that thought in mind, Rude drew his sword, expressing his gratitude to the Abello labyrinth for all it had taught him. Resolute, he plunged his blade into the labyrinth's core, ending its existence. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, Lancarse inquired with one of his subordinates about any updates regarding Rude's group, who had ventured into the labyrinth. The subordinate regretfully informed him that there was still no news or information about their status. Lancarse, upon hearing the report, pondered to himself that he was aware of Rude's nickname as the Miasma Scavenger. In the world of adventurers, power was everything, and despite his efforts to mediate, it wouldn't have stopped the situation from unfolding as it had. He reflected that life as an adventurer without power was harsh and unforgiving. If that was enough to make Rude abandon his dream, then it would simply be another path for him to follow. At that moment, as Lancarse contemplated these thoughts, one of his men suddenly burst through the door, panic evident on his face, but with a bright smile. The man quickly informed Lancarse that Rude and Alicia had returned, having used the teleportation circle located in the labyrinth. He also reported that Rude and Alicia had successfully completed the subjugation of the miasma dragon and destroyed the dungeon core, effectively conquering the dungeon. The moment the news spread, everyone erupted in joy and excitement. Lancarse, still in disbelief, thought to himself that he couldn't believe the two had actually conquered the dungeon. He added that the idea of Rude, of all people, being the one to save the city was something he never imagined would happen. One of the adventurers then suggested that they should go and welcome Rude and Alicia. After a short time, Rude and Alicia finally returned to the Adventurers Guild, where they were greeted warmly and welcomed with open arms. Meanwhile, in the city of Golar, near Bologna, the lord of the city was furious upon hearing the news that the Abello labyrinth had been conquered. He was particularly enraged by the fact that Bologna city not only owned so many labyrinths but had now successfully conquered another new one. The lord of Golar, upon hearing the news, turned to one of his subordinates and declared that their plan to seize ownership of the new labyrinth had been completely ruined. However, the subordinate replied that this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. He explained that Bologna could not deny the legitimacy of Golar's claim to the new labyrinth, and for that reason, destroying it was a better option than allowing it to fall under Bologna's control. The subordinate went on to suggest that framing the situation this way would give Golar grounds to argue with Bologna and demand compensation for the profits they would have earned from the new labyrinth. After considering this, the Lord of Golar nodded thoughtfully and agreed that this would indeed be a much more profitable approach than directly challenging the labyrinth and risking the loss of adventurers in the process. The Lord also remarked that if things played out that way, he doubted that Bologna's Adventurers Guild would stay silent. The subordinate, with an eerie smile, replied that that was exactly what they wanted. He then told the Lord that they would show Lankars and his team just how superior they really were. Moments later, Rude and Alicia were sitting by a crackling fire in the forest, preparing the miasma dragon's meat. As Rude cooked it, Alicia, eyes wide and drooling, commented on how delicious the smell was. Rude, meanwhile, chuckled and explained that he had kept the meat hidden in his magic bag until now and was excited to finally be able to enjoy it. After a few moments, the steak was ready, and Rude, with a broad smile, took a big bite, savoring its flavor. Alicia, meanwhile, continued to watch with wide eyes, still drooling as she admired the delicious meal. Rude, filled with excitement, thought to himself that this was the taste of dragon meat. He remarked that every other meat he had eaten up until now seemed plain in comparison. The dragon's meat had a rich, sweet flavor, and the fat melted in his mouth. Combined with the robust taste of the red meat, it was absolutely delightful. Meanwhile, Alicia, irritated by Rude's comments, couldn't help but feel envious, wishing she could enjoy the meal as well but unable to do so. Alicia, frustrated, stood up and declared that she had made up her mind. She announced that that night, they would have premium steak. Rude, surprised by her statement, replied that he was already in the middle of eating his own steak. Hearing that, Alicia became furious and told Rude that it wasn't fair for him to say that, especially when he was enjoying his meal while she was stuck drooling, unable to eat. Alicia, eager to move forward, told Rude that they needed to hurry and gather information on good restaurants in the area. She also urged him to finish his food quickly as she could no longer wait. 4 days had passed since the collapse of the Abello labyrinth, and in the Adventurers Guild, Lankars was now speaking with Rude and Alicia. He apologized for calling them to the guild so many times but assured them this would be the last time. Lankars then informed them that the raid report had finally been confirmed. He handed them a bag full of money, telling them it was their reward for conquering the dungeon. Inside the bag was 1.5 million regen. Alicia remained calm as she received the reward, but Rude was surprised by the amount of money they had received. Lankars explained that the expected level for the Abello labyrinth was 70, so the reward they were given was well deserved. Rude, hearing this, was filled with excitement. As Rude basked in the excitement of the reward, Lankars called out to him and noted that since Rude and Alicia had managed to conquer the labyrinth on their own, there was no way Rude could remain at D rank. Lankars then told him that he would be updating Rude's rank. Moments later, after the meeting had concluded, Rude told Alicia that although he had only recently been promoted to D rank, he opened his status and saw that his level had already reached 52. He remarked that he had reached this level in no time. Alicia, noticing this, commented that even though Rude had been fighting monsters far above his level, the speed of his growth was still abnormal. She thought to herself that typically, when someone reaches level 40, their leveling speed slows down significantly, but Rude's case was different. His leveling speed showed no signs of slowing down at all. Rude smirked at Alicia and told her that he had finally surpassed her level. As they compared their statuses, Alicia was shocked to see that Rude had indeed surpassed her. She became upset and told Rude that it wasn't fun for her at all to be surpassed by him. Rude, however, pointed out that it was strange because even though his level was higher than hers, Alicia was still stronger than him when it came to combat power. Alicia brightened up a little at that and agreed with Rude, adding that levels were merely an indicator and that, in the end, combat power was mainly determined by a person's skills and experience. At that moment, as Alicia was speaking to Rude, the Lord of Golar territory and his subordinates entered the Adventurers Guild. The Lord stood in front of Rude and remarked that he had heard of him, the so-called miasma scavenger. Rude then asked the Lord who he was and added that the Lord seemed like a rude person. The Lord, hearing that, laughed and asked Rude if the adventurers of Bologna didn't even recognize the faces of their neighboring city's lords. Rude, surprised, immediately realized that the man standing before him was the infamous Misery Lord of Golar. The Lord smirked and told Rude how daring it was for him to destroy the new labyrinth, one that rightfully should have belonged to Golar territory. Rude spoke up, reminding the Lord that the last time he had heard, the Abello labyrinth was jointly owned and did not belong solely to Golar territory. However, the Lord interrupted, stating that while the Abello labyrinth was on the border between Bologna and Golar, the people of Bologna had greedily shut out Golar, claiming there was something strange happening inside. The Lord of Golar added that, on top of that, the Bologna territory had caused an influx of monsters that destroyed the labyrinth. The Lord then explained that the prophets Golar was supposed to gain from the labyrinth, as well as the damage caused to their surrounding territories by the monsters, now had to be compensated by Bologna. He then asked Rude how exactly he planned to make amends for this situation. As the Lord was speaking, Alicia interrupted and told him that such a discussion should be handled between the guild representatives. She pointed out that, as far as she knew, there had been no reports of monsters flooding into Golar's territories and that Bologna's adventurers had already dealt with the situation. With a bright smile, she asked the Lord who had given people like him, who hadn't done anything, the right to speak. The Lord, troubled by her words, was left speechless. Meanwhile, Rude thought to himself that it was no surprise Alicia, an S-class adventurer, handled the situation so flawlessly. He also couldn't help but admire how eloquently she spoke. As Alicia spoke to the Lord, one of his subordinates stepped forward and told her that he had heard the rumors, but he hadn't expected them to be true. He remarked that Alicia of the Emerald Storm had become affiliated with Bologna. He then added, in a menacing tone, that given Alicia's level should have been weakened by the curse of the Abyssal Labyrinth, it made sense that someone like her would end up in Bologna. Rude, observing the situation, thought to himself that the man speaking was a bastard. He recognized the man as the Guild Master of Golar. The Guild Master then told Alicia that this wasn't a matter for mere adventurers to discuss. He approached her and sneered, calling her a worthless survivor from a party that had died in vain. The man continued, telling Alicia to stop sticking her nose where it didn't belong and called her a piece of trash. But as he spoke, Alicia became irritated and activated her powers. The man was taken aback, surprised that he was feeling intimidated by a girl who had been reduced to level 45. Just then, a voice called out, telling Alicia to stop what she was doing. It was none other than Lankars. Lankars then informed everyone that he would not tolerate any fighting within his guild and instructed the Lord and Guildmaster of Golar to follow him to his office. As they walked away, the Guildmaster of Golar muttered that they should learn how to keep their dogs on a leash, referring to Alicia and Rude. Rude, frustrated with Golar's attitude, was about to speak when someone approached them and called out to Alicia, asking if she remembered him. Rude, irritated by the constant interruptions, was annoyed when another person approached them. But Alicia called out to the individual, asking if he was Ebert. Ebert, with excitement in his eyes, took her hand and expressed his happiness that Alicia still remembered him. Rude, curious, asked Alicia if she knew the person in front of them. Alicia explained that Ebert was from her old party and that they used to go on adventures together. Ebert then added that back in the day, the Azure Trails party that Alicia belonged to was one he deeply admired. He mentioned how Alicia's ability to use multiple spirit magic simultaneously and the way she carried herself.
Oh, it's done. Oh, it's done. Yeah, man. Thanks for coming. Thank you, thank you. I think I went this out too because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, it's wetching hour. Wetching hour. The only zombies and things come out. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, you don't want that. We're gonna sleep. Let's see more. I shall see you guys in a few hours. If you guys up at that time though. Latest for now. Yeah, that's what we just call it. Yeah, that's the time right now on my side. I'm in the Caribbean, you know. I'm from the Caribbean, Trinidad. Yeah, man. Thanks for coming. Latest for now. You guys have a good night's sleep or morning sleep, whatever you want to call it. I know this is morning right now, so yeah, that's what I gotta do right now. Sleep. Thanks for coming again. See you guys next stream. Bye bye.